Chapter 312. This gun's design was completely different from normal source energy submachine guns. It used a special magazine to shoot bullets, and the muzzle looked like it was sealed, but there were several small holes. Each hole could shoot blood-in steel needles at a very fast speed. These needles could ignore an awakened soul cultivator's protective spirit energy, so they could directly penetrate their defenses. Each needle had been personally processed by Chu Tian. Not only were these needles incomparably sharp, they had also been refined with the snake, scorpion beast king's poison, so they could instantly paralyze the enemy. Stop! The calm, martial ruler raised his hand. A giant blood-red sword fell from the clouds and stabbed into the ground around Wang Tianlong. The surrounding Yin corpses seemed to be repelled by a force field, being blocked 10 meters away, not being able to take even half a step forward. The calm martial ruler grabbed the air, and Wang Tianlong was sent in front of him. The outcome of this battle had been decided. There was no need to fight anymore. Chu Tian wins. Chu Tian gave a few loud laughs. Thanks for letting me win. Thanks for letting me win. The heroic martial marquis. Oh, no. According to the agreement, you should be stripped of your title, and I should be calling you young Commander Wang. Many thanks for young Commander Wang's mercy. Wang Tianlong almost fainted on the spot. Ha ha ha. Nan Gongyan laughed as she shouted. Your young commander personally agreed to this bet, with the 3 rulers and His Majesty as witnesses. The Wang family won't go back on their words, right? The faces of the Wang family members turned darker. The Marquis title and Marquis title happened on the same day. The heroic martial Marquis title had been taken away in less than half a day. This was enough to become a laughingstock in southern Xia. Regardless of whether it was to Wang Tianlong or to the Wang family, it was a great humiliation. Moreover, it was a humiliation that could never be washed away. The southern Summer King's expression was not good. He had been bestowed the heroic martial Marquis title to suppress Chu Tian's arrogance, letting Chu Tian not be in the limelight anymore. But in the end, the heroic martial Marquis had been taken down in less than a day. With Chu Tian stepping on the heroic martial Marquis body, his reputation would go up another level. Who would be able to suppress his aura? But this person was unruly and could not be controlled by the Southern Summer King. If he grew up in the future, wouldn't he be an existence that could shake the royal power? The refined ruler could clearly guess the Southern Summer King's thoughts. The heroic martial Marquis defeat was not because of his strength, but rather because he underestimated his opponent. Chu Tian's victory was not a victory of strength, but of external assistance. The heroic martial Marquis had many military merits, and the Wang family was a famous family in the southern Summer Country. Directly stripping him of his title, this ruler does not think it is appropriate. I suggest that we take back the conferment letter first and leave it for the heroic martial Marquis to reflect on his actions. The conferment can only be done after a month. The refined lord's thoughts coincide with mine. The Southern Summer King said in a lecturing tone, General Wang should properly think about this. As a veteran general, how can you underestimate the enemy? Take this as a lesson to you. Wang Tianlong hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. My king is right. The people around Chu Tian were dissatisfied. This fellow had clearly promised to become a marquis, so why was he going back on his word now? But regarding the Southern Summer King's idea, not only did the calm martial ruler and the burning sun ruler not object, even the great scholar silently agreed. The conferment of a marquis was not a small matter. How could it be reduced so quickly? Not only would this cause a stir in the court, the Wang family was very important in Imperial City. They were the descendants of the old royal family and had a very long history. They had many military merits in the last 10 years. So if they were to deny the Wang family's contributions just because of a single bet, wouldn't the Southern Summer King be a heartless person? It was impossible to reduce his Marquis title, but he could at most postpone it. This could be considered giving an explanation to miracle commerce and giving face to Chu Tian. Today's battle has opened this king's eyes. Scholar Chu is truly a miraculous youth. 10 soul weapons, 10 sacred herbs, and 10,000 gold coins will be rewarded. Whether Chu Tian was satisfied with this result or not, the Southern Summer King had already made his decision, and it was impossible to change it, so he had to accept it even if he didn't want to. The 3 rulers agreed with this decision. Now that things had reached this point, they could only do this. When the commotion caused by the duel had yet to dissipate, a sharp whistling sound came from the sky as a griffin rider quickly flew through the sky. A rider jumped off the back of the griffin and ran in front of the Southern Summer King with an anxious expression. He suddenly knelt down on one knee, reporting to my king, "This is an urgent military matter." The Southern Summer King immediately stood up. "Speak." The griffin rider presented a booklet with both hands. "The scouts from the front lines have reported that the war hounds seem to be gathering a large army and are moving towards the border of Tsang State. This is very suspicious. I ask the king to make a decision." The Southern Summer King hesitated for a bit. "What do you think?" The refined ruler knit his brows and said, "From the war hounds' movements, it seems like they want to directly attack Tsang State City. We should strengthen Tsang State City's defenses. Otherwise, once Tsang State City falls, Imperial City will be isolated in the north and will be restricted everywhere. This ruler does not think so. Tsang State City is tall and deep, so if the war hounds are not united, they will not be able to capture Tsang State City. From the current traces, this is a large group of light cavalry. Although the scale is larger than the previous invasions, it doesn't seem like they are going to attack a stronghold." The calm martial ruler was silent for a while. This ruler suspects that Tsang State City is a cover and their true target is the Tsang State Farms. With these words, their bodies trembled. The Tsang State Farms were very important to Southern Xia. The mounts of Southern Xia's several 100,000 cavalry were all produced in Tsang State. If the farms were attacked by the war hounds, then Southern Xia's production of mounts would plummet. The cavalry would decrease, and they would not be able to compete with the war hounds in the prairies. This method of removing firewood from under the cauldron was extremely ruthless. The Southern Summer King revealed a trace of anger. The frontline troops have just been reduced, and the war hounds are already impatient to make a move. They are truly in a rush. This matter is not simple. The calm martial ruler revealed a trace of worry. The Warhound's planes has not launched a strategic attack on Southern Summer in many years. The so-called strategic military strike referred to a premeditated and planned invasion. In the last several years, the Warhounds had charged in many times, but they had only taken one and left. The meaning of this invasion was completely different from the past. Whether it was the Warhounds attacking the horse farms or Tsang State City, their goal was to cut off one of Southern Xia's important supply points. The Imperial region was the heart of Southern Xia, so it was very hard to attack. With the 3 rulers and the Southern Summer King guarding it, whether it was cavalry or infantry, they made up a third of the country. There were several famous elite armies in the Imperial region, and 80% of Southern Xia's fighting strength was gathered in the Imperial region. This was the result of the kingdom's several decades of recovery. Attacking the Imperial region was impossible. They could only attack the neighboring Tsang State. In comparison, the Warhounds tribe's last generation Fong King had fallen, and they had been in internal strife for the last few decades. The various tribes were fighting against each other, so their overall strength could not compare to the Warhounds' kingdom, not to mention the scattered Warhounds. Even if they were united, the Warhounds' planes' combined strength would not be able to break through Imperial City in a year and a half. The best method was to use a long-term strategy, encroaching on Tsang State and isolating the Imperial region. Then they would begin a long-term battle plan. So attacking Tsang State was the first step of the strategy. Of course, the Southern Summer King and the 3 rulers were not worried. This was actually very hard to accomplish. Although Southern Xia suffered many internal disasters, the country was still relatively stable. The Warhounds tribe had a low social structure, so it was destined to be a long-term chaotic country. Even if they occasionally united, it would only be a flash in the pan. This long-term strategy was not suitable for a country with a chaotic political situation. Even if the Warhounds' cavalry succeeded, they would only be able to temporarily cut off Southern Xia's strength and stop Southern Xia from advancing north. They would not be able to deal a fundamental blow to Southern Xia, not to mention a crisis of exterminating the country. This is good. The Southern Summer King quickly considered the situation and immediately patted the railing in front of him. This king has called back many generals to plan an attack on the Warhounds. The Warhounds are nomadic tribes, and although we have the refined ruler's information, it is not easy to find them in the vast prairies. This time they have taken the initiative to send a large amount of cavalry to our territory. This king will gladly accept this large piece of meat. Your Majesty. When Wang Tianlong heard this, he immediately knelt down on one knee. The battle dragon army requests to go out to battle. General is currently injured, so you should properly recuperate first. Not to mention that the ones being transferred back are the elites of the battle dragon army. The main force of the army is on the front lines and cannot be moved for now. You won't have any soldiers to send to Tsang State, Wang Tianlong said. Why does this general need to be restricted in leading troops? With the normal main force working with the battle dragon army's elites, I think it will be enough to destroy the Warhounds' cavalry. As for this general's injuries, they are not worth mentioning. Ha ha ha. General is eager to gain merit. This king can understand. The Southern Summer Army's northern expedition is imminent. There will be many chances to gain merit in the future. The Southern Summer King still did not agree with Wang Tianlong going out to battle. This battle must be fought beautifully and raise the prestige of our Southern Summer country. Only then can we begin the northern expedition. So, for this battle to be safe, it is best to have the calm martial ruler personally lead the army. Wang Tianlong was not convinced at all. Once the Southern Summer King said that the calm martial ruler would personally lead the army, he had nothing to say. In the entire Southern Summer, who had more authority than the calm martial ruler? Not to mention that the calm martial ruler was a true spirit expert with a high cultivation base that surpassed the Southern Summer country. There was no one that could match him. If he personally led the army, he would not even need to fight, and just his reputation would be enough to scare the Warhounds' mobs to the point of pissing their pants. The three rulers will follow this king back to the palace, and will come up with a proper strategy. The Southern Summer King said to the others, "You can all disperse." The Southern Summer King and the three rulers left. Chu Tian led his people back to the company. On the way back, everyone was depressed and he felt very puzzled, so he asked, "What are you all worried about?" That fellow has already been taught a lesson, so forget about the Marquis. The Southern Summer King is ambitious and is wholeheartedly preparing for the northern expedition. Even if he is stupid, he wouldn't offend a general at this time. We aren't thinking about this. Meng Yingying looked up at Chu Tian with a pair of bright eyes. Southern Xia is about to fight. So what? Nan Gongyin cut in and said, "Aren't you worried at all? The opponent is the Warhounds tribe. They have been suppressing Southern Xia for several hundred years." War, it was always a heavy topic. Unless one was an ambitious person, there were not many people who liked to fight, not to mention the fact that the opponent was this strong. The Warhounds tribe had always been the nemesis of the Southern Summer country. Chu Tian scratched his head. Actually, he had only been in Imperial City for a few days, so he was not familiar with the streets. He did not know how many cities there were in the Imperial region, and he did not know anything about the world to the north of the Imperial region. How many tribes did the Warhounds tribe have? Their population, strength, weapons, and level of civilization were all unclear. So Chu Tian did not know if starting a war was a good or bad thing. "You're all worrying too much." Chu Tian comforted everyone. The Southern Summer King and the three rulers are not normal people. They have studied the Warhounds' plains very thoroughly. Since the four of them have no objections this time, it means we can fight this war. Southern Xia had been recuperating for several decades and now had enough military strength. The most important thing was that Southern Xia was different from anything else. Now that Southern Xia had established a source energy weapon factory, they would be able to use weapons that surpassed the current era. Once these weapons were used in the army, not to mention the warhounds already collapsing, even the warhounds at their peak would not be able to resist. Technology was enough to make up for the difference in strength. Meng Qingguo gave a slight nod. War is a disaster and also an opportunity. At least the Southern Summer King has use for us, so he won't do anything to us. We can use this time to properly develop. Meng Yingying suddenly said to Chu Tian, "Speaking of this, Chu Tian, you won't be fighting, right?" "Why are you asking this?" Chu Tian was very puzzled. "I don't understand the art of war, and I don't understand the weapons of this era. I don't even know the structure of the Southern Xia army. Do you think you can lead an army as a single person? Although I am a peerless genius, you can't expect me to know everything. If you don't know how to fight, then just say it. Why are you finding excuses?" Meng Yingying let out a sigh of relief. "Then I can be assured." What was this girl's brain thinking? She was looking down on me. Chapter 3:13. The news of the Warhounds tribe's large-scale invasion was further confirmed, and the scale far surpassed people's expectations. There were around 400,000 Warhounds cavalry gathered on the prairies, flooding Song State like a flood. Now he was basically certain. The Warhounds were prepared to attack the Song State plains. 400,000 Warhounds cavalry. This was a terrifying number. The Warhounds' plains were very vast, and the spirit beasts were very strong. But the Warhounds did not have a lot of people, only around a third of Southern Xia. There were three main reasons for this. First, their technological production capacity was low, and they mainly relied on hunting for food. If a plague or disaster broke out, it would immediately cause a large number of people to die. Second, the living environment was very cruel. Each spirit beast had to endure a cruel life from birth, fighting each other for resources and challenging fierce demon beasts to hunt. Out of 10 Warhounds' children, only one would live to grow up. Third, there were many internal conflicts. There were several hundred tribes in the Warhounds' plains, with several dozen large tribes. The tribes often fought with each other, with the large tribes swallowing the small tribes. The small tribes fought for water and hunting grounds, while the large tribes fought for the title of Fong King. In short, there were all kinds of reasons to fight. The cruel struggle for survival reduced the Warhounds' population, but those that survived were all brave warriors. The normal Southern Summer troops were no different from chickens under the Warhounds' cavalry. Only the most elite cavalry had the qualifications to fight against the Warhounds. An army of 400,000 was not a large number, but their combat strength was extremely terrifying. This time, the Warhounds' commander's mind was clear. At least he knew how to avoid the strong and attack the weak. So he did not choose to attack the Imperial Region's fortress, and chose to attack Song State's fortress. Song State City could not block this kind of army, so the 400,000 Warhounds cavalry killing their way into Song State was a matter that was set in stone. Even if the Imperial Region sent reinforcements, it was better than fighting the Imperial Region's elites in their own territory. The Southern Summer King did not hide any information from the citizens. When the Warhounds' army size and movements were confirmed, they were immediately announced to the entire city. Royal City was shocked. 400,000 cavalry was a large lineup for the Warhounds. This was because the Warhounds were not good at growing and storing food. Adding in the several decades of war, it was hard for them to support a large army on a long expedition. 400,000 cavalry. How much would it take for a human to eat a horse? The Warhounds' plains did not have any food, so why would they send out an army of 400,000 to attack Southern Summer? It was hard to understand. They were about to starve to death. Did they think they could take down Southern Xia? The imperial city people's mentality was quite high. Perhaps it was because they were used to seeing the war hounds attack. Although there were a lot of them this time, they were only a bit surprised and were not too worried. With the three rulers, Imperial City was as stable as a rock, and Song State was not weak. The Song State army was the head of the 8 states and adding in the reinforcements sent by Imperial City. With a fierce pincer attack, no matter what the war hounds' army's goal was, they would return without any results. Southern Xia had plenty of grain. War hounds, the Plains' territory could. Southern of the war troops. Plains, the Southern Xia's kings. The Southern kings. The first was the trump card army that had been withdrawn 2 days ago. They all returned to the frontline fortress and entered a battle state, preventing the war hounds from attacking the imperial region. The second was for the calm martial ruler to personally lead the army, leading 200,000 storm cavalry to intercept the war hounds in Song State. They would cooperate with Song State's 200,000 elites to destroy the war hounds. The third was for the entire country to prepare for war, buying large amounts of grain, metal, leather, as well as military equipment. They would hire large amounts of money to send troops from the south to the north. With the 3 royal proclamations, the confidence of the citizens increased. The Southern Summer King reacted very quickly and made preparations. The war hounds would not be able to take advantage of this, so they were just waiting for the calm martial ruler to teach the war hounds' cavalry a lesson. On the same day, the army set off. The million citizens of Imperial City sent them off. On the plains outside the city, there were countless cavalry ready to set off. Looking at the dense amount, it was enough to shock people's hearts. They wore the same green armor and led their green storm foals. It was as if they had become one with the grassland. They raised their sharp spears high up in the air and looked like dense weeds fighting to be the first to drill out of the ground. Their roars were like landslides and tsunamis. Victory! 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 The storm cavalry was the main force of cavalry in southern Xia. There were storm cavalry stationed in each state, but there were less than 3,000 cavalry in each state. As for the battle strength of the storm cavalry, Chu Tian and the others had already seen it in Thunder State. There were over 100,000 storm cavalry now. If they charged forward, they would turn into a hurricane on the plains of Song State. Wherever they went, not a single piece of armor remained, and all the strong enemies would be instantly destroyed. The Southern Summer King personally sent them off. This kind of scene had not appeared in Southern Xia for many years. The commander this time was the guardian god of the Southern Xia citizens, the head of the 3 rulers, the calm martial ruler. The calm martial ruler had always been invincible. In the several decades he had been guarding the southern summer country, the war hounds had never broken through the imperial region's borders. There was no one in the entire country more suited to lead this war than the calm martial ruler. Wang Tianlong and the departing Flame Marquis were all famous generals, but they were only good at setting up formations. For this kind of large-scale battle, they needed a veteran with more experience and strength to lead them. This is the Southern Summer Country's king's sword. The Southern Summer King raised up a sword filled with a majestic aura. In Song State, the ruler has the same authority as the Southern Summer King with this sword. There is no need to report any arrangements, and anyone who dares not obey or delay. From the Tsang Yun Marquis to the soldiers, the ruler can kill them first and report later. The king's sword was not just a divine weapon. It also represented the supreme authority of the king. The Southern Summer King even gave the king's sword to the calm martial ruler. This was enough to show how important this battle was and how much trust he had in the calm martial ruler. "Thank you, my king." The calm martial ruler held the king's sword with both hands and stood there like a statue. "Calm martial ruler, you are the strongest person in Southern Xia and the most outstanding commander in Southern Xia. I believe that with you as the commander, a trivial mob of several 100,000 will not be a problem." The Southern Summer King's voice was filled with power, as if it was filled with confidence. When you return in victory, we'll decide on a plan to pacify the Warhound's plains in one fell swoop and return our Great Xia's magnificent mountains and rivers." These words made everyone's blood boil. The southern Xia people always wanted to attack the Warhounds from afar, taking back half of the Great Summer Country and driving the damn Warhounds out of the plains. The southern Summer King seemed to be planning on attacking the Warhounds. So how could they not be excited? The southern Summer King personally lifted up a jar of wine. "This king sends off the southern summer soldiers." The burning sun ruler and the refined ruler raised their bowls of wine on both sides of the platform, paying their respects to the southern Xia cavalry. The 200,000 soldiers were all filled with excitement as they drank the wine in one gulp. They threw it high up in the air and jumped onto their horses at the same time, creating a strong impact. The Great Summer Country is invincible. The southern Summer King shouted, "Make contributions and return in victory." The calm martial ruler rode a golden griffin, and that handsome griffin flew into the air, instantly reaching its peak speed. It flew over the heads of the cavalry with an unimaginable speed, instantly arriving on the other side. The calm martial ruler's deep and solemn voice fell down from the clouds. "Everyone move out! Victory! Victory! Victory for the calm martial ruler!" The millions of citizens of Imperial City all shouted out together. The calm martial ruler led the cavalry army out. This battle was very important to southern Xia. Although it was a battle rarely seen in decades, it came at the right time. It was the starting point for the ambitions of this generation's Southern Summer King and the three rulers. The first generation's Southern Summer King was a great strategist, setting the capital on the plains and overlooking the Warhound's plains. Many generations of Southern Summer Kings dreamed of taking back the Great Summer Country, but they never had the strength to do so. Now a once-in-a-hundred-year opportunity was right in front of them. The Warhounds had been in internal strife for many years and were very weak. Southern Xia had been storing up energy for several decades, having enough troops and generals like clouds. They even had a genius like Chu Tian creating the source energy weapon that changed history. This was a very good chance. Southern Xia would definitely be able to make a comeback. Chu Tian said to the people beside him, "The Southern Summer King has left. We should also go back." Meng Qingguo slightly knit her brows and revealed a look of worry. Although the calm martial ruler is personally leading the troops, the Warhound's invasion this time is not a small matter. After all, this is the first true invasion in several decades, so I'm afraid it will be different from the normal plundering troops. Both sides are evenly matched, and although the Southern Summer Country has the advantage in defense and supplies, the Warhounds are fierce and have more experts than the Southern Summer Country, so this battle will not be easy. We don't understand military matters, so we can only believe in the calm martial ruler. Chu Tian was not worried at all. Even if they did not win this battle, the worst result would be losing the horse farm and losing Southern Xia's elite cavalry, causing Southern Xia to temporarily lose the ability to attack the north. The imperial region would not fall. The Southern Summer King was not a fool. He had already made preparations. The Warhounds would not be able to sneak in, and even if the Warhounds stopped fighting, it would be hard for them to attack Imperial City. The imperial region had lost a fast attack force, but the other forces were still there. With the three rulers, the Southern Summer King, and the source energy weapon, there was no problem in protecting themselves. Instead of worrying about the calm martial ruler losing, it was better to worry that after the calm martial ruler left Imperial City, Chu Tian would lose a large backer. He had to be more careful in case someone made a move against him. However, when he returned to the Miracle Commerce headquarters, there was a piece of good news. Feng Kaidai and Yun Yao had come to Imperial City. Chu Tian excitedly led everyone out to welcome them. After 2-3 months, the two of them had lost a lot of weight, but their faces were glowing. Feng Kaidai was as gentle as the clouds, and Yun Yao was as sharp as lightning. The two of them had left the army for several months, but their strength had not slowed down at all. Although they could not compare to Chu Tian and Nangongyin, they were still at the same level as Meng Yingying and Meng Qingguo. Both of them were in the peak fifth awakened soul layer. Big Sister Kai Dai, Big Sister Yin Yao, you're finally here. Meng Yingying cheered as she gave the two of them a hug. There are many things that have happened in Imperial City these past few days. I'll carefully tell you all about it. There's no rush in telling these things later. Chu Tian pulled Yingying to the side and asked the two of them, have those things been done already? Yun Yao and Feng Kai Dai both nodded. Feng Kai Dai replied with a smile, we haven't disgraced the mission. We've gone to the 7 southern states, and each state has at least 5 large cities covered by the signal. This time we've gone north to build a network for Tsang State and the Imperial region. Good, good. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. Miracle Commerce had planned for a long time and had finally completed the initial construction. Now the Central State radio station could cover the 7 southern states, and Miracle Commerce's communication devices could connect states. This was a milestone in Miracle Commerce's development and a milestone in the continent's development. Chapter 314. Miracle Commerce's Imperial City Research Institute was mobilized. In just a short 3 days, they had built an ultra-wave audio transmission system in Imperial City. On the same day, Chu Tian, Meng Qingguo, the 2 chairmen, Nangongyin, Meng Yingying, and the other executives, as well as Gu Qianqiu, Zhao Pu, and several other core researchers, all gathered in a small laboratory. Gu Qianqiu was a bit impatient as he rubbed his hands. Can we start now? Including Zhao Pu, every scholar was very excited. No matter who participated in this meaningful test, it was enough to bring glory to their ancestors and leave their name in history. So, how could these old scholars not be excited? Not everyone had this chance. Even those famous scholars of the empires were the same. Chu Tian looked at the time. It's about time, let's start the test. Meng Qingguo walked in front of a brand new radio. This radio was currently turned off. When Meng Qingguo personally turned it on, there was a burst of noise that gradually became clearer. They were now listening to the content of the Imperial City radio station. Begin changing the frequency. Meng Qingguo turned it to a very familiar frequency. There was an ear-piercing noise coming from the radio. They could faintly hear people talking, but it wasn't clear. It was clear that the reception was not good. Meng Qingguo was very patient as she adjusted it back and forth. Suddenly, the noise disappeared. A clear and sweet female voice came from inside. Hello everyone, welcome to Central State's Noon News. I am the Central State radio station's anchor Shaoling. Today's broadcast content is, everyone fell into a daze. As for what the anchor said, they didn't hear a single word. They only felt their blood rushing to their heads, causing them to collapse. Ha ha ha, we really succeeded. We can receive Central State signal. We can receive Central State's voice. This group of old men were excited like they had been injected with chicken blood. Meng Yingying and Nangongyin happily hugged each other. Even the calm Meng Qingguo revealed a smile from the bottom of her heart. It really wasn't easy. It had been more than half a year since the establishment of Miracle Commerce. Although countless milestone inventions had been made, a truly historic step had been taken at this moment. This signified that Miracle Commerce had successfully built the continent's first information network. Central State City and Imperial City were separated by tens of thousands of miles, but people could directly receive it through the radio station. The sound from Central State could pass through the distant space and be steadily received by Imperial City. This set of intercontinental radio stations had already realized the most primitive form of the continent's informatization. The ancient and closed communication method of the continent for millions of years would be completely broken at this moment. The entire world would usher in an informational revolution because of Miracle Commerce. Meng Qingguo asked, "Should we announce it immediately?" "Nonsense. How can we not announce such a good thing?" Chu Tian hammered the table and said, Quick! Activate the local radio station and all the channels. We have to spread the good news. All right. Miracle Commerce will open up a free interstate broadcasting service for customers, allowing everyone in Imperial City to hear the voice from Central State. Of course, it will also allow the people of Central State to hear the voice from Imperial City. Chu Tian did not have any thoughts of hiding it. After Miracle Commerce announced their latest achievement, it was no surprise that the entire Imperial City was filled with excitement. Miracle Commerce's radios and magnetic sound machines had a large increase in sales, running out of stock in a single day. The Southern Summer King was immediately alerted. The significance of this radio station was very significant in consolidating the king's rule. The Southern Summer King had come to Miracle Commerce to prepare a cooperation with Miracle Commerce, creating an official kingdom radio station that would represent the king's voice. When he arrived at Miracle Commerce, he heard another shocking piece of news. Miracle Commerce had developed a communication device that could communicate in real time. Miracle Commerce had been researching communication technology for a long time. This was not a secret in Miracle Commerce, especially in the Yun sect, but this was the first time outsiders had heard of it. At this moment, the Southern Summer Country finally recognized Miracle Commerce's skills. The appearance of the communication device had a greater significance and wider prospects. If they could grasp this invention, Miracle Commerce would instantly become a top company on the continent. Scholar Chu. Ah, Scholar Chu, you truly are a person skilled in creating miracles. The Southern Summer King was looking at Chu Tian like he was looking at a piece of fat meat. If he could obtain even 1% of Chu Tian's intelligence, the Southern Summer royal family would be stable for 1,000 years. This kind of super talent was born in Southern Xia. It made the Southern Summer King very excited, but it also gave the Southern Summer King a headache. In this era, strength was everything. The Southern Summer King could sit on the throne because of the Dongfang family's strength. It was all because of the Dongfang family's strength. If there was a power that quickly rose in the country and could even threaten the Dongfang family, what would the Southern Summer King do? Kill him? Now was not the time. Indulge him? He was afraid he would not be able to control it at that time. The Southern Summer King had always been afraid of Chu Tian, mainly because he was too outstanding. Chu Tian did not have any interest in the throne, but the Southern Summer King had a knot in his heart. No king wished for their country to have a power that could surpass them at any time. Even if this person did not have such thoughts, could they guarantee that the people by his side and his descendants would not have such thoughts? It was not important what would happen in the future. The Southern Summer King was anxious to see the current results. He personally came to Miracle Commerce to witness a miracle. Miracle Commerce chose the small square of the headquarters for the experiment. Several hundred Miracle Commerce employees, researchers, as well as the Southern Summer King, the Burning Sun ruler, and the Refined ruler were all watching. Miracle Commerce used image transfer mirrors to broadcast this scene to various places in Imperial City. Let's begin. Chu Tian personally walked in front of the communication device and gave a number to it. There was a series of notifications coming from the communication device, and the hearts of everyone present jumped up and down. Would it succeed? Could they really communicate in real time? This was a distance of tens of thousands of miles. There was the vast Four States lake in between, as well as several thousand miles of mountains. No one had time to think before the notifications from the communication device disappeared. A faint noise came through the speakers, and then an old voice sounded, "Hello? This is the Central State Yun sect. This old man is Yun Tinha. May I ask who you are?" Chu Tian gave a laugh. "Old Yun, it's been a long time since we last talked." "Chairman, why is it you? Did Imperial City finish building the communication device this quickly?" Chu Tian chatted with Yin Tianhe. The entire process was very smooth and there was no noise at all. This scene once again shocked everyone. Everyone stood up and applauded. The Southern Summer King stood up and excitedly shouted, "Good! This is too good. This invention has a large significance to Southern Xia. Scholar Chu is truly a scholar of the country. Someone give Scholar Chu 1,000,000 gold coins and promote him to a great scholar. A small country like the Southern Summer Country only had one great scholar title. But who cared about these details right now? With Chu Tian's contributions and inventions, not to mention a great scholar title, even a country scholar or a great country scholar would not be enough. From now on, Southern Xia had two great scholars. One was the 100-year-old Gu Qianqiu. The other was the less than 20-year-old Chu Tian. When the kingdom announced this news, everyone was shocked, but no one accused the Southern Summer King of breaking the rules. Chu Tian did not have Gu Qianqiu's fame and prestige, but everything he had done since he established miracle commerce was enough for him to receive the title of Great Scholar. When Chu Tian was in the limelight, there were some people quietly hiding in a dark corner watching everything. That night, a special guest came to the departing flame Marquis Palace. Ever since the departing flame Marquis' son, Nangong Jian, had been heavily injured, the departing flame Marquis had not left the palace at all. No one knew what he had been doing recently. The Burning Sun ruler and the Southern Summer King had tried to pacify him several times, but it had no effect. It seemed like he still could not get rid of his hatred. The Southern Summer King and the Burning Sun ruler could do nothing about this. At this time, in the departing flame Marquis room, there were several dim candles lit. He was dressed in red Taoist robes and was sitting on a praying mat. There was a screen in front of him which made his figure look hazy. When his hoarse voice came out, it added a sense of depth and eeriness. For the heroic martial Marquis to visit so late at night, I wonder what your intentions are. This guest was Wang Tianlong. It was unknown if the departing flame Marquis was intentional or not, but when he heard the name Heroic Martial Marquis, Wang Tianlong's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. This was a glorious title, but it had become a shame that he wanted to wash away. Wang Tianlong did not explode. The departing flame Marquis knows my intentions, so why ask when you already know? The departing flame Marquis was silent for a full 5 seconds before saying, "For the great scholar Chu Tian?" Wang Tianlong softly said, "Yes, but not completely." The departing flame Marquis gave a cold laugh. "Why is the heroic martial Marquis hiding it? If you cooperate with me, there is nothing to worry about with Chu Tian. You can leave." The departing flame Marquis immediately lost interest. The ruler has ordered that the Nangong family is not allowed to move against Chu Tian. This Marquis cannot go against the ruler's orders. Wang Tianlong said with a cold smile, "I don't believe that the departing flame Marquis can swallow this. Think about your son. He is already crippled. He can forget about inheriting the title in this life. The departing flame Marquis title will be broken. As for the ruler? The departing flame Marquis shouldn't be counting on this. The Burning Sun ruler is old and not dead, and you are still far from breaking into the true spirit realm. In 10-20 years, Nangong Yin will surpass you, and it is unknown who has the final say in the Nangong family." "Who?" A burst of killing intent erupted. The dim oil lamp began to flicker. The departing flame Marquis' voice became hoarse. "Before this Marquis makes a move, I'll say it again. Please leave." Wang Tianlong was not afraid of this killing intent. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. If the departing flame Marquis does not grasp it, you will regret it. The departing flame Marquis killing intent became even thicker. Does the heroic martial Marquis not understand human speech, or do you want this Marquis to send you on your way? All right, I'll leave. But before I leave, I want to tell you something interesting. This is something I heard on the Warhound's Plains, and I think many people will be interested in it. What do you want to say? Wang Tianlong calmly said in a relaxed voice, 10 years ago, there was a Marquis that shook the Warhound's Plains. His light was limitless, and he was undefeatable, making people revere him. One day, he was sent to the wrong place by the wrong information, and his whereabouts were discovered by the enemy. After a bloody battle that lasted for a day and night, he was completely annihilated. The candlelight around them began to shake even more, and the atmosphere in the room became even heavier. Wang Tianlong continued to say with a smile, "The one who gave the wrong information was the same person, the Southern Summer Marquis blood-related little brother. Because of his jealousy, he killed his big brother, causing the Nangong family to lose an outstanding successor. Do you think anyone will believe this? What if the secret letter about him colluding with the Warhounds tribe is in my hands?" The candlelight floated up and condensed into a small sword, instantly piercing through a barrier. Wang Tianlong stood in the same place without moving. His essence energy transformed into a flood dragon that broke out of his body and swallowed the small flame sword. The entire room fell into darkness. "What are you panicking for?" Wang Tianlong's voice suddenly turned cold. "You want to kill me to silence me? This might be a good method, but the difference in strength between us is not that big. If I can't escape, then the departing Flame Marquis should think about how to face the Burning Sun ruler and the Southern Summer King." The darkness fell silent for a long time. The departing Flame Marquis' deep and low voice rang out. "Tell me, how do you want to deal with Chu Tian?" Wang Tianlong smiled. "I've already said that this is not just to deal with Chu Tian. Let us have a good chat now." Pum! Countless sparks appeared in the darkness, and each spark accurately landed on the candlesticks, illuminating this place. Chapter 315. Meng Qinggu walked in front of Chu Tian, who was drinking tea. She held an image transferring mirror in her hands, as she reported. "Central State has sent a video of their latest research. Do you want to take a look?" "Is that so?" Chu Tian took a sip of tea. "Just play it for me to take a look." Meng Qinggu opened the image transferring mirror, and the scene shown in the mirror was from the Central State City testing field. He saw several Yun sect scholars hitting a crystal ball the size of a head onto a catapult, and the crystal ball was covered in runes and runes. This crystal ball attracted Chu Tian's attention because there was a glowing viscous liquid inside the crystal ball, which was clearly refined crude oil. Yun Tianhe gave a signal to start. The Yun sect scholars activated the crystal ball's source energy array, and the crystal ball lit up. The originally stable crude oil began to boil, releasing large amounts of light and heat. The catapult quickly activated, and the crystal ball was thrown out. The crystal ball landed 100 meters away and released a terrifying energy. These scholars were all affected, and even the catapult used to throw the crystal ball was destroyed. The recording stopped here. Meng Qinggu closed the hidden image mirror. The Yun sect has not been idle these past few months. Now that they have developed a high-efficiency bomb using source energy batteries, if it can be used in the production of source energy weapons in the future, I think it will be very promising. Chu Tian curled his lips in disdain. What kind of invention is this? It's nothing more than a high-efficiency catalyst that can make the inert crystal oil become active again, using the instability of the crystal oil to create an explosion. The flaws of this bomb were very clear. First, the power and direction of the bomb's explosion could not be controlled. When the crystal ball exploded, the unstable crude oil would splash everywhere and explode, unable to form a fixed explosion area. Secondly, if the bomb could not be thrown out in time, or if it was thrown out, it would cause a large amount of damage to one side. Chu Tian said to Meng Qinggu, "I'll write a proposal, and you can help me send it to Central State." When Miracle Commerce established the information transmission channel, this work became much smoother. The two Yun sect research facilities could exchange knowledge and quickly share research results, saving a lot of manpower and resources. When Meng Qinggu took Chu Tian's suggestions and prepared to leave, she suddenly thought of something. That's right, the first episode of the Southern Summer King's Great Summer Beacon has already been completed, and we are preparing to release it in theaters. This time, the number of theaters in Imperial City has increased to 6, and Central State City has also begun to deploy. It is estimated that Miracle Commerce will increase to over 10 theaters this month. Then let's directly broadcast it. I think the Southern Summer King has been waiting for this for a long time. Mang Chingu nodded and was about to do it. Mang Ying rushed into the room. Do you know? There's great news. Mang Chingu was surprised by her little sister's reaction. What news can make you this happy? Mang Ying first ran in and drank the cup in Chu Tian's hand before excitedly saying, There's good news coming from Tsang State. Mang Chingu and Chu Tian were both shocked. What kind of situation was this? The calm martial ruler had been away for less than a week. There was good news coming this quickly? The Warhound's army was eating shit. Mang Ying explained. This news came from the royal palace, so it shouldn't be wrong. The calm martial ruler is too strong, actually teaching the Warhound's cavalry a fierce lesson as soon as he arrived in Tsang State. Chu Tian felt like he needed to understand more, so he prepared to find Gu Qianqiu to ask. Gu Qianqiu was a Southern Xia teacher, so he would definitely be more informed about the royal palace than them. Who would have thought that before Gu Qianqiu arrived, the Southern Summer King would send a messenger? The royal messenger brought a confident message to Miracle Commerce. Not only was it clearer than Mang Ying's, it even described the entire process in detail. When the calm martial ruler led his cavalry to Tsang State, the Warhound's cavalry had already begun their attack. They had captured 3 cities, and their morale was high. Tsang State was in a panic, and the situation at that time could be considered very dangerous. In the end, the calm martial ruler saw through the weakness of the Warhound's cavalry with a single glance. The Warhounds were not disciplined, so every time they captured a city, they would immediately kill and pillage, so a portion of their army was lagging behind. When they captured 3 cities, the army was already scattered, with the front and back being 100 miles apart. The calm martial ruler's storm cavalry was split into 3 groups. The first group of 50,000 cavalry acted as a reinforcement and attacked the main Warhound's cavalry. The 50,000 cavalry could not touch the other side, so they fell into a disadvantage and ran away in defeat. When the Warhound's cavalry saw this many Southern summer elites, how could they let them go? In their eagerness to obtain merits, the 200,000 soldiers immediately chased after them. The other 200,000 cavalry did not arrive in time, and the Warhound's army was pulled apart, creating a situation where the front and back armies were separated. At this time, the calm martial ruler's second group of 100,000 cavalry split the front and back armies. The third group of 50,000 went behind the Warhounds and launched a sneak attack while the Warhounds' cavalry were advancing, cutting off their supplies in one fell swoop. Like this, a trivial 200,000 storm cavalry held back 400,000 Warhounds' cavalry. The 3 layers of separation caused chaos in the front and back armies and supplies of the Warhounds' cavalry, making it hard for them to determine how many people Southern Xia had sent, and they did not know which way to break through. While the calm martial ruler was making arrangements, he also ordered Tsang State's Tsang Yin Marquis to lead 200,000 Tsang State cavalry to the battlefield. They worked together with the Imperial City Cavalry to attack the Warhounds' army in front of them. In this battle, they killed 80,000 of them, and the rest of the cavalry were scattered, clearly unable to form an effective battle strength. The calm martial ruler was truly a veteran of the battlefield. The situation on the battlefield could change in an instant. To be able to accurately grasp opportunities, swiftly execute tactics, and control the troops, other than the calm martial ruler, there was no other general in Southern Xia that could do this. Now the Southern Summer Cavalry and Warhounds' cavalry were fighting in Tsang State. Although there were still over 300,000 Warhounds' cavalry, they were being controlled from the front and back, unable to advance or retreat, so Southern Xia had the advantage. Although the Warhounds' cavalry were strong, they were too weak when it came to strategy, so they were just a motley crew. The Southern Summer King sent the royal envoy with a request. That was to have Miracle Commerce use the radio to spread the news throughout the country. This kind of victory was a good thing, so Chu Tian would not reject it, immediately announcing it to the entire country. This large victory was already set in stone, and the confidence of the southern Xia citizens increased. The Southern Summer King used this chance to announce the news of the northern expedition, which boosted the morale of countless southern Xia citizens. At this time, Miracle Commerce did not miss this chance and released the Great Summer Beacon, made by the Southern Summer King. This was a movie about patriotism. It was filled with hot blood, dedication, and sacrifice. As expected, when the Great Xia Beacon was broadcasted, it immediately caused a sensation in the capital. The movie sponsors, such as the Flaming Rose Merchant Guild, saw their equipment sales skyrocket, and many mercenary groups began to order weapons from them in batches. The patriotism of the southern Xia citizens soared, and countless youths prepared to join the army, expanding their territory for southern Xia. This was the result the Southern Summer King wanted to see. Now that southern Xia's morale had reached its peak, as long as the calm martial ruler returned in triumph, southern Xia would be able to lead the army north and embark on a road that had been dreamed of for several generations. In a few days, another piece of good news came from Tsang State. The calm martial ruler won 3 battles, annihilating a total of over 100,000 enemies and only losing 20,000 people. The Southern Summer Cavalry had a strict defensive and defensive formation. The Warhound's cavalry had already been split up by the calm martial ruler's high-level tactics, so they could no longer gather their battle strength. If this trend continued and there were no more changes, in around 10 days, the calm martial ruler would be able to finish the battle. It was estimated that he would be able to annihilate at least 3/4 of the enemy's army. With these continuous reports, the one who was the happiest was naturally the Southern Summer King. That night, the Southern Summer King summoned Chu Tian and asked Chu Tian, "The calm martial ruler's victory has been decided, and this king is preparing to launch a northern expedition. I wonder what you think about this." "Strange. I don't know how to lead an army. Why are you asking me?" Chu Tian cupped his hands and said, "This little one does not know how to lead an army, but with the 3 rulers' help, this northern expedition will have a great chance. There are already several thousand source energy weapons in reserve, so I think they can be used to equip our soldiers. The Southern Summer Army's battle strength will increase by another level." The Southern Summer King said with a serious expression, "The source energy weapons are Southern Xia's secret. Even the Burning Sun ruler and the Refined ruler do not know much about them. So, regarding the matter of the Imperial City Weapon Factory, you must keep it a secret. Don't reveal the trump card of Southern Xia too early." "Understood. There is a matter that this king needs Miracle Commerce's help with." Chu Tian knew that the Southern Summer King would not see him for no reason. "Dare I ask what it is?" "Since Southern Xia is going on an expedition, information is very important. I want to build a communication system at the frontline fortress before the calm martial ruler returns. This way, Imperial City can exchange information with the other fortresses, greatly increasing the mobility and vitality of the Southern Summer Army." The Southern Summer King said this, "So I want to ask Miracle Commerce to make a trip." "Of course. This king will not miss out on the reward." Chu Tian understood the Southern Summer King's meaning. The Southern Summer King wanted Miracle Commerce to arrange communication equipment at the frontline fortress. This way, the commander of the fortress could send information back to Imperial City, and Imperial City could give orders or send reinforcements according to the situation. This changed the traditional method of communication and greatly increased the efficiency of the army. Opportunities were fleeting. If Imperial City could control information during a battle, it would have a decisive effect on the outcome of the battle. Could Chu Tian reject this request? The Southern Summer Country's battle with the Warhounds was related to the fate of the country. If the Southern Summer Country was defeated, the Warhounds would return. With the nest overturned, how could there be an intact egg? Chu Tian had to agree, even if he didn't want to. The Southern Summer King was very happy, All right, this king will be patrolling the border to raise the morale of the Southern Summer Army and prepare for the Northern expedition. I'll personally escort you this time. The Southern Summer King would personally escort him? This was truly a large honor. Since the Southern Summer King gave Chu Tian face this time, Chu Tian did not raise any excessive conditions and agreed on the spot. Chapter 3:16. This kind of simple task did not require Chu Tian to personally go. Sending Yin Yao and Feng Kai Dai was enough. However, the Southern Summer King wanted to be safe, so he wanted Chu Tian to personally go. This was because the frontline communication station was related to the war, so there could not be a single mistake. After Meng Qingguo learned of the situation, she said to Chu Tian, normal companies are not allowed to approach the frontline fortress. This is a rare chance, so I'll go with you. Chu Tian was a bit surprised. The young miss is also going? Meng Qingguo said, the frontline fortress is a large market, especially after the war. Food, military supplies, tools, and etc. There is a large demand from all sides. Miracle Commerce going ahead to prepare will help Miracle Commerce expand a step further and will also prepare for the war, creating a solid foundation for the war. After all, the war in southern Xia will have a large impact on us, so if we can contribute our strength, we will not hesitate. Saying this was reasonable. Then he would bring the young miss with him. Chu Tian would be responsible for supervising the construction of the communication station, while the young miss would be responsible for inspecting the frontline market and discussing cooperation with the fortress army. There was no conflict in doing these two things together. But once Chu Tian and Meng Qingguo left, the two leaders of Miracle Commerce would not be here. Chu Tian was going with the king to inspect the front line, and the imperial tutor Gu Qianqiu would also be going. With the calm martial ruler out, wouldn't Miracle Commerce be isolated in Imperial City? Because he was afraid someone would stab them in the back, he did not bring Qin Bingyu or the 18 Yin corpses to protect him. He was going with the king this time, with the great scholar accompanying him, and with the little fox as his bodyguard. Even if there was a sudden situation, Chu Tian would be able to deal with it. Southern Xia's front line, there were a total of 5 fortresses, and each one was heavily guarded, so their safety could be guaranteed. The Southern Summer King had a request for Chu Tian, and Chu Tian would play an important role in the future. Although the Southern Summer King was narrow-minded, he would not make a move against Chu Tian. The next morning, the royal carriage moved, with 3 9th awakened soul layer golden lions pulling it and 200 griffin knights protecting it. General Wang Tianlong was riding an earth dragon to lead the way, while Gu Qianqiu, Chu Tian, and the others followed behind, slowly heading north. This lineup was very shocking, and the possibility of being assassinated was close to zero. Actually, no one dared to assassinate the Southern Summer King. Those who could sit in high positions in this era, even if they weren't the strongest in the group, they wouldn't be too weak. The Southern Summer King was a bit weaker than the calm martial ruler, but he was still a true spirit realm expert. He was not someone an ordinary person could resist, who in southern Xia had the ability to assassinate the Southern Summer King. But the Southern Summer King bringing Wang Tianlong with him was a bit out of Chu Tian's expectations. Although Chu Tian did not like this fellow, the Southern Summer King bringing him out of Imperial City was good for Miracle Commerce. At least he didn't need to worry that Miracle Commerce would be plotted against by the Wang family while he was gone. The prairie was 1,000 miles wide, and there were no humans, only the occasional scout post. They did not meet any obstructions along the way, and finally a black outline appeared on the horizon. They had finally arrived. This was the northern border of southern Xia. Everyone could see the largest fortress of the 5 front lines in the distance. It was called the Iron Fortress, and was commonly known as the Iron City. There were around 500,000 southern summer soldiers stationed here, and this was the pillar of southern Xia's resistance against the Warhound Plains. This Iron City seemed to have descended from the sky, but it also seemed to have jumped out of the ground, standing abruptly on the flat grassland. No matter which southern Xia person it was, When they saw the Iron City for the first time, they would be shocked by its grandeur. The Iron City was not just a fortress in the wilderness. When the two walls of the Iron City converged, they suddenly shrank into one, finally extending over 100 kilometers in both directions. These walls were 50 meters tall and were made of solid rock. There was also a layer of iron armor on the surface that sparkled under the sunlight. It was like a barrier that covered the sky, making people feel intimidated. It was like a giant black monster spreading its arms to the left and right, wanting to embrace the entire prairie. How could this mountain-swallowing aura not make people fall over? This was the famous Southern Summer City Wall. The entire city wall was over 1,000 kilometers long, connecting the 5 frontline fortresses together. Each of the 5 fortresses was garrisoned with the departing Flame Corps and the Battle Dragon Army among them. The 5 frontline fortresses and the city wall formed a strong defense system, protecting the imperial region from the war hounds' tribe again and again. This great northern barrier was built by the first-generation Southern Summer King, using close to 1 million people. It was only completed by the third-generation Southern Summer King, consuming a large amount of manpower and resources, causing Southern Xia to be in a state of poverty for a long time. However, it was enough to prove that this was a very effective defensive project. Meng Qingguo was a bit stunned seeing this. This is too spectacular. This is the miracle created by Southern Xia. Southern Xia's northern Great Wall had been passed down by traveling poets, and Meng Qingguo had heard of this miracle many times. Now that she could personally see it, her life in Southern Xia was not in vain. The Griffin Knights brought Wang Shuxian into the fortress. When the king arrived in front of the fortress gates, a deep and powerful voice rang out, "Open the gates!" Hong, dong, 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 dong. Dozens of thick black iron chains were pulled, and a huge metal drawbridge was slowly lowered, filling a deep and wide defensive trench. Then a seamless iron door opened, and a few hundred cavalrymen rushed out. Each of them was wearing black armor, and each of them held a 3-meter-long lance. They quickly divided into 2 rows and surrounded the king's entourage. An old black armored general with a white beard was leading several neat rows of soldiers, coming out of the fortress to welcome them. "Old soldier, Dongfeng Zhan greets your majesty!" The black armored general, the cavalry, the infantry, and even the archers on the walls. Each person had the Dongfeng family's insignia on their armor. It was clear that these were the Dongfeng family soldiers. For this old general to be sent to guard the most important fortress of Southern Xia, he must have a very high status in the Dongfeng family. This old general called himself an old soldier, and his humble attitude made people look at him in a new light. Meng Qingguo was filled with respect. "This is old Marshal Dongfeng Zhan." Chu Tian had never heard of this name before. "Is he very famous?" Meng Qingguo said, "The frontline Marshal Dongfeng Zhan has been on the front lines for 50 years. Shin Fengho and the Golden Arrow Marquis have all listened to the old marshal's orders. Dongfeng Zhan is also a peak 9th awakened soul layer expert, his military merits far surpassing any marquis. Then why hasn't he been granted the title of marquis? This is the most respectable aspect of the old marshal." Meng Qingguo said with a look of admiration, "The old marshal thinks that the Dongfeng family already has enough honor, having the Southern Summer King and the Southern Summer First Ruler. The family's position is incomparably stable, so why add another marquis? It would be better to give up the marquis title and motivate the Southern Summer men to fight in the front lines. He would also be able to fight on the front lines without any land." This was the truth. Dongfeng Zhan was the frontline marshal, only below the com-marshal ruler. His position was incomparably respected, but he had never had a day of nobility. He had never enjoyed a happy life, never married, and had no children. He had dedicated most of his life to the Southern Summer Country, guarding the Southern Summer border. He could be considered a model soldier. The com-marshal ruler had once evaluated Dongfeng Zhan, loyal and courageous to guard the southern summer country, wholeheartedly dedicated to the country, unparalleled in bravery and outstanding in strategy. With such a good general falling from the heavens, why worry about the war hounds invading the border? This was the calm martial ruler's highest evaluation of a general. Dongfang Zhan was indeed worthy of this evaluation. Actually, Dongfang Zhan's seniority was higher than the calm martial ruler's. He was the calm martial ruler's and the southern summer king's uncle. Before he was bestowed the ruler title, the calm martial ruler had 10 years of experience on the front lines, learning tactics from Dongfang Zhan at that time. Dongfang Zhan was half a teacher to the calm martial ruler, but the student surpassed the master. After Dongfang Zhan was bestowed the title of calm martial ruler, his position in the army surpassed Dongfang Zhan's. Dongfang Zhan did not have any complaints about this and followed the calm martial ruler's orders, becoming the calm martial ruler's most capable assistant. "Old general, please stand up." The southern summer king personally helped Dongfang Zhan up and said with a face full of guilt, "General has guarded the frontline fortress for many years, possessing great merits, and no one can compare to you. You have such a high position, but there has never been a day of nobility. This king has been ashamed of general ever since I inherited the throne. So how could I receive the old general's greeting?" Dongfang Zhan's old face turned dark. The king is the king and the general is the general. How could this old soldier dare be rude? The southern summer king could not do anything about his uncle's stubborn temper, so he could only change the topic. He turned around and introduced the Battle Dragon Army's young commander Wang Tianlong and the great scholar Gu Qianqiu. The old general is already very familiar with them. Wang Tianlong and Gu Qianqiu cupped their hands. Dongfang Zhan also bowed to Gu Qianqiu when he saw him, but he did not say anything to Wang Tianlong. This strange scene did not escape Meng Qinggu and Chu Tian's eyes. This was a bit strange. Dongfang Zhan and Gu Qianqiu should have only met a few times, but Wang Tianlong was completely different. Wang Tianlong was the frontline army's vice commander and the Battle Dragon Army's young commander. After Dongfang Zhan abdicated, the one most likely to take over as the frontline army's commander was Wang Tianlong. Why did Dongfang Zhan ignore Wang Tianlong? Was there a conflict between the two of them? Dongfang Zhan's eyes fell onto Chu Tian's group and his two white brows tightly knit together. Who are these two? Forgive this old soldier for being rude, but the frontline fortress is not a place anyone can enter. Unrelated people cannot be allowed in. The old general's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. The southern summer king was inspecting the front lines in the name of inspecting, so there was nothing to say. The southern summer king would inspect the front lines every year. On one hand, it was to monitor the frontline defenses, and on the other hand, it was to reward the soldiers. It was to show that the kingdom had never forgotten them, raising the morale of the frontline soldiers. But did the southern summer king not know? The fortress was an important place. Unrelated people were not allowed in. The layout of the frontline fortress and the various fortifications were all secrets of the country. How could they be casually looked at by others? Now he had brought a group of people he did not recognize, especially the two people at the front. Chu Tian was simply too young, but what made Dongfang Zhan even more dissatisfied was that there was a woman in this group. It just so happened that this was a woman of outstanding beauty. The frontline fortress soldiers had hard days, and many of them had not returned home for many years. If this kind of beauty appeared in this kind of place, it would cause a disturbance, and it would lower their morale, even shaking their faith. This was something Dongfang Zhan could not tolerate. Chapter 3:17. Old General has misunderstood. The southern summer king laughed a few times. This king will introduce you. These two are Chu Tian and Meng Qinggu, the founders of Miracle Commerce. Speaking of Miracle Commerce, Old General should not be unfamiliar, right? Dongfang Zhan's white beard trembled. You are the founders of Miracle Commerce. Why did the old general's attitude change 180 degrees? It was truly strange. Could it be that the Miracle Commerce brand was even popular on the border? Chu Tian did not know he was this famous. Dongfang Zhan took a step back and then gave a deep bow to the two of them. This made Meng Qinggu feel flattered. Why would a famous general of southern Xia suddenly give such a bow? Our soldiers needed to carry large amounts of rations when they went to war. Not only was it very troublesome, they also ate dry rations for a long time. Even if they could fill their stomachs, it would be hard for them to replenish their energy, and their battle strength would decrease over time. Dongfang Zhan said this, and then said with a face of gratitude, "Now they only need to carry a few cans of food, and the soldiers can fight for several days." Miracle Commerce's canned food has appeared on the front lines, greatly increasing the army's battle strength. This is truly a good invention that benefits the country and the people. So it was like this. No wonder his attitude had changed this much. But gratitude is gratitude. Please forgive this old soldier for not being able to accommodate you. The old general's expression changed too quickly and became serious once again. Unrelated people are not allowed in. This is the military rule. The Southern Summer King was angry and happy. He did not call him general and directly shouted, "Old uncle, do you think this king is such a senseless person? Since I brought these two people from 1,000 miles away to the fortress. This king naturally has his reasons. I'll let the great scholar explain it to you." Dongfang Zhan was a bit stunned. Could there really be another reason? Although Dongfang Zhan had not seen Gu Qianqiu many times, he was filled with admiration for the great scholar. He knew that the great scholar was a pillar of the country and had made an indelible contribution to the rise of southern Xia. Gu Qianqiu had no choice, who told him to meet a stubborn old general. So he could only patiently explain, the general must have heard of the calm martial ruler's trip to Tsang State. "Of course I have heard of it. The calm martial ruler is very experienced in using troops. How could the war-hound scoundrels resist him? In less than 10 days, the calm martial ruler will return victoriously. My king thinks so too." When Gu Qianqiu said this, he suddenly changed the topic. "The day the calm martial ruler returns in triumph, that will be the day your majesty leads the northern expedition against the war-hounds." "What? Northern war-hounds?" Dongfang Zhan seemed to have been injected with 10 doses of chicken blood. His originally dark and rough old face suddenly turned purple. Really? Could it be that the time was ripe? Although the war-hounds' planes have internal strife, once there's enough external pressure, they will unite. Isn't it a bit too early to go on a northern expedition? The Southern Summer King gave a slight nod. With the current military strength of the country, it is indeed too early to attack the war-hounds. But a variable has appeared in southern Xia, and that is Miracle Commerce. Dongfang Zhan's heart surged with emotions. If the Southern Summer King had said he would attack the prairies 30 years ago, Dongfang Zhan would have stopped him because the country's strength was not enough to shake the prairies. Today, Southern Xia was becoming stronger, and the calm martial ruler had been planning the northern expedition. This generation's Southern Summer King's counterattack against the war-hounds was already a foregone conclusion. Only the exact time was unknown. It could be 10 years later, or it could be 20 years later. This was Southern Xia's most experienced general. His potential had already reached its limit, and he was slowly getting old. The greatest regret in his life was that he had been defending the war-hounds' plains for 50 years, but he had never led an army to attack. There really wasn't much time left. Dongfang Zhan's greatest wish was to lead the army to the north. For an old southern summer general, there was no better ending than dying in the war-hounds' plains. Now that such a good chance had appeared, how could Dongfang Zhan not be pleasantly surprised? Although every drop of blood in his body was filled with the desire to fight, this old general had experienced many things, and fame had never been his goal. Perhaps he was not as strong as the calm martial ruler and did not have the calm martial ruler's military skills. but he had fought the Warhound's plains for 50 years, so he understood this mysterious prairie better than anyone else in southern Xia. The Warhound's plains had always been shrouded in a layer of fog, so no one could clearly see his strength. Southern Xia had indeed become stronger, but it was still a small country. The Great Summer Country had been destroyed in the past. Was southern Xia really prepared to counterattack? Gu Qianqiu was an experienced old man. When he saw Dongfang Zhan remain silent, he could guess the conflict in his heart. With a faint smile, he said, "Regarding miracle commerce, there are too many secrets, so there are some things that cannot be leaked right now. I think, when the time is right, my king will naturally tell you. I'll simply tell you the goal of our trip." This secret was naturally the source energy weapons. This was the greatest confidence that southern Xia had in starting the war early, but because it was an ultimate trump card, it could not be revealed right now. Without the Southern Summer King's permission, he could not say it. Gu Qianqiu cleared his throat and introduced it. Miracle Commerce has brought a new kind of technology to the front lines, a technology that can transmit information in real time. When Gu Qianqiu finished, Dongfang Zhan was completely stunned. Really? There's really such a magical technology in this world. If Miracle Commerce could really realize it, this technology would be a great help to the front lines. Not only would it greatly reduce the chances of losing a battle, it would also allow more soldiers to survive on the battlefield. Dongfang Zhan was very clear that this world did not have any so-called military strategy. Military strategy was to use the difference in time, information, and guessing the enemy's movements. This was a kind of art of war. If a rapid exchange of battlefield information could be established, every reconnaissance station and every wandering scout could report the intelligence to the frontline fortress at any time, and the frontline fortress could transmit the intelligence to the capital instantly. Then a super-fast response information network would be established. This way, the chances of mistakes would be reduced to the lowest. Even the most incompetent general could control the situation. Miracle Commerce had brought canned food to the frontline soldiers, and now it had brought precious communication equipment. It was unknown how many lives these two things had saved. To Dongfang Zhan, who loved his soldiers like his own children, Chu Tian could only be described as great. Chu Tian said with a smile, "Old General, can we go in now? You have to know that if we are a second late, we will be a second late in completing the equipment." Dongfang Zhan was already filled with admiration towards Chu Tian. "Forgive this old soldier for offending you. Please come in. Please come in." The Iron City was not too big, and it was very closed, only having 2 gates in front and back. On the left and right sides of the Iron City were battle paths. Because the city walls were 2 layers, there was a long path between the 2 layers. These paths allowed cavalry to pass through, allowing the 5 forts to connect together. The army quickly moved through the battle paths, fighting against the Warhound's cavalry attacking from different directions. The 5 great forts, the 1,000-mile Great Wall, 600,000 elite soldiers, forming a single fighting unit. Southern Xia had used several decades to complete this large project. It was truly using the power of the entire country. Chu Tian did not look around when he arrived at the Iron City, immediately arranging for Gu Qianqiu and the others to prepare. They began to build the magnetic sound tower, magnetic image tower, and ultra-wave transmission tower, these 3 pieces. Chu Tian also planned to build a special broadcasting station and loudspeaker, so they did not need to use the primitive method of the fire beacon. Dongfang Zhan could create a special communication unit that could send out detailed orders to the troops in different areas. They could even send out orders to the sentry posts and patrols. The troops that went out only needed a portable magnetic sound device, which was enough to receive the information from the base. After Dongfang Zhan learned of this series of wondrous uses, his beard almost fell off from his trembling. He immediately patted his chest and promised that if there was anything he could ask this old soldier, he would do his best to help him. Other than that, Dongfang Zhan gave Chu Tian a token. With this token in hand, no matter what Chu Tian did, no one would dare stop him. Night gradually fell. Miracle commerce began to work. The Southern Summer King climbed up a watchtower by himself, looking into the north with a pair of bright eyes. The sky was filled with stars, and the earth was dark, just like an endless ocean. Wild winds howled, as if it had not stopped for tens of thousands of years, singing the legends of this place. The Southern Summer King was filled with ambition. He admitted that he was not an outstanding king, but this did not stop him from becoming a great king. Whether it was the first generation Southern Summer King with great talent or the previous kings with great military and political achievements, there had never been a person like him who was able to embrace this land. The dreams of countless generations of ancestors would be realized in this king's hands. Even if this king was mediocre and incompetent, he would still be remembered by history. The Southern Summer King became more and more excited. If he could single-handedly turn Southern Xia back into the great summer country, how great of an achievement would that be? Dongfang Hao's name would be sung by countless future generations. At least in this corner of the continent, he would become a legend of a generation. A gentle cough was heard at this time. The Southern Summer King's fantasy had been interrupted, so his heart was a bit dissatisfied. When he turned around to see the other side, this dissatisfaction disappeared, and he said with a smile, "Old uncle, why are you looking for this king this late at night?" Dongfang Zhan's tall and old body slowly walked over. "This old soldier wants to give my king a piece of advice." The Southern Summer King was a bit stunned. "What matter is there that you have to say it in private?" Dongfang Zhan was silent for a few seconds. "I'm afraid Wang Tianlong cannot be used." Ah, the Southern Summer King was very surprised. General Wang has many merits, and the calm martial ruler has praised him. This king has already given him the title of heroic martial marquis. So why can't old uncle use him? Dongfang Zhan gave a sigh. The calm martial ruler is skilled in war, but not in human affairs. Moreover, the calm martial ruler is the commander-in-chief, so he does not have much contact with a young general like Wang Tianlong. This old soldier is different. Although my eyes are blurred after 10 years, it is enough for me to see a person clearly. The Southern Summer King knit his brows. Wang Tianlong is the most talented general of the younger generation. He has a calm personality, is humble, and does not ask for credit. Could it be that he is not a good general? Dongfang Zhan said, "Not greedy for small benefits, he is either like this old soldier, not interested in these things, or he has a bigger ambition." This old soldier thinks Wang Tianlong belongs to the latter. Letting this kind of person with a deep heart be the frontline marshal, I'm afraid. The Southern Summer King waved his hand to cut him off. "Old uncle, do you have any proof?" "There is no proof." Then, after old uncle, who can be the frontline marshal? This is what I am worried about the most. There's no one in the younger generation of Southern Xia that can be the frontline marshal. But it is different now. With Chu Tian and Miracle Commerce's technical support, the frontline marshal does not need to be that talented. The Southern Summer King was already a bit dissatisfied. What kind of words was this? Could it be they were looking for a mediocre person to take over the wall army? This old general couldn't have gone senile with age, right? Dongfang Zhan could feel the Southern Summer King's dissatisfaction and immediately emphasized, "This old soldier is not a jealous person. If Wang Tianlong is really useful, this old soldier can immediately give up his position. Only this person." The Southern Summer King laughed. All right, old uncle is thinking too much. General Wang has a calm personality, does not ask for credit, and is not arrogant. Although there is a gap between old uncle and him, he is still a good general. Now, that Southern Xia needs people. How could this king not use them? As for the frontline marshal, old uncle is old and strong. Holding it for another 10 years is not a problem. So you don't need to worry too much. Dongfang Zhan wanted to say something, but he hesitated. The southern summer king cut him off. "This king is a bit tired, so old uncle should rest early. Tomorrow you will follow this king to inspect the fortress and reward the soldiers, raising morale. With the upcoming battle, we can talk about it later." After saying this, the southern summer king left. Chapter 318. In the next few days, the southern summer king began to patrol the border. The front-line fortress had a total of 600,000 soldiers, but there were only 100,000 cavalry. The soldiers stationed at the front-line fortress were all elites of southern Xia. The southern summer king's personal patrol immediately caused the soldiers to cheer. The southern summer king was very generous this time, wantonly spending money, wine, and meat. He rewarded the soldiers of the various armies, raising the morale of the army and preparing for the northern expedition. Chu Tian and Meng Qinggu were busy with their work. The magnetic sound tower, magnetic image tower, and ultra-wave signal transmission tower would take a week to complete. This place was not far from Imperial City, so once the 3 towers were completed, the signal would instantly cover the area. Everyone was busy, and the little fox was very bored, so it wandered around by itself. It quickly climbed to the top of the tallest watchtower in Iron City and sat on the steeple. It licked its fur, crossed its legs, and looked into the distance in boredom. The little fox felt that this place was too boring. There was nothing good to eat or fun to do, and it didn't know when its master would bring it back. It was a good thing it had stored enough food in its stomach. The little fox rubbed its belly and spat out a pill bottle that was filled with sacred pills. It lazily basked in the sun like this, as if it was eating jelly beans. It threw these hard to buy sacred pills into its mouth one by one, chewing and swallowing them, enjoying the small bourgeois life of a little fox. If this scene was seen by Chu Tian, he would definitely slap it. This was simply a waste of money. After the little fox finished the bottle of sacred pills, it was only half full, but didn't plan on eating anymore. Its master hadn't provided it with food in a long time, and although it had a lot of food, it had to eat sparingly to avoid starving in the future. The little fox thought of something and spat out a round object. It held it in its paws and looked at it carefully. At first glance, it looked like a top-quality white jade ball. It was very smooth and round, and it emitted bursts of mysterious energy. When the little fox turned the jade ball over, a pitch-black pupil suddenly appeared in front of it, as if it was staring at it. The instant it released a powerful pressure, a normal life form's mind would collapse. This was an eyeball, or more accurately, the eyeball of an ancient god. The little fox had risked its life in the Central State Trial Tower to swallow it. The energy that the little fox had obtained in the past few months was rarely used on its own growth. Most of it was used to refine it. This eyeball was originally several times the size of the little fox, but now it had shrunk to a third of the little fox's size. It was only 1 or 2 times the size of a human's eyeball. This damn eyeball had actually consumed this much energy. If it had used the energy on the little fox's growth, then it would have had the strength to instantly kill its master. I hope this thing works. The little fox held the eyeball high up and blew on it. The eyeball seemed to be controlled by an ancient demonic art as it instantly shot out, falling several dozen meters into the air. The little fox closed its eyes and let its divine sense connect to the eyeball. It saw the ancient god's originally scattered eyeball suddenly recover its vigor, and its pupils regain their focus. When the little fox's divine sense entered the eyeball and was released from the eyeball, it was like sound going through a megaphone, instantly being amplified by over 10,000 times. Instantly, the entire iron fortress appeared in the little fox's mind. This was the god's view, or three-dimensional view. In simpler terms, it was the divine sense's view, which was not something the naked eye could compare to. The entire iron fortress complex structure appeared in the little fox's mind. Every secret room, every warehouse, every soldier, every nook and cranny. Everything was clear in its mind. The secret weapons in the secret rooms, the delicious food in the warehouses, the positions of the soldiers and secret sentries, and the spider weaving its web in a corner. Everything was clearly seen by the little fox. The little fox revealed a grin. This I was very useful. With it, in the future, it wouldn't have to worry about not being able to find food. The little fox decided to test the divine eye's range again. So it aimed the eyeball towards the north. A divine sense was released, passing through several hundred miles and instantly landing on a certain spot in the prairie. The little fox found that the divine eye had a special characteristic. This eyeball was like a searchlight, being able to see several hundred miles away. The entire radius of its field of vision was illuminated. In other words, in this range, whether it was in front or behind, it was a blind spot. It could only change the area it illuminated to change the range of its field of vision. Other than that, the further it looked, the smaller the field of vision, and the more blurry it was. For example, looking at the prairie several hundred miles away, whether it was the field of vision or the clarity, it was not as clear as looking at the iron fortress. This was most likely related to the strength of one's divine sense. The little fox's divine sense was not strong enough right now. If it could increase its divine sense of strength, even if it was 10,000 miles away, the little fox would be able to clearly see it. Easy to use. Not bad. The little fox was very satisfied with the divine eye's effect. It moved its field of vision and looked at the prairie. The birds and beasts on the prairie were all carefully observed by the little fox, but they did not notice it at all. The little fox played for a while and felt a bit tired, most likely because it had used too much divine sense. When it was about to put away the divine eye, suddenly, the little fox stood up. What is this thing? In the little fox's field of vision, there was a large group of things that suddenly appeared. It was like a black tide, and the scale was very spectacular. There were giant rhinoceroses, giant elephants, and flags flying everywhere. Although the formation was very chaotic, the scale was very large. This is bad. The little fox put away its eye and turned into a cloud of gray mist. It moved like lightning several times and instantly appeared beside Chu Tian. It used its claws to pull at Chu Tian's clothes, and it excitedly described the scene it had just seen to him. Mang Qingguo was beside Chu Tian, and she rarely saw the little fox this anxious. What does it want to say? Chu Tian knit his brows and said in an uncertain voice, "It said that it has discovered a large army that is currently charging in this direction." The Warhound's army? It should be. Are you sure you didn't see wrong? Chu Tian carefully asked the little fox again, "How large is the enemy army?" The little fox forcefully nodded and used its claws to draw a circle in front of it, indicating that it was very, very large. Then it pointed to the south, indicating that they should quickly run. Mang Qingwu's nerves tensed up. "Chu Tian, what do you think?" This little fellow isn't very reliable normally, but it wouldn't lie at a critical moment. Chu Tian's face turned serious. "I'm afraid it's true." Mang Qingwu was shocked and nervous. This was completely unreasonable. The Warhounds had already gathered an army of 400,000 to attack Song State. This army of 400,000 was already a difficult army for the Warhounds tribes. How could they send another army into the Imperial region? It had to be known that the Imperial region's defenses were several times stronger than Song State's, so it was very hard for the Warhounds' army to pass through. Could it be that the Warhounds had already been unified? But even if several large tribes united, it would still be very hard to pass through this wall. If they attacked Song State with 400,000 soldiers, how many soldiers could they gather to attack the Imperial region? Moreover, since they were going to attack the Imperial region, why did they have to split their forces to attack Song State? Wouldn't it be better to attack one place together? Even if Chu Tian and Meng Qinggu did not understand military matters, they still had some basic knowledge. The 5 frontline fortresses had 600,000 soldiers, and they were all the elites of the southern summer country. The Warhounds would need to send at least double the number of elites to pose a threat here. The Warhounds were in a precarious situation, and the large tribes did not have any food. so it was impossible for them to gather an army of 1,000,000. No matter what, the Warhound surprise attack was a fact. He had to tell the Southern Summer King and Dongfang Zhan of this matter, letting the frontline fortresses prepare their defenses ahead of time. Chu Tian immediately went to find the Southern Summer King. What? The Southern Summer King had just finished inspecting the 5 fortresses and was drinking tea in Dongfang Zhan's command room. When he heard this news, he immediately smashed the teacup. The Warhounds dare attack the Imperial region. The Southern Summer King flew into a thunderous rage. All right, since they dare send themselves to death, then we'll let them taste the might of the Southern Summer Fortress garrison. Dongfang Zhan, immediately prepare for battle. Dongfang Zhan did not need to explain. Actually, Dongfang Zhan had already felt that something was strange. The sentry post had not reported the situation on the prairies to the fortress, which was something that should not have happened. Moreover, the scouts the calm martial ruler had planted in the prairies did not come back alive. All of these signs indicated that something was about to happen. When the bell rang in the Iron Fortress, all the soldiers in the fortress were mobilized. Tens of thousands of archers took up their shooting positions, and various crossbow carts were prepared. The frontline fortresses often had to deal with enemy attacks, so they had already formed a fast response system. Not to mention the little fox's unexpected discovery of the Warhound's army gave the fortress at least 2 hours of preparation time, which was enough for them to prepare their defenses. The battlefield is dangerous. For my king's safety, I ask my king to immediately be escorted back to Imperial City by the Griffin Knights. Now that the entire frontline army knows that this king has come, if this king is timid in front of the enemy, wouldn't it hurt the morale of the frontline soldiers? Do I still want this Southern Summer King's face? The Southern Summer King was not a weak person. This king will personally supervise the battle today and fight against the Warhounds with the frontline soldiers. Although Dongfang Zhan wanted to stop him, if the Southern Summer King left now, he would have the dignity of a king. The Southern Summer King was, after all, a true spirit expert. A single person could defeat 1,000 cavalry, so protecting himself was not a problem. Not to mention, he had the powerful Griffin Knights to protect him. Not to mention the fact that the enemy's attack was imminent. Retreating now was not safer than staying in the fortress. Forget it. The battle was more important. Dongfang Zhan immediately began to mobilize his troops. When the Iron Fortress had finished preparing for battle, waves of heaven-shaking war drums came from the horizon. It was like dark clouds mixed with muffled thunder, making people feel very oppressed. The Warhound's army was too big, covering the entire prairies with a single glance. There were at least 700,000 to 800,000 people in front and several dozen miles away. When he saw the size of the enemy, even Dongfang Zhan was shocked. There was a bad premonition that covered the entire frontline fortress. Song State had sent 400,000 and the Imperial region had sent 800,000. These two armies added up to 1,200,000. An army of 1,200,000 was enough to pose a large threat to the frontline fortress. So why did the Warhounds send 400,000 to attack Song State? There was only one reason. The Warhounds thought that 800,000 was more than enough to attack the Imperial region. That's right. It was not attacking the frontline fortress. It was attacking the Imperial region. The 600,000 soldiers in the frontline fortress could block double the enemy, and Imperial City had a quick response team, which was the Storm Cavalry. If there was an emergency on the front lines, the calm martial ruler could lead the Storm Cavalry to support them. The Warhounds' goal in attacking Song State was not to attack Song State City or to destroy the farms. They were just using the simplest method of luring the tiger away from the mountain. In the entire southern Xia, the commander the Warhounds feared the most was the calm martial ruler. Secondly, there was a total of 500,000 cavalry in the northern southern summer country, with 100,000 in the Great Wall Army, 200,000 in Song State, and 200,000 in Imperial City. These 500,000 soldiers reacted very quickly, so no matter where they were attacked, they could immediately send reinforcements. This was what the war hounds were worried about. After the war hounds attacked Song State, the calm martial ruler led the storm cavalry to Song State and surrounded the 400,000 war hounds cavalry with the Song State army's 200,000 cavalry. The war hounds used 400,000 cavalry to tie down the calm martial ruler and the 400,000 cavalry of Southern Xia. When the two quick response teams could not leave, and when Southern Xia's strongest general, the calm martial ruler, was sent away, the war hounds' goal had been achieved. When the 400,000 cavalry entered Song State, the frontline fortress would not be able to send reinforcements in time. The war hounds had at least 10 days of time, and they wanted to use these 10 days to break through the frontline fortress before flattening the entire imperial region. After Dongfang Zhan understood the war hounds' intentions, that deep sense of foreboding became even stronger. Dongfang Zhan had been fighting the war hounds for 50 years, and this kind of tactic should not appear on the simple-minded war hounds. This kind of abnormal behavior, how could people not be shocked? Chapter 319. What changes had happened to the war hounds' plains? The 10 war hounds tribes all had a population of 4-5 million, but they had been fighting each other all year round, so their elite soldiers had suffered heavy casualties. How could they form an army of 1 million people? Although the war hounds were all soldiers, if they wanted to attack Southern Xia, normal war hound soldiers could not be used. They could only select 1 out of 10 elites. Not to mention that a single tribe could not gather an army of 1 million people. Even if they could, would they start a war of this scale alone? The only possibility was the allied army. The 10 war hounds tribes had formed an alliance once again. The strange thing about this alliance was that it was completed in a single night. The war hounds tribes that were killing each other suddenly made peace and began to attack Southern Xia, catching Southern Xia off guard. Where did the war hounds get their confidence from? They were no longer the war hounds of the past. Did they really think an army of 700,000-800,000 could capture the frontline fortress? The Southern Summer frontline fortress had 600,000 soldiers. Whether it was equipment, weapons, army quality, commanding ability, or material reserves, they were all things the war hounds could not compare to. Not to mention the fact that they had a majestic steel wall and an impenetrable fortress. It was true that the warhound soldiers were strong, and the warhound soldiers did not fear death. But without double the number of elite soldiers, they could not fight this battle at all. Even if they had double the number, the warhounds might not be able to break through Southern Summer's barrier. Not to mention the 700,000-800,000 soldiers that looked like scattered sand. Of course, no matter what the warhounds were thinking or what hidden cards they had, it was no longer important. The facts were in front of them. This was a battle rarely seen in 100 years. The warhounds' plains might have changed without Southern Xia knowing, but Southern Xia was not the same as before. The frontline fortress was guarded by the most elite troops of Southern Xia, and with the battle strength of this army, they would be able to block the warhounds. Dongfang Zhan personally went up the watchtower to supervise the battle. "Prepare the army!" The soldiers of Southern Xia drew their bows, and every arrow was wrapped in a talisman. When the archers drew their bows, the talisman would be activated, and the arrows would be shot out at the same time. Ice, fire, lightning, all kinds of energies intertwined. This was going to be an unforgettable feast. The warhounds charged forward like a flood. When they were about to enter their firing range, the warhounds' army suddenly stopped moving forward and actually confronted the Southern Summer frontline fortress. What was going on? Meng Qinggu was very confused seeing this. The warhounds' army's momentum was terrifying, so why didn't they attack in one go? At this moment, they were only shouting and cursing from afar. There was no sign of them launching an attack. Chu Tian was carefully observing the warhounds' army. Most of them were cavalry, and the mounts they rode were all different. Large mounts included giant elephants and rhinoceroses, medium mounts included lions, tigers, war horses, and so on. There were also some people riding on wolves and lizards. In short, there were all kinds of strange things. Their equipment was also very simple and crude. Although they were large, they gave off a feeling of looseness. Only their numbers were too shocking. When the dense crowd of people covered the grassland, one couldn't see the front or the back, and one could only see colorful banners fluttering in the wind. All kinds of drums, trumpets, shouts, and roars practically resounded through the sky and became the main melody of this world. The most eye-catching targets of this army were several incomparably large monsters. There was one that looked like a gorilla, but it looked much more fierce. Its skin was like ash-white rock, with a large round head for thick limbs and a body that was close to 40 meters tall. Its head and chest were covered in several layers of armor, and its body was tied up by several dozen chains. On its back was a large bamboo basket filled with warhound soldiers. The warhounds did not have any siege weapons. How could they break through the 50-meter tall city walls? This incomparably large monster was the warhound's siege weapon. Normal arrows could not harm them at all, and even the heavy crossbow carts could only cause superficial wounds. They could throw several dozen tons of stone balls at the city, and they could throw the warhound's soldiers into the city in a basket. The Southern Summer King gave a few cold, disdainful laughs. It's been over 100 years, and the warhounds have not made any progress at all. This kind of motley crew. So what if their numbers were doubled? Do they want to capture Southern Xia with just them? What a joke! This should be the majority of the warhounds' plains fighting strength. If we can destroy them in one fell swoop, we will be able to heavily injure the warhounds. The Southern Summer Army will be invincible in the future. Although he said this, the warhounds could not be underestimated. The spirit beasts were not afraid of death, and they would charge forward like crazy when fighting. Even if their formation was loose, they could not be underestimated. There were many experts in the warhounds tribe, and there would often be some unknown little spirit beasts that were peak experts in the 8th or 9th awakened soul layer. So they could not be careless when dealing with these fellows. Mang Qinggu asked, "Why aren't they attacking?" Gu Qianqiu said with a serious expression, "This old man thinks they are waiting for air support." What was air support? Mang Qinggu's question had just appeared in her mind when a terrifying scream came from the sky, as if the sky was being torn apart. Dozens of giant magical beasts that were more than 100 feet long were bringing thousands of ordinary magical beasts from the ruins towards the fortress, like meteors, and also like a large dark cloud that was covering the city tower. Those giant demon beasts were all giant eagles, with each giant eagle carrying at least 600-700 warhounds experts. At this moment, they were purely being used as transportation tools. There were quite a few normal warhounds aerial cavalry, riding all kinds of strange prairie-flying demon beasts, escorting several dozen giant eagles. This was the so-called air support. The warhounds also had an air force. The frontline fortress walls were very high, and although there were giant siege beasts, it was hard to get close. Then they first used the demon beasts to send a group of elite suicide squad up. Even if they couldn't directly open the fortress, they could at least disrupt the Southern Summer Army. In this kind of situation, if they attacked on the ground, their chances of success would greatly increase. This was not considered a battle tactic. The warhounds had fought with Southern Xia, so they knew a few tricks to attacking a city. It could be seen from this point that the warhounds were very well prepared. There were several 100,000 ordinary soldiers, and at least 20,000 airborne soldiers. Dongfang Zhan's face sunk. "Release the arrows!" When the warhounds' airborne army was prepared to attack, a dense rain of arrows was released from the fortress and the city walls. Shwa, 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 shwa. Every arrow was enveloped in the glow of spirit energy and shot into the sky with extreme speed and accuracy. Every arrow contained a powerful force as it pierced into the giant bird's body. The defensive methods of the demon beasts were unable to withstand so many attacks. When some of the arrows pierced through the tough feathers and flesh, The talismans tied to the arrows were all activated. Pung, pung, pung. Looking at the sky from the fortress, the surface of those magical beasts exploded one after another, causing a rain of blood, broken feathers, and minced meat to rain down incessantly, and ear-piercing wails resounded through the sky. Dongfang Zhan waved the flag high up. Continue to release the arrows! At this time, the Warhound's airborne army was very close to the fortress. A Warhound's commander on the back of a black hawk stood up and released his source spirit, turning into 6 spiritual wolf soldiers that blocked the rain of arrows for his mount. He raised the saber in his hand high up and let out a loud roar. Kill! Kill all humans! For the Warhounds, Chu Tian said in a surprised voice when he saw this person, Nua Luo. Meng Qingguo was very surprised. How do you know him? Chu Tian explained. He is the Warhound's expert we met in the Scarlet Swamp. He is a peak 9th awakened soul layer cultivator. He is very strong. Meng Qingguo's heart was very heavy. A peak 9th awakened soul layer expert had actually joined the suicide squad. It could be imagined just how determined the Warhounds were. Although they were being attacked by the fortress, the Warhounds were not afraid. A group of troops had already landed and quickly landed on the fortress. This did not mean they could break in. The structure of the Iron City was sealed. Even above the battle paths in the city walls, there were several layers of dense iron nets. The surface of the nets was also covered with sharp points. The archers of the fortress were mostly stationed at the shooting windows or in the shooting corridors. How could an important fortress not consider the problem of air defense? The Warhounds airborne could bring quite a bit of trouble, but it was impossible to break through the fortress. The Southern Summer Army continued to shoot arrows. Countless giant eagles and eagles were hit, and the Warhounds fell down like rain. There were some that fell into the air, falling into the countless spikes of the iron nets. They were instantly cut into pieces and finally turned into a pile of rotten meat. The Southern Summer Army was very orderly. The entire army was moving inside the fortress, so the Warhounds outside could not attack at all. However, at this moment, a giant eagle that had been shot by hundreds of arrows and was riddled with scars suddenly swooped down valiantly. It hit the top of the 2 city walls and used its giant claws to tear a hole in the iron net. Although it was eventually killed by the arrows, it opened up a gap. Roar, roar. Several hundred Warhounds warriors slid down the wings, falling into the Iron City's battle path. This is bad. The Warhounds are coming in. Kill, stop them, stop them. Several thousand Southern Summer soldiers entered the fortress, attacking from the left and right. These Warhound soldiers were all elites, and although they knew they were going to die, it was hard to imagine how fierce they were, causing the Southern Summer soldiers to suffer double the casualties. Woo-woo! The Warhounds' army blew their horns to attack. That black mass army began to charge at the fortress. It was like a black tide pressing down on the city, attempting to tear it to pieces. The Warhounds' airborne soldiers had already attracted a large amount of firepower, so now was the best time for the Warhounds to attack. This kind of momentum was too terrifying. The earth shook and the entire fortress trembled, with the sounds of killing coming from all directions. Was this a war between countries? Meng Qingguo had never seen this kind of fierce battle before. It was too shocking for her. Her face turned pale. In this kind of large-scale battle, a single person's strength was too small. Chu Tian comforted her. Don't worry, we will win. Damn Warhounds. The Southern Summer King found that the fortress had been infiltrated by the Warhounds' airborne soldiers and immediately flew into a rage. He ordered the Griffin Knights beside him. What are you still doing? Go resist the Warhounds' airborne troops. The Griffin Knight captain had a look of hesitation, but, Your Majesty, the Southern Summer King released a terrifying aura. Could it be that this king needs your protection? Can't you see the Southern Summer soldiers fighting a bloody battle? You are the glorious royal knights. How can you just watch from the side? Yes. The Griffin Knight captain waved his hand. Go, fight the war hounds! Several hundred Griffin Knights rode their Griffin mounts and charged out of the fortress. These royal knights were all illustrious soul realm experts, and although there weren't many of them, they were very strong. With them joining the battle, the Southern Summer Army felt the pressure decrease by a large amount. The Southern Summer King walked in front of Chu Tian, Meng Qingguo, and Gu Qianqiu, two great scholars. Young Miss Meng Qingguo, you should immediately go to a safe place. Gu Qianqiu knit his brows. Your Majesty is not willing to retreat. How can we cower? This is an order, the Southern Summer King said in a dignified voice. You scholars have your own stage. The blood of scholars should not be shed on the battlefield. Go. The Southern Summer King had already made his decision. He would personally join the battle. In this large-scale battle, although a trivial true spirit realm expert could not have a decisive effect, the Southern Summer King's strength was enough to deter the war hounds. With the king personally joining the battle, it was a large morale boost for the soldiers. Gu Qianqiu did not even have time to speak. Chu Tian's divine sense felt something, and he immediately shouted, Be careful of the window! Huh! The window made of refined iron was blasted into smithereens, and a large amount of arrows and darts were shot into the room. Dozens of agile figures followed closely behind, barging into the place where they were. Chapter 320. The moment the war hounds attacked, Chu Tian's feet stepped back, and he pulled out his sword to block the incoming arrows and darts. At the same time, he took out a sword from the gourd and threw it to Meng Qingguo beside him. Adapt to the situation and protect yourself. Meng Qingguo took the sword and took a defensive stance. At this time, the Southern Summer King gave an angry roar. Things that overestimate themselves, you actually dare to assassinate this king? A vast spirit energy came out and turned into a giant shield. The hidden weapons that fell on the shield were all shattered. The strong pressure from the awakening of this source spirit made the war hound's elite's mounts panic, almost running away. The Southern Summer King was very confident, and he had reason to be confident. A true spirit realm expert was a peak expert, whether it was a small kingdom or a large kingdom. Normal people could not threaten him at all, so it did not matter if the Griffin Knights were by his side. With the Southern Summer King's strength, it was not a problem for him to protect himself. Several dozen incomparably agile figures shot out like arrows, jumping through the broken window. They were very fast, and they all had source spirits protecting them, clearly showing that they were awakened soul experts. The Southern Summer King's aura shocked them. These war hounds were shocked. They never thought that the giants would meet such a powerful character. However, fear and hesitation were the most fatal things on the battlefield. Only the brave would win, so they did not hesitate at all. They pulled out their weapons when they landed and immediately surrounded the Southern Summer King's group. Scoundrels! Gu Qianqiu casually sent out a palm. With a strong palm strength, the war hound's elite's armor and bones were shattered. They crashed through the broken window and fell to the ground, turning into meat paste. Chu Tian had just blocked a blade glow when Meng Qingguo took this chance to stab her sword into the war hound's chest, instantly breaking his chest armor and organs. Blood sprayed out onto Meng Qingguo's body, making Meng Qingguo feel a wave of disgust. Young miss, you've done well. Chu Tian never thought that Meng Qingguo, who is usually a gentle and dignified person, would be so decisive and ruthless when it came to killing people. It was a pity that the young miss did not have much battle talent. Her heavenly book source spirit could make her a top scholar, but it could not make her a strong warrior. Meng Qingguo's face was pale. She wiped off the blood on her white clothes, but found that the area was getting bigger and bigger. In the end, she didn't care anymore. There are more and more enemies, and you still have the mood to tease me? Hurry up and do it. Chu Tian didn't care and laughed. I don't think it's our turn. Meng Qingguo did not understand what Chu Tian meant. She saw the Southern Summer King's royal robe move without any wind. The source spirit that had condensed into a shield instantly turned into several dozen spears that shot out. This speed was so fast that the Warhound's elites could not see it clearly. They could only see a beam of light piercing through their bodies, and the brutal strength directly smashed their bodies to pieces. Meng Qingguo was very shocked. Several dozen awakened Soul Realm experts had been instantly killed. Was this the Southern Summer King's strength? True Spirit Realm expert? Quickly retreat. The surviving Warhound's elites were scared out of their wits. They were mostly void soul cultivators in the 3rd to 2nd awakened soul layer, and the 2 leaders were only in the illustrious soul realm. This kind of strength was not bad in a small country battlefield, but how could they fight with a true spirit realm expert? Before these people could even take a few steps, a figure charged out from the corridor with a spear in his hand, sweeping out like lightning. The Warhound's elites did not even have a chance to run before they were instantly killed by the spear. This general came late. I ask your majesty for forgiveness. Wang Tianlong was holding a bloody spear, and his armor was covered in blood. It was clear that he had killed his way here. Behind Wang Tianlong were 4 or 5 Southern Xia high-level generals, all wearing heavy armor with the Battle Dragon Army's symbol engraved on them. The Southern Summer King nodded. General Wang came just in time. You will charge with this king and repel the Warhounds together. You can't. Wang Tianlong knelt down on one knee and said with an anxious face, My king, the situation is very urgent. The enemy has sent out many experts, so please think of the Southern Summer Country and retreat to a safe place. The Southern Summer King was very dissatisfied. You. The words did not come out. Wang Tianlong suddenly gripped his spear, and a hard-to-detect killing intent appeared in his deep eyes. Chu Tian was very keen to catch this hard-to-detect detail. His expression changed, and he immediately shouted, Be careful of a sneak attack! Although it sounded complicated, it actually happened in an instant. Wang Tianlong, who was kneeling on one knee, suddenly stomped on the ground with his right foot, and the energy he had been accumulating for a long time shattered the steel floor. The spear in his right hand released a cold glow as it pointed at the Southern Summer King's head. It was too sudden. This attack contained all of Wang Tianlong's strength. Even a true spirit expert could not block it with a hasty defense. In this instant, although Chu Tian had given a warning, the Southern Summer King was not prepared at all, so he did not have time to gather enough strength. However, he still grabbed the spear in reflex. The Southern Summer King's strength was deep. With this grab, Wang Tianlong's spear could not move forward at all. Wang Tianlong had already expected this. When the spear was grabbed, he decisively let go of the spear in his hand and slightly leaned forward. Leaping up like a leopard, a dark green dagger appeared from his right arm guard, and he fiercely stabbed out. The Southern Summer King felt a pain in his chest as the dagger stabbed into his body. A burning feeling covered his entire body. The Southern Summer King gave an angry roar as he sent out a palm with his left hand. Wang Tianlong was sent flying into the wall, and a large hole appeared in the steel wall. Gu Qianqiu angrily roared, Wang Tianlong, you traitor! The Southern Summer King's face turned dark as he pulled out the dark green dagger from his chest. This dagger was clearly covered in poison, and he could already feel the poison invading his body. If he had not twisted his muscles at the critical moment and diverted the dagger away from his heart, this sneak attack would have taken his life. The Southern Summer King spat out a mouthful of black blood as he revealed a look of disbelief. You actually dare betray this king? Wang Tianlong walked out from the hole in the wall and instantly became a different person. There was no modesty on his face, and it was cold and deep with a taunting smile on his face. Because with the protection of the Flood Dragon, the Southern Summer King's palm could not kill him and would at most cause some internal injuries. King, are you worthy? Is your Dongfang family worthy? My clan is the king. You're just a usurper. Wang Tianlong gave a cold laugh. Do you think that leaving behind a trace of my great summer royal bloodline will make us grateful to the Dongfang family? This is a mistake, a giant mistake. Gu Qianqiu angrily rebuked. If not for the Dongfang family, the great summer country would not have been able to keep its territory. As for you, for your own benefit, you actually colluded with the war hounds. Do you know how the great summer royal family was exterminated? A cruel and unscrupulous person like you is forsaken by man and God. The southern summer king was filled with regret. Dongfang Zhan was a family elder that understood the vicissitudes of life, but he had already seen through Wang Tianlong's nature. That humble appearance hid a terrifying ambition. Although Dongfang Zhan did not know what Wang Tianlong was chasing, he knew that this kind of person was very dangerous, so he gave the southern summer king a warning. If the southern summer king had listened to Dongfang Zhan's warning and was a bit more suspicious of Wang Tianlong would not have had the chance to sneak attack him. It was too late to say anything now. Since this is a mistake, this king will make up for it today. The Dongfang family's weapon-tempering source spirit was released once again. This source spirit could turn into a weapon or armor, so it could adapt to different situations. The southern summer king turned into a giant purple sword and slashed at Wang Tianlong with a heaven-splitting aura. The southern summer king had just stepped into the true spirit realm and was a bit weaker than the three rulers, but the true spirit realm and the awakened soul realm were completely different concepts. This gap was not something that could be easily crossed. If this sword hit Wang Tianlong, it would be useless no matter how strong Wang Tianlong's defenses were. This was a sword that would definitely kill him. Before the giant sword hit him, the strong pressure already made Wang Tianlong unable to move. The southern summer king angrily roared, "Die!" At this time, a general jumped out from behind Wang Tianlong and pulled out a black blade from his waist. He instantly appeared in front of Wang Tianlong and raised the black blade to block the southern summer king's lightning-fast sword. Even if the southern summer king was heavily injured by the sneak attack, it was still a true spirit realm attack. If there was someone that could block the southern summer king's sword, that person would at least be a true spirit realm expert. The southern summer king took a few steps back and held his bleeding chest. It was clear that the poison was even stronger as he asked with a dark face, "Who are you?" "Is your excellency the famous southern summer king?" This person took off his helmet. It was a wolf race spirit beast, clearly a warhound's expert. His eyes were demonic and his aura was mysterious. There was a black blade in his hand that was very simple, like it was made of stone. There was a layer of ash-black flames on the surface. Hell Song Tribe's vice chief, Nether Flame, Blade Malim. A warhound's true spirit expert? This was the large tribe that the calm martial ruler mentioned several times. The southern summer king suddenly felt very sad. The calm martial ruler had hinted to him several times that there was a problem with this tribe, but the southern summer king did not care about it at all. Dongfang Zhan, calm martial ruler, the two pillars of the country. This king has truly let you down. Wang Tianlong could disguise the Hellsong tribe's vice chief as the Battle Dragon Army's vice general and bring him into the fortress. This made the southern summer king's heart skip a beat as he suddenly had a very bad premonition. Wang Tianlong was one of the vice commanders of the frontline fortress, and if he betrayed them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Since he could bring a warhounds expert into the fortress, it was very likely he could bring more warhounds experts in, or even hide an entire warhounds army in the fortress. Wang Tianlong was the Battle Dragon Army's commander. If Wang Tianlong betrayed them, even if the entire Battle Dragon Army did not betray them, at least the Earth Dragon Knights under Wang Tianlong would betray them. Although there were only 2,000 of them, they were still a very strong army. This is bad. The fortress was in danger. No matter how strong this fortress was, it could only defend against external attacks. If the enemy appeared inside the fortress, could this fortress still be impregnable? Whether it was the Imperial City Cavalry or the Tsang State Cavalry, It was impossible for them to come to their rescue. Imperial City still had several 100,000 soldiers stationed there, but they were all heavily armored. Distant water could not put out a nearby fire. Stupid human king! Malim raised the plain black blade in his hand and said in fluent human language, "You have been poisoned by the Hell Song, a voodoo poison specially made by true spirit realm experts. I'm afraid no one in this world can cure this poison, so you are destined to die here. Your death will be the beginning of the southern summer country's destruction. In your dreams, it doesn't matter if you admit it or not, Southern Xia has completely lost." Malim coldly said, "The humans do not have any chance of winning. Your destruction is already inevitable." This spirit beast was calm and cold, not like the warhounds at all. Although he was a terrifying true spirit realm expert, the Southern Summer King had never heard of his name before. This was too hard to explain. "Respected envoy, this person is very important." Wang Tianlong pointed at Chu Tian and said, "Please capture him." The Southern Summer King's hands suddenly came together, and wild energy soared into the sky, turning into a long spear covered in runes. Malim calmly raised his black blade to meet the attack. When the two weapons collided, there was no sound and no explosion. The Southern Summer King had a strange feeling. When the attack collided, it was completely absorbed. This person's weapon was like a bottomless black hole, absorbing the Southern Summer King's spirit energy and counteracting the Southern Summer King's attack. Malim coldly said, "Leave the human king to me. You are in charge of dealing with the others. Other than this one called Chu Tian, kill them all." The Battle Dragon Army officers took off their clothes and revealed that they were all famous warhounds experts, all of them in the peak 9th awakened soul layer. This is bad. How could Chu Tian not see it? This Malim was stronger than the Southern Summer King by a bit, and the Southern Summer King had been heavily injured from the sneak attack, so the Southern Summer King was bound to lose. Other than the powerful Malim, the warhounds had 5 peak 9th awakened soul layer experts and the rebel general Wang Tianlong. 6 peak 9th awakened soul layer experts. Gu Qianqiu and the little fox could only block one of them at most, so they had no chance of winning. Things developing to this point was something Chu Tian never thought would happen. Today's sudden crisis was completely unexpected for Chu Tian. He did not have any advance warning or preparations, so he and the young miss would fall into a dangerous situation. Chapter 321. The moment the two true spirit realm experts made a move, the surging spirit energy almost tore the entire room apart. Malim's blade, covered in ash-black flames, knocked away the Southern Summer King's spear and slashed at the Southern Summer King's body. Although his source spirit turned into a defensive state, the strange black blade could still absorb his spirit energy, finally releasing a powerful force that sent the Southern Summer King flying. "This is too boring." Malim brandished the black flame blade twice with a depressed and dissatisfied look on his face. "Why did you need to use poison? It would have been good to have a fair fight, but it's a pity that Big Brother won't listen to me, making this fight so boring." This kind of insult was a great shame to the Southern Summer King, but the heavily injured Southern Summer King had no other choice. It was impossible for him to defeat Malim in his current state. Almost at the same time the Southern Summer King was pushed back, Wang Tianlong led the 5 warhounds experts to attack Chu Tian's group. Chu Tian shouted, "Fox!" The little fox, of course, knew what to do. The soul puppet was thrown high into the air, and the little fox blew at it. The dragon lizard beast's giant body instantly covered most of the room, and a green light shot out from its mouth, sweeping at the peak 9th awakened soul layer experts. The dragon lizard beast's strength was not small. Even these experts had to dodge. Humph! Malim raised his black blade as he charged forward. The dragon lizard beast's green light that could decompose matter was actually cut apart by the black blade, not having any effect at all. Capture Chu Tian alive! The 6 experts attacked again. Gu Qianqiu had just blocked one Warhound's expert when another Warhound's expert launched a sneak attack. Gu Qianqiu's protective spirit energy was pierced by the halberd, and he was instantly heavily injured by the powerful attack. Meng Qingwu's heart sank to the bottom. It's over. The Southern Summer King and Gu Qianqiu did not have the strength to resist, and Meng Qingwu and Chu Tian's cultivations were too weak, so they had no use at all. It was impossible for there to be reinforcements, and it was impossible for a miracle to appear. They were dead, no matter what. At this critical moment, Chu Tian pulled out 2 submachine guns. Do you still remember this? Not good. Wang Tianlong's expression changed as he retreated. Large amounts of dark red needles poured out like a storm, and several Warhound's experts were hit, falling to the ground with pitiful cries. Each needle had been dipped in poison, and although it couldn't kill these experts, it could still make their bodies feel numb. When Malum saw this, his black blade released a black flame that blocked in front of them. The spirit energy of a true spirit realm expert was too thick, and the level 2 bloodine steel could not penetrate it. There wasn't much ammunition left in the 2 guns. Chu Tian frowned. There was no other way. In the end, he was a true spirit realm expert. All the methods an awakened soul cultivator had were useless in front of a true spirit realm expert. Unless they could exhaust the true spirit realm expert's spirit energy and charge at them when their energy was exhausted, this method was clearly not suitable. Malum saw that Chu Tian was at his wit's end, but he did not launch another attack. Chu Tian, you have a bit of skill. If you choose to be loyal to the Warhounds, I can spare your life. All right. Chu Tian laughed. You want me to join the Warhounds? Then I have a condition. Kill Wang Tianlong. Wang Tianlong never thought that Chu Tian would make this move. Respected envoy! Humph! Do you think you have the qualifications to discuss conditions with me? Letting you live is the greatest gift I can give you. Chu Tian laughed a few times. Then, I'm sorry, not every human is like a piece of trash that sells their ancestors, and not every human is willing to live under a group of hairy beasts. The piece of trash that sold their ancestors was naturally Wang Tianlong. The hairy beasts were definitely referring to the spirit beasts. Shameless boasting. Malum's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. Since you're not willing to surrender, then I'll just directly make a move. I'll kill the people by your side first, and see if you can still laugh like this. Malum's bewitching blade was covered in a layer of black flames. Meng Qingwu felt a terrifying killing intent envelop her. This is bad. Malum could see that Meng Qingwu and Chu Tian's relationship was not shallow, so he decided to kill Meng Qingwu to anger Chu Tian. If Malum directly attacked Meng Qingwu would not have a chance of escaping. I'm afraid you don't have this kind of skill. As soon as Chu Tian's voice fell, suddenly a terrifying aura was released from Chu Tian's body. Like an ancient demon god, it suddenly appeared on the ground. Malum, Wang Tianlong, the other Warhound's experts, and even the Southern Summer King were all stunned by this power. Chu Tian floated into the air. That face no longer had the usual frivolous look. Rather, it was like an aloof emperor, a god looking down on all living beings. Nine-eyed demon god, source spirit, awaken. An incomparably large silhouette appeared behind Chu Tian, and a powerful pressure filled the entire fortress. The Warhounds attacking the fortress all felt this aura, and their mounts were frightened, losing control of themselves. The entire battlefield fell into chaos. What was this horrifying power? Malum did not dare believe that such a weak human could release this kind of terrifying spiritual god strength. When he was shocked by the pressure released by Chu Tian, he immediately stopped attacking and went into a defensive state. Illusion technique? No, it didn't seem like it. This power was real. Just deliberately mystifying things. Kill him. The 5 Warhounds experts received the order, and all jumped up. They released their source spirits and attacked at the same time. When Chu Tian faced the five-peak ninth awakened soul layer experts, his eyes were ice cold and his expression did not change. If someone looked carefully at his eyes, they would see that his eyes had changed color. The left was silver and the right was white, with 7 pupils forming the shape of a flower. You think you can kill me with just this? Chu Tian's voice was not loud, but it was filled with the majesty of a god. It was like a bomb exploding in the minds of the 5 Warhounds experts. This spiritual wave was too strong, causing their source spirits to collapse and all the energy they gathered to disappear. Soul Harvest. The purple pupils lit up. That hazy 9-eyed demon god raised a purple sickle, and with an unbelievable speed, it instantly slashed across the bodies of the 5 Warhounds experts. When the sickle slashed out, the 5-peak ninth awakened soul layer experts were not injured at all, but they did not even have time to let out pitiful cries before they all fell to the ground. They all had wide open eyes and were in a daze. They could not be more dead. Wang Tianlong suddenly revealed a look of fear. He instantly killed 5-peak ninth awakened soul layer experts? Even a true spirit realm expert could not do this. What kind of thing was he? After Chu Tian finished this attack, his skin began to bleed and his body began to waver. It was like there was a strong strength that almost tore his body apart. Malum noticed this situation. Although his strength is strong, it comes with a heavy price. His body is quickly withering and he can't hold on any longer. You go. How could Wang Tianlong dare go up? Even if Chu Tian's body was quickly weakening, that strong pressure still existed. Facing this spiritual god's pressure, even the bravest warrior would be afraid. Didn't Malum not dare go up himself? Useless trash. Father won't play with you anymore. Chu Tian's white eyes lit up and a wave of energy spread out, wrapping around the southern Summer King, Gu Qianqiu and Meng Qinggu. Space suddenly fluctuated and the 4 of them disappeared at the same time. That terrifying aura completely disappeared. Malum and Wang Tianlong let out a sigh of relief. Teleportation? Wang Tianlong was shocked by Chu Tian's sudden disappearance. He can actually teleport. After this pressure disappeared, Malum gradually calmed down. He carefully thought about it. Chu Tian did not choose to fight him and instead used a spatial secret technique to escape. This meant that he had reached his limit and he did not have the confidence to continue using this power. This power was very strong. Even a true spirit realm expert would be afraid of it. However, with his weak cultivation, controlling this power was no different from committing suicide. His body would quickly weaken, and this side effect would not disappear in a short period of time. Even if Chu Tian did not die, he would be half crippled. This person was hiding this kind of power. Chase, he had to chase. Malum sniffed. Very close, he hasn't gone far. Chase for me. These people's auras were very close, and this close would confirm his guess. Since Chu Tian could use a spatial secret technique, why didn't he run further away? There was only one possibility. He did not have enough strength. At this moment, Chu Tian, the southern Summer King, Gu Qianqiu, and Meng Qinggu appeared in a corridor several hundred meters away. The little fox angrily cried out a few times. It still hadn't gotten its soul puppet back. In order to use the dragon lizard beast to stall for time, the little fox had thrown away its favorite soul puppet, Chu Tian. Meng Qinggu went to support Chu Tian and found that her hands were covered in blood. Chu Tian did not have any wounds on his body, and this blood was clearly from the strong pressure, causing his blood vessels to burst. I won't die. Chu Tian was very weak, almost not being able to stand up. He could only swallow a few blood-clotting pills to temporarily stabilize his injuries. The others were not in a good situation either. The little fox had lost its puppet and was currently throwing a tantrum. Gu Qianqiu and the Southern Summer King were both injured, especially the Southern Summer King. His injuries were very serious as he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Gu Qianqiu quickly went to support him. Your Majesty. Let me see. Chu Tian supported Meng Qingwu's arm as he walked over with difficulty. He used his divine sense to check the Southern Summer King's body, and his face turned serious as he said in a weak voice, "I'm afraid it's troublesome. This poison is very strong and has already entered his internal organs. This is not good." Gu Qianqiu asked, "Is there a way to cure it?" Chu Tian said with a nod, "There is a way." "Of course there is, but it's too late now. I don't have the materials, and I don't have the time to make the antidote." "Chu Tian, just say it." The Southern Summer King looked at Chu Tian with a complicated gaze. "How much time does this king have?" Chu Tian hesitated a bit. The Southern Summer King's body was very bad, and if he couldn't cure it in time, even with his true spirit realm cultivation, he wouldn't last long. At most, an hour or two. Everyone's expressions changed with fear. A hole was blasted open in the sealed passage. "This is bad. They've caught up this quickly. This king can't pass this." But Southern Xia must pass it. The Southern Summer King tightly clenched his fists. "This king will stall for time. Go find old General Dongfangzhan and have him guard against the Battle Dragon Army's betrayal. The War Hound's army outside has been disturbed by Chu Tian's aura, so they won't be able to attack for a while. There is still time. As long as the frontline fortress was not broken through, Southern Xia would be fine. Once the fortress was broken through, it would be too late." Gu Qianqiu angrily said, "I'll stall for time. You guys leave." The Southern Summer King grabbed Gu Qianqiu's clothes. "Think of the big picture." Gu Qianqiu was suddenly silent. He knew that with his strength, he could not stop Malim. Now that Chu Tian was very weak, only the Southern Summer King could stall for time. "Chu Tian, this king has always been jealous of your talent, so I have always been biased towards you. Today I've seen your true strength, and this king finally understands how stupid I was. With your strength, you will be able to stand at the peak of the continent in the future. Those emperors will have to bow down to you. So what does a small southern summer country count for? You can't die. If you fall, it would be too much of a pity." The Southern Summer King had already made his decision. When a person was about to die, his words were good. "Please keep this token well." The Southern Summer King gave the token to Chu Tian. "Imperial teacher, please be a witness and pass on this king's final message." Gu Qianqiu was already covered in tears. "Your Majesty," the Southern Summer King said in a low voice, "this king is useless and has let down the ancestors. Now that Southern Xia is facing a crisis, this king can only face it with his own body. However, a country cannot be without a ruler. Dongfang Haoran is useless and cannot turn the tide in this crisis. The calm martial ruler, Dongfanggan, will inherit the Southern Summer King's position and lead the Southern Summer Country against the War Hounds. Other than that, Chu Tian will be given the title of Country Guarding Ruler, ranking first among the rulers. Any descendant of the Dongfang family that dares to betray the ruler will be abandoned by the gods and will be destroyed by the heavens." Chu Tian cupped his hands. Before he had time to speak, the Southern Summer King grabbed Chu Tian's hand and added, "If the Dongfang family cannot be supported, the ruler can abolish his throne and make himself the Southern Summer King." The weight of these words was too heavy. "Imperial teacher, did you hear this clearly?" Gu Qianqiu kneeled down. "This old minister will follow the king's orders." Chu Tian and Meng Qingwu also bowed to the Southern Summer King. For the Southern Summer King to do this with his personality, it was truly shocking. Although Chu Tian did not want the title in this situation, Chu Tian could not reject it. After all, the Southern Summer King did not have much time left. At this time, a sharp killing intent enveloped them. The Southern Summer King used the Dongfang family's secret technique, burning his vitality and instantly releasing his strength. An invisible hand grabbed the three of them and threw them outside. Then he knelt down in front of them and clenched his fists as he loudly shouted, "I leave the Southern Summer Country in everyone's hands." You must take revenge for this king." A king that did not kneel even in death was now kneeling to the three of them. What kind of tragic scene was this? The moment the passage closed, a large sound came from behind him. Malam's group had charged in, and the Southern Summer King turned around to look at them with a cold gaze. "You're not running." "Running? This king is the Southern Summer King. Even if I die, I will die with dignity." Malam was silent for a few seconds before nodding to Wang Tianlong beside him and saying, "Step down and don't interfere. I will send the Southern Summer King off one last time." The Southern Summer King broke out in laughter. "Come!" The two of them collided. The wild strength of the true spirit realm instantly created a powerful explosion. The intense battle lasted for around 10 minutes before it finally stopped. Chapter 322. The Warhound's army adjusted themselves and then continued to attack the fortress. Several dozen giant monsters charged at the very front with earth-shaking steps. Several hundred to over 1,000 talisman arrows fell on their bodies, but they did not cause any damage. Only archers at the illustrious Soul Realm or heavy crossbow carts could barely injure them. Dongfang Zhan stood on the observation deck, leaning on his sword, his eyes fixed on the fierce battlefield. Messengers kept coming in from all over, reporting the situation of the defense of each section of the city wall. Dongfang Zhan was mobilizing his troops according to the situation. The battle had already started for half an hour, and the battle had already reached its climax. This was a rarely seen large-scale battle. The Warhound's attacks were very fierce, but the situation had not collapsed yet, and everything was under control. Dongfang Zhan was an old general who had experienced hundreds of battles, so he had a very precise control over the battlefield. The Warhound's casualties were 3 times that of the Southern Summer Army, and the Warhound's aerial troops had basically been destroyed. Southern Xia's casualties were not light, but they only had half of their army fighting, so they could rotate to ensure their battle strength. The Warhounds were the attacking side. Southern Xia was the defending side, using stillness to stop the enemy and using slowness to stop the enemy. This was the key to victory for the Southern Summer side. Dongfang Zhan did not rely on the number of enemies he could kill, but rather he steadily defended, wearing down the Warhound's spirit. As long as the Warhounds did not succeed in their first attack, it would be hard for the Warhounds to launch a second attack. This was because the Warhounds did not have any aerial troops, and they had lost a large number of giant beasts. This battle could only be fought in one go, otherwise they would be exhausted. Just now, a mysterious pressure had appeared from an unknown location in the fortress, causing the Warhounds to fall into chaos and disturbing the order of the Warhounds. The Warhounds' army was still fierce, but they were slowly declining. "It's about time," Dongfang Zhan coldly said. "Have the cavalry gather at the 30th pass. Once the Warhounds retreat, immediately charge at the defeated Warhounds from both sides. Remember to only attack once. Don't be greedy and continue fighting. Open the 15th pass to provide support." The Warhounds' defeat was only a matter of time, so he wanted to maximize the results of this battle. Once the Warhounds began to retreat, the several 100,000 army would fall into chaos. At this time, the Southern Summer Cavalry would charge forward, and they would take at least 80 to 100,000 heads, dealing a heavy blow to the Warhounds, who knew that at this moment a sharp voice would resound in the sky above the stronghold. "The Southern Summer King is dead." Southern Summer Army, quickly give up your resistance. A Warhound's expert, holding a black blade, climbed onto a watchtower of the fortress, raising a head high up in his left hand. When the Southern Summer soldiers saw that head, their minds almost collapsed. This head was not someone else's. It was actually the Southern Summer King. The Southern Summer King is dead. The Southern Summer King is dead. This was like a bolt from the blue. The Southern Summer Army was instantly stunned. Everyone fell into a panic. If even the Southern Summer King died, could they still fight this battle? The Warhound's army seemed to have noticed the movements on this side, so they increased the pace of their attacks, increasing their strength, while the Southern Summer Army's morale was hit. Dongfang Zhan coldly stared, his eyelids not even blinking. This is nothing more than a psychological attack by the enemy. My king has already retreated. How could he be harmed by these evil soldiers? Pass down my command. Those who spread rumors and mislead the people will be beheaded without mercy. Dongfang Zhan's words calmed the hearts of the generals. The generals immediately beheaded a few cowardly people that wavered the morale of the army before continuing to command the battle. No one noticed that Dongfang Zhan's slightly trembling hand. My king? Had he really been harmed? If the Southern Summer King had died in the frontline fortress, once this matter was confirmed, it would be a destructive blow to the morale of the army. It would set off a large wave in all of southern Xia. Dongfang Zhan was not sure if this matter was true, so he could only choose not to believe it. He was the commander of the army, and if he wavered, how could his soldiers fight in peace? At this time, Chu Tian, Gu Qianqiu, and Meng Qinggu arrived at the command platform. They all looked very distressed, and even Meng Qinggu was covered in blood. She had been protecting Chu Tian the entire time and had killed at least 20 Warhound soldiers. Chu Tian was very weak, and his battle strength had been greatly reduced. If it wasn't for Gu Qianqiu and Meng Qinggu protecting him, he would have already been killed by the Warhounds. Gu Qianqiu shouted with an anxious expression, "Marshal, we have something to report." Dongfang Zhan asked with a calm face, "What is going on?" "The Battle Dragon Army is suspected of rebelling," Gu Qianqiu anxiously said. "My king has given the order to quickly quell the rebellion and avoid a rebellion in the fortress." "What? The Battle Dragon Army is rebelling?" His intuition told Dongfang Zhan that this was most likely true. He had already suspected Wang Tianlong, but Wang Tianlong was watertight and he could not find any evidence. If the Battle Dragon Army was really rebelling, the frontline fortress would be in great danger. There was another point that made Dongfang Zhan's heart sink. If Wang Tianlong was rebelling, he would not let go of such a good chance to kill the king. This also meant that the news was most likely true, and the Southern Summer King had already been killed. Gu Qianqiu and the others clearly knew how powerful this was, so they did not directly say it. "This is the king's command token." This was the Southern Summer King's supreme command token. It would not be given to anyone. If this command token was not on the Southern Summer King's body, then there was only one possibility. The Southern Summer King was already dead. Damn it! Dongfang Zhan suppressed his grief. These damn beasts! Chu Tian weakly walked over and cupped his hands to Dongfang Zhan as he said, "Marshal, now that things have reached this point, we have to make a quick decision. Whether the frontline fortress can be defended or not is all up to the marshal." Gu Qianqiu also said, "As long as the fortress is defended, Southern Summer will be impregnable. If the fortress is broken, Southern Summer will be in great danger." "Report." A messenger ran over in a hurry. "Marshal, the Western Battle Dragon Fortress is suspected to have been attacked by the Warhounds, and the garrison is in a bitter battle. The beacon for help has already been lit." Dongfang Zhan's fist shattered the wall. "Activate the Blood Eagle Camp. This old man will personally quell the rebellion." The Blood Eagle Camp was the Dongfang family's army and was the direct subordinate of the calm martial ruler. It was also a very precious air force. Because of the Blood Eagle Camp's special characteristics, it was a fast response force on the front lines. Although they were stationed in the fortress, they would not easily participate in the battle. Only in this kind of sudden crisis would the Blood Eagle Camp participate in the battle with the marshal's order. "We're also going." Gu Qianqiu blew a flute. Several dozen Griffin Knights were gathered in front of the palace. Dongfang Zhan had already activated the Blood Eagle Camp at this time. Several hundred blood-clothed generals of the Dongfang family were riding blood eagles as they charged out of the fortress. Chu Tian, Gu Qianqiu, and Meng Qinggu rode on a griffin and used the king's command to order the remaining several dozen royal knights to cooperate with the Blood Eagle camp, heading in the direction of the Battle Dragon Fortress. Whether it was the griffin or the Blood Eagle, they were all very fast. Especially when they charged at full speed, they didn't even need half an hour to cross the long distance, arriving at the chaotic Battle Dragon Fortress. The Battle Dragon Fortress was already in chaos. The Battle Dragon army had rebelled, and there were many warhounds experts hidden in the Battle Dragon army. This sudden eruption caught the Southern Summer Army off guard. The good thing was that the Battle Dragon army only rebelled against the Earth Dragon army under Wang Tianlong. The other several tens of thousands of normal soldiers did not rebel, adding in the fact that the Battle Dragon Fortress was not completely guarded by the Battle Dragon army. There were also high-level generals from other factions. Although the situation was very dangerous, it was not to the point of collapse. Crazy! Are you crazy? A Battle Dragon army vice-general was covered in blood with several wounds, leading several hundred personal soldiers in a desperate resistance. I don't believe the young commander would betray the Southern Summer Country. Wang Tu held a spear in his hand as he led the Earth Dragon cavalry and the War Hounds experts to surround them. Wang Tu shouted with a cold smile, Wang Lai, "Whether or not my clan can regain the status of the royal family will all depend on this battle. The young commander did not tell you because he knew you were a stubborn person. I never thought that you would still obstruct the royal family's plans like this. If you continue to stubbornly resist, don't blame this general's spear for not being polite." Royal family? Wang Tu broke out in laughter. If the royal family needs to bow down to the warhounds, what use is the royal family status? Could it be you want to become the warhound slaves? The warhounds are our enemies. Betraying the Southern Summer Country and betraying humanity, you are worse than dogs and pigs. We would rather die than submit. All right, you're seeking death. Wang Tu flew into a rage. Kill. The Earth Dragon army charged forward, and this general named Wang Lai was instantly injured in several places. His personal soldiers were all killed in battle. A vice-general of the Battle Dragon army slashed out with his blade. Ah! Wang Lai gave a pitiful cry as one of his arms was cut off. Wang Tu gave a disdainful sneer. This is the result of not listening. Kill him for me. Traitor! Die! A terrifying roar came from the battle path as several hundred bloodhawks charged out like a whirlwind. The Battle Dragon army was caught off guard, and several dozen of them were instantly killed. Wang Tu was shocked and angry. Bloodhawk camp? Why did they come this quickly? The Earth Dragon army was the Wang family's most important army, having a total of 2,000 people. They had already lost quite a bit in the battle, and now that the Bloodhawk camp had joined the battle, another group of Earth Dragons had been killed. How could Wang Tu not be angry? What does the Bloodhawk camp count for? Would the Wang family's Earth Dragon cavalry be afraid of you? Wang Tu did not even have time to curse before he saw a white-haired old general leading the Bloodhawk camp. He was holding a giant sword as he stood on the back of a bloodhawk. Charging at Wang Tu's day, it's Dongfang Zhan! Wang Tu quickly raised his spear to block it. Die for me! Dongfang Zhan's sword and spear head were fiercely cut in half. Dongfang Zhan had been a veteran of the battlefield for several decades, killing countless people and even meeting true spirit realm experts. His strength was higher than any marquis. It was not something Wang Tu in the 9th awakened soul layer could block. When Wang Lai saw Dongfang Zhan appear, he let out a sigh of relief. This general is ashamed I couldn't block them. I asked the marshal to protect the frontline fortress. My Southern Summer and the Warhounds are irreconcilable. We can't even give up an inch of land. After saying this, he fell into the sea of corpses. This Wang family general had fought until now, but he finally died from his heavy injuries. Chapter 3:23. Dongfang Zhan's eyes popped out in anger. If it wasn't for the fact that there were righteous and selfless generals in the army, Perhaps the battle dragon fortress would have already fallen. If this place was broken through, the entire frontline defense line would collapse. General, please be assured. Dongfang Zhan took off his cloak and placed it over Wang Lai's body. He gave him a solemn military salute. This old soldier swears to live and die with the frontline soldiers, to live and die with the frontline defense. After saying this, he kicked away Wang Tu's broken corpse and threw out Wang Lai's spear. The spear spun at high speed as it shot out. It was as if it was piercing through a layer of paper. It pierced through the chest armor and nailed the corpse to the wall. In the end, the huge force tore it apart, and the broken pieces of flesh bloomed like flowers. This is the fate of a traitor. Dongfang Zhan pulled out the large sword, stabbed into the ground, and spirit energy was poured into the sword. The sword glow instantly soared into the sky, and that cold aura filled people with fear. This over 100-year-old white-haired general was like an enraged lion at this moment as he angrily roared. For Southern Summer, for the human race, kill the traitors and sweep away the war hounds. As long as we have a breath left, we will not stop fighting. Kill the traitors and sweep away the war hounds. Kill the traitors and sweep away the war hounds. Dozens of Griffin Knights, 500 top experts of Blood Eagle Camp, and tens of thousands of wounded soldiers of Battle Dragon Fortress were all gathered together. Their blood was stirred up by this old general, and they swore to live and die with the frontline army. This kind of scene made Chu Tian and Meng Qingguo slightly moved. Southern Xia having a good general like Dongfang Zhan was truly the fortune of Southern Xia. Young miss, let's go as well. Your injuries are too heavy. Don't fight anymore. Meng Qingguo knew that Chu Tian's situation was very serious, and only Chu Tian could hold on until now. If it was a normal person, they would have already fainted. Although the power Chu Tian used was strong, the side effects were very large. If he was injured now, the consequences would be hard to predict. Chu Tian pulled out his ice-cold blade. Young miss, your words aren't right. I am still the Southern Summer ruler's subordinate, although it was forcefully conferred by that fellow Southern Summer king. Since I am the ruler of the Southern Summer country, I should put in some effort, don't you think so? What else could Meng Qingguo say? Chu Tian had inexplicably become the country guarding ruler. This ruler title was even more famous than the calm martial ruler. Chu Tian was a person who pursued freedom, so he would not easily accept responsibility. But now that the heavy responsibility had been pushed onto him, Chu Tian was not a coward who would retreat. Dongfang Zhan and Gu Qianqiu, these old men over 100 years old, were charging forward. So what reason did Chu Tian have to retreat? We'll go together. Young miss, that's right. We'll kill him to our heart's content. After Dongfang Zhan killed Wang Tu, the Earth Dragon cavalry quickly retreated. Their task was not to fight the frontline marshal, but rather to open the pass and let the War Hound's army in. When Dongfang Zhan's troops arrived, it meant that there wasn't much time left. Dongfang Zhan would not let the traitors go. Breaking through the Battle Dragon Fortress from the inside was the only path of survival for the rebel army. They were very clear on this point, so they were prepared to forcefully break through the pass at any cost. Don't give them a chance. Surround and kill them for me. Dongfang Zhan was very experienced on the battlefield. Although he had just arrived at the Battle Dragon Fortress that was in a mess, he still managed to gather the several tens of thousands of elite soldiers in a short period of time. A portion was sent to the walls, and a portion was personally leading the troops to suppress the rebellion. The Wang family's Battle Dragon cavalry did not have a chance because the pass was being guarded. Even with the Earth Dragon cavalry strength, they could not break through in a short period of time. Not to mention that Dongfang Zhan was leading an aggressive army to kill them from behind. That hateful Eastern old man. You think the Battle Dragon army is afraid of you? We'll go all out against him. A few deputy generals gave the order, and the Earth Dragon cavalry turned around. The Earth Dragon cavalry was clad in superior black armor, holding a 3-meter-long custom-made lance in their hands. Their eyes were blood red, and they were crazily shouting to kill. At this moment, the plump and sturdy earth dragons were stimulated, and they burst out with a powerful force. The spikes and sharp blades embedded in the earth dragon's armor would become the Grim Reaper's harvesting weapons. Cavalry had the advantage over infantry, not to mention the heavy-armored earth dragon cavalry. These earth dragon cavalry were all at the second, and even third awakened soul layer. Even a small team leader was an illustrious soul realm expert. Their battle strength was not inferior to the Dongfang family's Bloodhawk camp, and they would not lose to the royal palace's royal knights. The earth dragons' mouths were already releasing an incomparably hot energy. The earth dragons could release high-temperature flames, and although it could not compare to a true dragon's breath, it could still melt steel. Even an awakened soul cultivator might not be able to block it. The space here was not wide, so Dongfang Zhan's side would suffer heavy losses. Dongfang Zhan loudly shouted, "Bloodhawk camp, cover!" The Bloodhawk cavalry's low, flying, nimble figures were not something the heavy earth dragon cavalry could block. The Bloodhawk cavalry did not directly attack the thick-skinned earth dragons. Rather, they launched a sneak attack on the earth dragon cavalry. A single wave of killing would kill an entire row of earth dragon cavalry. Once the earth dragons lost control of the cavalry, they would immediately fall into chaos. At this time, Dongfang Zhan took the lead and surrounded the powerful earth dragon mounts. Not long later, the earth dragon cavalry had lost 200 people, which made the Wang family vice-generals clench their teeth in anger. Chu Tian and Meng Qingguo did not have the strength to fight in close combat, but they could ride the griffins and attack from the air with the Bloodhawk camp. Meng Qingguo picked up a source energy submachine gun and wildly fired at the earth dragon cavalry from 100 meters away. Normal source energy submachine guns were weaker, but their main advantage was their high rate of fire. This was Chu Tian's custom-made version, and each bullet had been strengthened. Not only were they not weaker than normal pistols, they were actually a bit stronger. It could easily pierce through the protective spirit energy of a cultivator under the 4th awakened soul layer, and even a 4th awakened soul layer cultivator wouldn't be able to take 2 more shots. Meng Qingguo swept out with the gun. At least 4 or 5 earth dragon cavalry were shot down. At this time, Chu Tian controlled the griffins to dive down and used its claws to tear them apart. The two of them worked together to kill several dozen griffins. Damn! If we keep fighting like this, we'll lose for sure. The vice-generals saw this and knew that their only chance of winning was to open the fort with their lives on the line. They decided to ignore Dongfang Zhan's attack and began a crazy suicidal attack. They had to open the fort. How could Dongfang Zhan let them succeed? This white-haired old general charged into the Earth Dragon cavalry formation and cut down 20 Earth Dragon cavalry in one go, finally killing a 9th awakened soul layer vice-general. Although he paid the price of 7-8 wounds, he became fiercer and fiercer as he fought. He was like a beast in a desperate situation. This madness was not something these people could endure. This old madman, does he want to die with us? The Earth Dragon cavalry were all shocked by Dongfang Zhan's attitude of sacrificing 800 to injure 3,000 enemies. Their momentum became weaker and their numbers decreased. Finally, with the help of the Bloodhawk camp, the entire Earth Dragon cavalry had been cleaned up. Dongfang Zhan continued to clean up, killing all the Warhound's experts that had infiltrated in. Although the Battle Dragon Fortress was temporarily saved after several rounds of internal strife, they had suffered heavy losses and were on the verge of collapse. The battle had already been going on for 2 hours. Inside and outside, blood flowed like a river, and both sides had countless casualties. Hold on. The Warhound's army can't hold on any longer. Dongfang Zhan's body was covered in blood and he was injured in several places, but he was still waving his large sword that was filled with holes as he shouted, as if his body was not his. Over half of the 500 Blood Hawk Camp generals had died. This was the Dongfang family's trump card. Dongfang Zhan's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. But if they could protect the frontline fortress, it was not a pity no matter what price they had to pay. As long as the frontline fortress was not broken, Southern Xia would have the capital to counterattack. Judging from the current situation, victory was already in sight. Finally, the war hounds blew the horn to retreat. This large army left behind over 100,000 corpses and slowly retreated like a tide. The southern summer soldiers that had been fighting for several hours all shouted out in excitement. The war hounds had attacked for a long time, so they were finally retreating. The war hounds' army has retreated. The war hounds' army has finally retreated. Southern Xia has won. Long live Southern Xia! Long live the Marshal! The war hounds' army was very chaotic. After the horn to retreat was blown, the entire army quickly retreated, falling into chaos. Banners were thrown to the ground and armor were thrown away. This scene could be described as very embarrassing. In this situation, it was almost impossible for them to launch a second wave of attacks. At this time, the cavalry that Dongfang Zhan had arranged ahead of time moved out. This was definitely a surprise attack. The war hounds never would have thought that after the Southern Summer Army had experienced such a bloody battle, they would still send troops to chase after them. The two cavalry groups did not have many people, with each group only having 50,000 people. However, using troops did not depend on how many there were. It depended on using them at the right time. When the cavalry charged out of the pass, they charged through the prairie like lightning. They were like two sharp knives stabbing into the chaotic war hounds' army, wildly harvesting them like a harvesting machine. The war hounds were currently retreating. Their attack on the city had failed, so they were quickly running away, dodging the rain of arrows from the watchtowers. They were already in a very sorry state. Their morale had dropped to a freezing point, so they only cared about running for their lives. How could they resist? This was a one-sided slaughter. In just a short while, they had killed at least 10,000 warhound soldiers. Wherever they went, there was a large pile of bloody corpses. Chu Tian couldn't help giving a praise. Beautifully done! The old general was truly an experienced general. This cavalry was used at the right time. The war hounds' failure in attacking the city was already a large setback. If they could kill 80,000 people while retreating, it would be like sprinkling salt on the war hounds' wounds, making them unable to think of attacking the city a second time. This battle would be over, and the war hounds would return to the prairies with their tails between their legs. Southern Xia had paid quite a large price, but the main thing was the damage to the fortress. It would only take a year to repair it, and the main force of the Southern Summer Army was still there. If it wasn't for the Southern Summer King falling, this would have been a very beautiful battle. However, when everyone was thinking this, a strange change occurred that no one expected. There was a deep drum sound coming from the center of the battlefield. This kind of drum sound had never been heard before. Although it was deep, it was incomparably deep, like it was coming from the earth. The battle intent contained within was completely different from the war hounds' army's retreat. Dongfang Zhan's expression instantly changed. Retreat! Retreat! Dongfang Zhan had already left the command platform. He could not pass down his orders in this place. In just a short few seconds, there was a shocking change on the battlefield. Those different shapes and colors, as well as the messy flags, all of them suddenly disappeared. The messy horn war drums were also extinguished at this moment. In the center of the war hounds' army, a large black flag suddenly appeared. This was an orderly standing army that had not moved since the beginning of the battle. They had always been hidden in the center of the war hounds' army. But now that they had suddenly appeared, it was like a dangerous reef appearing in the middle of the ocean. This is bad. The war hounds were still holding back. They had not used their full strength, and even their retreat was just an act. The enemy commander seemed to understand Dongfang Zhan's style very well, even guessing how Dongfang Zhan would deploy his troops. Dongfang Zhan did not know anything about the other side, and he did not believe that there would be such a cunning leader among the war hounds. Who was the commander of this army? Where did this orderly army come from? The bad premonition in Dongfang Zhan's heart was becoming stronger and stronger. An unimaginable change had occurred in the war hound's plains, but Southern Xia had not gathered any information about it at all. Fang King, Fang King, Fang King. The war hound's army began to shout out in unison. This was a title that represented supreme power and status in the war hound's plains. Each war hound soldier had a fanatical look on their faces, just like they were welcoming their emperor. Chapter 3:24. The messy flags of the war hound's army disappeared at the same time, and a large amount of black flags appeared in the center of the army. They looked very neat, being exactly the same. It was like a dark current was surging forward, causing the soldiers in front of them to retreat. The Southern Xia cavalry did not see the flags, but from the shouts of the surrounding war hounds, they could feel that something was wrong. Only they had already charged out, so it was too late for them to retreat now. The war hound's kingdom's flag. When Dongfang Zhan saw the other side's flag, his eyes popped out and his face turned pale. This is the Fang King army. A new Fang King has appeared on the war hound's plains. Chu Tian was already not unfamiliar with the Fang King title. The war hounds were mostly wolf and dog races, so they worshipped the sharp teeth of wild beasts. So on the war hound's plains, teeth were the totem of most tribes, as well as a symbol of strength and status. It was because of this that the war hounds called the person with the highest status the Fang King. This was translated in the spirit beast language, which meant the king of a human kingdom. There was no Fang King ruling. The war hounds' plains were like scattered sand. Even the alliance did not pose a threat. Southern Xia could easily stir up conflict and make their alliance collapse in the blink of an eye. But once the Fang King was born, the war hounds' plains would once again become the war hounds' kingdom. This meant that Southern Xia would face a large calamity. After the last Fang King fell, the war hounds' plains had not had a new Fang King appear for over 100 years. The strength of the major tribes was about the same, and they were fighting over the Fang King. In just a few short months, the war hounds' plains had suddenly given birth to a Fang King. There was only one possibility. This generation's Fang King had an overwhelming strength, forcing all the tribes to obey him. Was the previous attack just the prelude? The Fang King's army had moved, but the true battle had just begun? This is bad. It's dangerous. Dongfang Zhan wanted to call back his cavalry, but it was already too late. When the war hound's army quickly separated, a fierce black army appeared from the disorderly army. This was an army of around 100,000 people, all wearing black battle wolves, all wearing war hounds' wolf cavalry, and all wielding war horses and large blades. Weapons, equipment, and mounts. The 100,000 war hounds' wolf cavalry were the same. Every wolf rider had a black flag on their back. The design of the flag was impressively the terrifying fangs of wild beasts. This army was silent, but they emitted an aura of death, causing a terrifying murderous aura to permeate the entire battlefield. The leader of the wolf cavalry was especially eye-catching. This person was covered in dark golden scale armor, and his burly body was about 5 meters tall. His face was full of hideous scars, and one of them was a sword fan, which had almost cut his scalp in half. The wound was full of stitches. He held a huge golden drum, which seemed to contain unimaginable power. When he waved it casually, even the air was distorted. The most eye-catching part is, this war hound's expert was riding a 3-headed demon wolf. The 3-headed demon wolf's entire body was pitch black and hairless. Its skin was rock-like, as if there were flames flowing within its body. This was a level 3 magical beast that would make one's hair stand on end. It was said that it possessed the bloodline of the prehistoric ferocious beast, the 3-headed hellhound. As such, it possessed great strength. Fong King! Fong King! Fong King! The war hounds began to wildly shout. When the two southern summer cavalry charged over, they already saw the war hounds' wolf cavalry. The aura of the three-headed demon wolf made the war horses neighed in unease, and the orderly charging formation fell into chaos. Fong King? He's the Fong King? A cavalry general knew that once a large amount of cavalry began their charge, it was impossible to retreat midway. This was because the cavalry was too large and orders could not be passed on, so retreating would only result in defeat. Since it was like this, why not risk it all? Charge! Kill the bandit leader. No matter how strong the Fong King was, could he block the charge of over 10,000 cavalry? With this wave of cavalry charging at high speeds, even a true spirit expert would die. The Fong King slowly raised the golden drum in his hand, and the several dozen meter range was covered in energy, forming a strong energy field. When the Fong King raised his weapon high up, a small bolt of lightning shot into the sky. Following that, a large dark cloud appeared above the Fong King's head. Purple gold, thunder god's drum, release your anger. When the southern summer cavalry charged over, large amounts of lightning appeared in the sky, and countless bolts of lightning fell down like rain. Whether it was the cavalry or the war horses, as long as they were hit by the lightning, they would be charred black and die on the spot. The Fong King's casual attack had knocked down at least 200 southern summer elite cavalry. The other southern summer cavalry all revealed looks of shock. This person's strength far surpassed their imagination. This was not good for them. What is Malum doing? The Fong King did not place the southern summer cavalry in his eyes at all as he stared at the fortress in front of him. Since you want me to personally make a move. This new Fong King raised the majestic purple gold drum high up, and his cold voice echoed through the world. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all. The war drums rumbled. The silent 100,000 demon wolf cavalry received this order, and they suddenly charged forward. Their speed was twice as fast as the southern summer cavalry. A blue wave and a black wave collided, and the black wave seemed to be able to destroy everything, instantly submerging the southern Xia elite cavalry. This battle could not be fought. The mounts of the southern Xia cavalry were storm horses, and these horses were only level 1 demon beasts. The mounts of the Warhound's kingdom were demon wolves, and these demon wolves were level 2 demon beasts. These demon wolves were at least in the first awakened soul layer. This also meant that even if they didn't consider the strength of the wolf cavalry, the southern summer cavalry was facing an army of 100,000 awakened soul cultivators. With this kind of large number and this kind of terrifying scale, they had an overwhelming advantage. The demon wolves had many abilities, like bursting forward, using spirit energy to defend, or spitting out demon flames. If it was just one, it would not be considered strong, but with 100,000 of them, it was an incomparably terrifying strength. The Warhound's cavalry were mostly in the first or second awakened soul layer. This army could be considered an elite army even in the large kingdoms of the continent. The elite army of a small country like Southern Xia was not even on the same level, so it was a one-sided slaughter. Countless southern summer cavalry were pounced on by the wolves, bitten to death and torn to shreds. The Fong King charged into the crowd with the flashing purple gold drum in his hand. Wherever the golden drum went, whether it was men or horses, they were all burnt to ashes. It was like there was no one there. No one could stop him at all. Fong King! Fong King! When the Warhound's army saw the terrifying battle strength of the Fong King's army, their morale was raised, and they began to wildly counterattack the southern summer cavalry. 100,000 cavalry. This was the entire cavalry of the Great Wall Army. They were being wildly slaughtered by the war hounds right in front of Dong Fengzhan's eyes. The hearts of the southern Xia army fell to the bottom, and they fell apart. They had thought that they had one a moment ago, but they had been completely beaten black and blue by the reality in front of them. Facing this kind of crazy and powerful army, everyone felt fear in their hearts. Kill all the humans! The demon wolf cavalry tore through the southern summer cavalry like a giant black sword, stabbing straight at the frontline fortress. The southern Xia soldiers woke up like they were in a dream, and the various fortress commanders began to busy themselves. Prepare to fight. We have to stop them outside the walls. At this time, the Fong King raised the purple gold thunder god's drum in his hand. Please bestow me strength. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky and landed on the purple gold drum. Cabello raised his weapon and threw it forward, and the berserk power quickly bombarded the city gate, which had been damaged by the dazzling giant monster. In an instant, a massive hole appeared in the city gate. The southern Xia defenders were sent flying with pitiful cries. Too terrifying. The power of this weapon was simply unheard of. The Fong King's strength was enough to make people feel fear. When the Fong King broke through the city gates, the demon wolf cavalry jumped over the deep and wide moat and charged into the fortress through the gap. The southern Xia generals all shouted out in fear. The Western Front has been lost. The Western Front has been lost. Requesting reinforcements. Requesting quick reinforcements. The entire fortress was filled with pitiful cries. In front of this terrifying army, the frontline defense that Southern Xia was so proud of was like a piece of paper that couldn't withstand a single blow. Dongfang Zhan angrily clenched his fist. This kind of army can't be created in a day. If the Warhound Plains had this kind of army, how could I not know about it? Where the hell did they come from? Gu Qianqiu persuaded Dongfang Zhan. Marshal, the frontline fortress can't be defended. We should immediately retreat to Imperial City. You guys leave immediately. Dongfang Zhan also knew that the moment the Fong King broke through the city gates, the frontline defense would be lost. You guys go back and warn Imperial City to immediately make preparations. Once the frontline defense is broken, the next one to be attacked will be Imperial City. Once Imperial City falls, Southern Xia will not be able to protect itself. Meng Qingguo asked, "What about you, old Marshal?" This old soldier has guarded the front lines for 50 years. Dongfang Zhan raised his spear and faced the charging wolf cavalry. We will fight to the last moment. Don't say any more. Southern Xia needs you. Quickly leave. The frontline fortress could not withstand another wave of attacks. Whether they were willing or not, they had to accept this result. Imperial City did not know what was happening here, so they had to bring this news back to Imperial City. Otherwise, how could Imperial City defend against this terrifying army? Chu Tian advised, the calm martial ruler is out and Imperial City needs an experienced general. I think the old generals should retreat together. The Dongfang family has countless talented generals, and the Nangong family has many generals. Why do we need an old soldier? Dongfang Zhan seemed like he had already made his decision. You guys don't need to say any more. This old soldier has guarded the front lines for 50 years and has already disregarded life and death. My blood and my flesh have already fused with the southern Xia country's wall. I will fight to the end for it. Chu Tian knit his brows, but Gu Qianqiu stood up. Country guarding ruler, Chairman Meng. Now that things have reached this point, please respect the old general. Southern Xia still needs you. That's right. It was impossible for a person like Dongfang Zhan to retreat. Even if he knew that he would die if he stayed for glory, for his faith, and for his promise, he would fight to the last second. Gu Qianqiu gathered the remaining griffin riders and gave a griffin to Chu Tian and Meng Qingguo. Let's go! Chu Tian and Meng Qingguo cupped their hands to Dongfang Zhan. Then they rode the griffin and followed Gu Qianqiu, leaving the frontline fortress. They had to quickly bring this news back to Imperial City, otherwise Imperial City would be in danger. At this time, the frontline fortress was filled with pitiful cries. The Southern Summer Army had suffered heavy casualties. They had already suffered heavy losses, and now the War Hound's Demon Wolf Cavalry had launched a second wave of attacks. In the end, they used a quarter of an hour to break through the city gates. The Demon Wolf army swarmed in and began a life-and-death battle with the exhausted southern summer border army. The frontline fortress still had close to 400,000 soldiers, having a large advantage in terms of numbers. However, these soldiers were very scattered and they were all very tired. At least half of their spirit energy had been consumed, so they could not gather a strong battle strength at this time. So this battle was basically a one-sided slaughter. One southern summer soldier after another fell under the butcher's blade. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It could be called hell on earth. Dongfang Zhan gathered tens of thousands of elites in a short period of time and launched a suicidal attack on the War Hound's cavalry. Finally, they managed to kill over 3,000 Demon Wolf cavalry, with a casualty ratio of 10-1. To Dongfang Zhan, this was enough to make him feel proud. After all, this was a strong army that a small country could not resist. The 30,000 elites by Dongfang Zhan's side had all died, and there were only a few personal soldiers still fighting in a bloody battle. Southern Xia will never fall. Dongfang Zhan was covered in several wounds, with 4 arrows and a spear piercing his abdomen, but he still cut down 7 Demon Wolf cavalry, finally standing on top of a mountain of corpses. His white hair danced in the wind, and he was surrounded by Demon Wolf cavalry, with the Fang King riding a 3-headed demon wolf at the very front. Dongfang Zhan gave 3 wild laughs before suddenly throwing out his spear, piercing through another 2 demon wolf cavalry. Pah! This spear was caught by a large hand. A wolf man riding a 3-headed demon wolf with a purple gold drum in his hand walked out. A pair of dark and cruel eyes stared right at Dongfang Zhan. Even in this situation, you still caused quite a bit of damage to my army. You are truly worthy of being one of the Southern Summer Generals. The number 1 general in the Southern Summer country belongs to the calm martial ruler. What does this old soldier count for? Dongfang Zhan did not need to ask to know the other side's identity. If you weren't afraid of the calm martial ruler, why would you lead him away? If the calm martial ruler was in the imperial region, the result wouldn't be like this. It's too late to say anything now. You've lost, so surrender. The Fang King coldly said, Southern Xia will become a vassal of my War Hound's kingdom. As long as you surrender and swear loyalty to me, you will still be a famous general of the Southern Summer country. Dongfang Zhan's spirit energy had already been used up, and he could no longer fight with this kind of serious injury. He did not even bother replying to the Fang King's words, and directly pulled out the sword at his waist. There was a blood glow that came out. Dongfang Zhan stood in the ruins of the fortress. His body was covered in wounds, and his white hair fluttered in the wind, but he was like a giant angrily looking north. Dongfang Zhan had killed himself. The frontline fortress had completely fallen. Chapter 325. The demonic wolf cavalry hated Dongfang Zhan, who didn't fall even after dying. This fellow had killed many Warhound's warriors, and even in the situation just now, he had caused 3,000-4,000 demonic wolf cavalry casualties. Tear it to pieces. The demonic wolf cavalry wanted to tear Dongfang Zhan's corpse to pieces to vent their anger. Enough, stop! The Fang King coldly shouted. The Warhounds respect true warriors, and a warrior needs to be treated like a warrior, even if he is our enemy. Take his corpse and preserve it. After the battle is over, we will bury him in the Southern Summer country's soil. Yes, the Fang King held the highest position in the Warhounds tribe, and no one dared to disobey his words. The entire battlefield was still calm, and the Southern Xia frontline army was already in shambles. Tens of thousands of people had already abandoned their defenses and fled, with their defeat already being irreversible. The Warhounds did not leave any prisoners. Out of the 600,000 soldiers in the Great Wall, around 400,000-500,000 had died, and the rest had already fled. The Warhounds' army had lost 200,000-300,000 people, but most of them were just random soldiers. The demonic wolf cavalry's main force was still intact. First, send out the pursuing troops to capture the southern Xia soldiers. The Fawn King did not want to let a single southern Xia soldier go. Everyone else, start cleaning up the battlefield. Quickly adjust yourselves and continue the attack. The southern Xia people had received news of victory several days ago, but they never would have thought that this kind of nightmare would happen in a single night. After the frontline fortress was broken, Imperial City no longer had any barriers. With this terrifying army marching down, they could directly launch an attack on the unprepared royal city. Imperial City's 200,000 cavalry had been sent to Tsang State, so it was impossible for them to return in a few days. As for the remaining 500,000 soldiers in Imperial City, although there were over 1,000 Griffin Knights and the elites of the three great families, if they were to face the sudden attack of the War Hound's army, it would be hard for them to resist. The Fawn King sent out several thousand soldiers to chase after them and then began to organize the army. This battle had consumed quite a bit of energy, so they could not directly attack Imperial City for now. But there was enough time. Nothing could change in these 2 days. The calm martial ruler and the 200,000 cavalry would not return. So the Fawn King was not afraid of the southern summer country launching a sneak attack. In 5 days or 10 days, once the Fawn King attacked Imperial City, it would be useless even if the calm martial ruler and the 400,000 cavalry from Tsang State returned. Big Brother, Malim jumped over the ruins with Wang Tianlong, landing in front of the Fawn King like two phantoms. Malim's armor was broken, and he seemed to be heavily injured. Malim, your performance really disappoints me. The Fawn King seemed to be filled with anger. I told you to attack the stronghold from the inside, but you didn't complete this task. Because of your failure, the Warhound's army has lost at least 100,000 soldiers, and even lost 3,000 Demon Wolf cavalry. Malim had a look of shame. The Southern Summer King tried to take me down with him before he died. Although I was lucky enough to escape, I was still quite injured. Because I was recovering, I couldn't finish the mission in time. So I asked Big Brother to punish me. The Fawn King frowned. I don't need a reason. I want results. Since you failed the mission, you should be punished. Malim steeled his heart and pulled out the black blade, chopping down on his left arm. Wang Tianlong turned pale with fright. Just one mistake, and he had to break his arm as punishment? Dang! A golden drum blocked the black blade. The Fawn King coldly said, "You killing the Southern Summer King is considered a great merit, so this mistake will be recorded. The battle is not over yet, and your left arm is still useful, so it won't be too late to cut it off after the battle." Yes, where is Chu Tian? Why don't we see his corpse? Wang Tianlong said, "This person can fight against 1,000,000 soldiers. If we let him go, there will be endless troubles in the future." The Fawn King knit his brows. "What do you mean?" Malim explained, "This is a human youth. Although he doesn't have any fame, he seems to have an extraordinary strength. Since it's like this, I'll give you a chance to atone for your crimes." The Fawn King whistled, and a giant blue bird appeared above everyone. This is a thunder eagle beast. Its speed is twice that of a human griffin. You will ride this beast and chase after him. Even if you can't catch him, you can't let him live. Yes. Malim waved his hand at Wang Tianlong, and the people beside him. "You all come with me." Malim rode the thunder eagle beast, and the others rode vultures. They set off from the frontline fortress and began to chase after Chu Tian's group. These flying demon beasts were very fast, and the warhounds were good at tracking, so it was easy to find their aura, so it was not hard to catch up to them. Malim felt the other side's aura after chasing for an hour, but the other side seemed to have sensed that they were being chased. The group suddenly scattered and went in different directions. "Their auras are scattered. We should also scatter." Malim ordered the others. "I'll go catch Chu Tian, and you chase the rest." Understood. Malim and the others spread out in pursuit. Several minutes ago, Chu Tian, Gu Qianqiu, Meng Qingguo, and several dozen Griffin Knights were heading in the direction of Imperial City. The front-line fortress had suffered a crushing defeat in southern Xia, but Imperial City had not fallen yet, so there was still hope for a comeback. The little fox had been observing the divine eye for a while, but it suddenly anxiously gestured to Chu Tian. "We're in trouble. The war hounds have sent at least several thousand pursuers, and there are several that have already caught up to us." Chu Tian said to the others, "They're very fast, and we are too big of a target. It will be hard for us to escape. We can only split up and try our luck like this. In short, we have to report back to Imperial City as soon as possible." Gu Qianqiu said through gritted teeth. They could only do this. "I'll be in a group with the young miss. You guys take care." Gu Qianqiu was heavily injured, so even if he followed Chu Tian, he might not be able to protect him. It was better to split up and make it hard for the war hounds to lock onto him. "Scatter!" Everyone scattered at the same time. They all began to scatter by themselves. Chu Tian and Meng Qingguo moved together. After all, the two of them were riding on a griffin. Meng Qingguo's cultivation was not high, and Chu Tian had overdrawn his strength, so they could take care of each other. In the end, the two of them didn't go far. "GG." The little fox anxiously called out. It was warning Chu Tian that the first group of pursuers had already locked onto the two of them. Meng Qingguo found a large black dot in the sky, which was a group of war hounds riding vultures. There were many of them, around 20 of them, and they were all elites of the war hounds tribe, with most of them being illustrious Soul Realm experts. This was the first group of pursuers sent by the Fang King. They had locked onto Chu Tian earlier than Malam, so they met first. Meng Qingguo's heart sank. The war hounds tribe had caught up. The war hounds tribe leader loudly shouted, "Kill them!" "It's just a few small fish. Young miss, there's no need to panic." Chu Tian endured the tearing pain of his body and took out a source energy submachine gun from his gourd. He put in a normal magazine and took out the netherworld sword from his back. "Stand behind me. It will be very bumpy later, so you have to hold on tight." Meng Qingguo's heart was filled with bitterness. This fellow was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight, but he still wanted to protect her. Meng Qingguo was facing this life and death situation, but she couldn't do anything. She felt very uneasy and guilty in her heart. "Young miss, we are grasshoppers on the same rope, so you don't need to think too much. You and I are destined to cross this calamity together, so no one should think about leaving first. But to be honest, I am very honored." Meng Qingguo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, what are you honored for? "Because although I wasn't born on the same day as the young miss, I could die on the same day as the young miss. Look, our fates are linked together. This is truly a match made in heaven. Pei, who wants to die together with you?" Chu Tian really, he was still in the mood to joke around at this time. But being like this by Chu Tian, Meng Qingguo felt the uneasiness in her heart lessened by a lot. "They're here." The war hounds' air cavalry quickly charged forward, and the war hound soldiers began to shoot arrows. A large wave of arrows rained down on the two of them, and there were just too many of them. It was not hard for Chu Tian to protect himself, and he could protect the young miss. But the problem was that most of the arrows were aimed at the griffin. The griffin was this big, so how could it defend every position? Chu Tian used his divine sense to lock onto the arrows and used the netherworld sword to send out sword chi to cut down the arrows, accurately protecting the griffin. Once the griffin was killed, the two of them would not have a means of transportation. When would they be able to reach Imperial City? Chu Tian did not have any spirit energy, and now he had to protect the mount with all these war hounds experts. He was stretched thin. The war hounds' air cavalry captain found a flaw, and while Chu Tian was busy protecting the griffin, he suddenly drew his bow and shot an incomparably strong arrow at Chu Tian's heart. This is bad. Chu Tian's divine sense could see this attack, but this person's archery skills were very high. Chu Tian could not attend to this, and if he dodged the arrow, the griffin would be killed. If he did not dodge the arrow, this arrow would be very dangerous. It was at this critical moment Meng Qinggu suddenly jumped out and blocked the arrow for Chu Tian. The arrow, filled with spirit energy, fell onto Meng Qinggu's right leg, and the wild energy pierced through the starlight immortal body, deeply stabbing into Meng Qinggu's thigh. Meng Qinggu's eyes turned black, and she almost fell off the griffin's back. "Young miss!" Chu Tian quickly grabbed Meng Qinggu. Meng Qinggu loudly shouted, "Be careful!" The Warhound's commander took this chance to charge forward with his spear. That spear glow was filled with spirit energy, so this person was at least a peak 6th awakened soul layer expert. If it was a fair fight, Chu Tian would not have placed him in his eyes, but he did not have the strength to do so. But that did not mean that Chu Tian was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Chu Tian raised the submachine gun in his left hand and pulled the trigger, releasing a large amount of light bullets into the sky. The Warhounds had never seen source energy weapons before, and the several light bullets all hit their targets. Some hit the vultures and some hit the Warhounds' experts, but the high temperature was enough to melt steel. The vultures were instantly fatally injured, and the Warhound's captain gave a pitiful cry as he fell off his mount. Chu Tian shot at the other Warhounds pursuing him. With several pitiful cries, another 2 vultures fell from several hundred meters in the air. Several Warhound soldiers put down their bows and pulled out their close combat weapons to surround him without any fear of death. Chu Tian's source energy submachine gun had run out of energy, and he did not have time to reload, so he could only send out a sword chi to push back 2 of them. The other one had already approached the griffin and stabbed his spear into the griffin's abdomen, creating a terrifying wound. "Ayo!" The griffin gave a pitiful cry as it lost its balance. Chu Tian and Meng Qinggu were almost thrown out. "Damn!" Meng Qinggu took Chu Tian's submachine gun and reloaded it. That terrifying source energy bullet easily shattered their armor and instantly melted several Warhound soldiers with large holes. "Young miss, good shot!" There were still several dozen Warhounds airborne cavalry, but there were too many of them, with their close range and long range attacks, not to mention that Chu Tian's strength was greatly reduced. Even in a normal situation, it would be hard for him to gain an advantage in this kind of aerial battle. So, a blade quickly slashed at the griffin's neck. The injured griffin finally could not hold on any longer, and its body suddenly flipped over, falling down from the sky. "This is bad." The 2 of them were thrown into the air and instantly lost their center of gravity, falling down at the same time. After losing their mounts, the 2 of them could not move in the air. The Warhounds' airborne cavalry charged forward, attempting to tear the 2 of them apart. Chapter 326. Chu Tian and Meng Qinggu were over 300–400 meters in the air, falling down in a free fall. Their ears were filled with the sound of wind, and the ground was getting closer and closer. Falling from this height, even if one had a body as hard as steel, their internal organs would still be damaged. What was even more dangerous was that the Warhounds' soldiers riding on the vultures did not plan on letting them go. So when the 2 of them fell, the vultures surrounded them and tried to tear them apart with their sharp claws. Scram! Chu Tian's sword chi cut opened the belly of a vulture, and large amounts of blood and internal organs were released. Chu Tian suddenly heard Meng Qinggu's cry of shock, and when he turned around, Meng Qinggu had already been caught by a vulture. The vulture had actually stabbed its spear at Meng Qinggu's body, but it was a good thing that this vulture soldier's cultivation was not high, and its spear could not pierce through Meng Qinggu's starlight barrier. Meng Qinggu grabbed the spear and threw the soldier down. Chu Tian had no choice but to throw the netherworld sword and grab it in his hand. The treasure sword turned into a stream of light as it pierced through the vulture's body. The vulture gave a pitiful cry as it was killed. The netherworld sword released energy, and the blue and white flame, crows flew into the air. Even the vultures and the riders were ignited by the terrifying abyss netherworld flame. This huge ball of flame then transformed into a humanoid figure. It was impressively the image of a demon. Netherworld. Kill them. Yes, master. The demon Netherworld was an elemental being. It could fly even without wings. It was like a meteor as it charged at the vulture riders. There were 6-7 blooming flames in the sky. Chu Tian held the Netherworld sword that had lost its spirit and fell down with Meng Qinggu. Putong! Putong! 2 large sounds came from a lake that was as flat as a mirror on the prairie. The 2 of them almost instantly sank to the bottom of the water. If they were ordinary people, their internal organs would have been shattered and they would have died. Chu Tian came into close contact with a rock at the bottom of the lake. The rock was smashed into pieces, but Chu Tian's head was fine. However, he felt a wave of dizziness. He quickly calmed himself down, kicked the bottom of the lake, and quickly floated up. He saw Meng Qinggu struggling in front of him. The young mistress did not seem to be very good at swimming. Moreover, there was an arrow wound on her thigh, so she could not move for a while. Chu Tian quickly swam over and wrapped his arms around Meng Qinggu's waist. The 2 of them emerged from the water together. Phew! Meng Qinggu and Chu Tian gasped for breath. Meng Qinggu quickly asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "My life is very tough. Of course I'm fine. How is eldest miss? Are your injuries heavy?" In order to express his concern, Chu Tian used his hands to examine the young miss's body. When he finally touched her thigh, he used his spirit energy to break the arrow. "We need to go ashore to take care of the wound." Meng Qinggu had been taken advantage of by Chu Tian, but she was too lazy to say anything at this moment. The little fox swam over from the water and brought the Netherworld sword in its mouth to Chu Tian. Chu Tian held the Netherworld sword and thanked the little fox. The demon Netherworld was still fighting with the war hounds in the sky. Although the battle would not end in a while, it could stop the vulture cavalry from attacking the 2 of them, so it was the best time for the 2 of them to go ashore. Chu Tian held the young Miss' soft body and held the Netherworld sword in his other hand. He controlled the spirit energy in his body and suddenly kicked off in the water. It was like he had hit an engine, and he quickly swam to the shore. The little fox suddenly gave a warning. There was a large amount of dead wood floating on the surface of the small lake. When one looked carefully, they were shocked to find that these were not dead wood. They were clearly giant alligators that were over 5 meters long. A small part of their bodies floated on the surface, so it looked like several dozen pieces of dead wood. Damn, these are blue-patterned alligators. These alligators were high-level 1 water-attributed demon beasts. They could display some water-attributed abilities and had the strength of an 8th to 9th body refinement layer cultivator. In his normal state, Chu Tian would not care about them, but the current Chu Tian was not only very weak, his spirit energy was almost used up and he did not have the strength to fight anymore. There were many alligators. There were at least over 100 of them. At this moment, it was enough to pose a fatal threat to the 2 of them. Meng Qinggu said in a panic, "What do we do?" "What can we do? Run." The 2 who had fallen into the water had clearly invaded the territory of these highly territorial magical beasts. Moreover, it seemed that these fellows did not have a good temper. At this moment, they were rapidly surging towards the 2 humans and 1 beast. Dark blue runes lit up on the skin of each of the crocodiles as they instilled power into the surrounding lake water from their bodies. The entire lake seemed to be boiling in an instant. Chu Tian could feel a strong water-attributed energy that wrapped around him like a giant python. The alligators wanted to bind him and make him lose his ability to resist before tearing him apart. Chu Tian's long sword swept out with a fierce sword chi, instantly breaking through the surrounding binding energy. It also cut the 2 alligators in half. Other than angering the demon beasts even more, it did not have any effect on their current situation. "This is bad. There are too many demon beasts in the water." Meng Qinggu anxiously shouted, "If you bring me along, you won't be able to leave. Don't worry about me, just leave." Meng Qinggu was in the peak fifth awakened soul layer. This kind of strength was not weak. At least in the Southern Xia army, she could be a high-level general. But Meng Qingguo did not have a battle-type source spirit, so she was not suited for most battle cultivation techniques and martial arts. In other words, other than the defensive Starlight Immortal Body cultivation technique, she did not have any other skills. Meng Qingguo's battle strength was very weak, especially in this kind of situation. She could only drag them down. If Chu Tian brought Meng Qingguo, their chances of escaping would be even smaller. You want to stop me with just these few beasts? Chu Tian released his spirit energy and suddenly moved forward. He felt 1,000 gene of resistance. With every inch, he moved forward. After cutting down several more alligators, he continued to bring Meng Qingguo forward. The water around them began to churn even more violently as the giant alligators charged at the two of them. "Young miss, take this." Chu Tian gave the source energy submachine gun to Meng Qingguo. He and Meng Qingguo were hugging each other, and Chu Tian was responsible for sweeping the front. "You cover my back." At this time, several giant crocodiles attacked Chu Tian from behind. The young miss quickly grabbed the gun and pulled the trigger. A stream of light bullets shot out and instantly created a large amount of steam on the surface of the lake. The giant crocodile's incomparably tough skin was instantly burned with a large hole, and their bodies were pierced through. Too good. With the source energy submachine gun in hand, these giant alligators would not be able to get close. Meng Qingguo seemed like she had found her value and immediately fired at the surrounding giant alligators. When these high-temperature energy bullets passed through the lake, they created large amounts of steam that finally landed on the giant alligators. The source energy submachine gun's high firing speed and killing power was displayed at this time. The two of them finally escaped danger and slowly swam towards the shore. "I don't have any bullets. Quickly give me a magazine." "Fuck, can't you use it sparingly?" "I don't have any left." Meng Qingguo was shocked. "Then what do we do?" Chu Tian took out a source energy pistol and gave it to her. "We only have this left, so we'll just have to make do with it." This pistol's firing speed was too slow and there were too many demon beasts. How could they kill them all? But now that things had reached this point, they could only do this. It was a good thing that Chu Tian's weapons had been specially modified. This source energy pistol's energy bullets were enough to easily pierce through an illustrious soul realm cultivator's protective spirit energy. A single shot was enough to kill one. Only as more and more crocodiles were killed, these demon beasts became more and more angry. They became even more hysterical as they attacked the two of them. Chu Tian didn't have much spirit energy left, and now he was on the verge of exhaustion. Even the Starlight Immortal Body couldn't support it anymore. Once the Starlight Immortal Body was broken, then Chu Tian would die without a doubt. These demon beasts could easily crush a human's weak body. I really can't move." Finally, the spirit energy in Chu Tian's body was almost completely used up. He was at least 200 meters away from the other side of the river. This was not a problem for an awakened soul cultivator, but for Chu Tian it was the distance between life and death. "Young miss, we might not be able to swim up." Chu Tian had a tired expression. "Are you afraid?" Meng Qingguo looked at Chu Tian's pale face and suddenly had a very moved feeling. This fellow was usually carefree, but in this critical moment he was protecting her with his life, not giving up until the last moment. "If you're not afraid, then what would I be afraid of? At worst, we'll just die together. Young miss, please take this and hold it tightly." Chu Tian placed a sword sheath into Meng Qingguo's hand. Without waiting for her to speak, he took the initiative to ask, "I actually have a question I want to ask you." Meng Qingguo had a stunned expression as she said, "What do you want to ask?" Chu Tian seriously said, "Ying once told me that the man the young miss likes has to be an indomitable hero or a great sage that saves the country. Do you think I'm that kind of person?" "What meaning is there in asking this?" Of course there is a meaning. Quickly tell me, let me be a ghost that understands. All right, all right, all right. You are, that's fine. But there's no chance we're all going to die. Chu Tian revealed a satisfied smile. He suddenly thrust the netherworld sword forward, stabbing it into the sword sheath in Meng Qingwu's hand. He pushed the rest of his spirit energy in, and the energy exploded in the water. That strong force directly pushed Meng Qingwu's body. No, Meng Qingwu was pushed by the netherworld sword and flew into the air, landing on the shore. She watched as Chu Tian used the last of his strength and slowly sank into the water in exhaustion. The surrounding giant alligators surrounded him, launching a final wave of attacks. Chu Tian, Chu Tian, I don't belong to this place. I should be satisfied after playing for this long. Chu Tian raised his right hand to make a victory sign. You sisters should live on. When Chu Tian sank into the water, countless alligators wildly charged forward. There was only a splash of water. It was clear they were being attacked by a group of alligators. No, quickly come out. Meng Qingwu powerlessly kneeled on the ground. She did not have the joy of surviving. Rather, she was filled with deep guilt and pain. Chapter 3:27. When the crocodiles were about to tear Chu Tian to pieces, a ripple appeared in the lake, and a strong pressure covered the surface of the lake. The giant crocodiles were filled with incomparable fear. It was like a powerful ancient demon beast had appeared, and its aura was even more shocking than a dragon's aura. A snow-white figure emerged from the lake. It was a full 10 to 30 feet tall, and its entire body was spotless. Its snow-white fur was as smooth as silk, and it was as translucent as white jade. Its eyes were dark green like top-grade jadeite. This was a two-tailed white demon fox. When the giant crocodiles felt the white fox's aura, they all ran away in panic. The demon fox's green eyes suddenly lit up, and an invisible spiritual energy spread in all directions. Almost in an instant, hundreds of giant crocodiles stopped moving. Their bodies froze for a few seconds, and then their eyes lit up with a strange green light. All of them turned into marionettes and pounced on each other and began to bite each other. Meng Qingwu watched in disbelief as over 100 giant crocodiles killed each other. Blood dyed the surface of the lake red. That white demon fox sank to the bottom of the lake and picked up Chu Tian before quickly jumping onto the shore. It shook off the water droplets on its fur, and then its body quickly shrank. From a majestic two-tailed demon fox, it turned back into a cute little fox. The little fox gave a sneeze. Its two eyes revealed a look of exhaustion. It was a good thing he awakened his transformation ability at this critical moment. Otherwise his master would have failed miserably this time. Little fox, good job! Meng Qingwu threw herself at Chu Tian, and her hands kept slapping his face. How are you? Wake up! Quickly wake up for me. Chu Tian's eyelids felt as heavy as lead. There was a warm and soft hand patting his face, and at the same time, a familiar voice called out to him. It was sometimes far away and sometimes right in front of him. Was it the young miss? So he wasn't dead yet. Meng Qingwu saw Chu Tian's eyelids move slightly. He finally reacted. She was relieved. I knew that a scourge like you wouldn't die so easily. Meng Qingwu leaned over and grabbed his shoulder and shook it hard. Irresponsible bastard. Do you think I will thank you for doing this? How do you want me to go back and face Yingying? You made me suffer and feel guilty for the rest of my life. I will hate you for the rest of my life. Get up. Meng Qingwu's mood was very complicated. She was happy and sad, angry and touched. This guy liked to play the hero, but had he ever thought about her feelings? Did he think about Yingying again? No matter what, he couldn't die, he couldn't die. Miracle Commerce needed him. Yingying needed him. Meng Qingwu also needed him. All right, stop swaying. Even if I'm not bitten to death by the magical beasts, I'll still die from your swaying. Chu Tian weakly said. When he slowly opened his eyes and saw Meng Qinggu, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Big, big, big. What big? Don't tell me you've become stupid. Meng Qinggu saw two eyes staring at her, so she looked over at Chu Tian's eyes in a puzzled manner. Meng Qinggu's eyes suddenly froze and her face turned red. At this moment, Meng Qinggu's two slender legs were spread apart and she was in a very ambiguous position, leaning over Chu Tian's body. Her face was not even a centimeter away from Chu Tian. In this position, according to the laws of gravity, the two magnificent peaks on Meng Qinggu's chest were very prominent. Looking down from her collar, one could see everything. A drop of water fell down from Meng Qinggu's slender white neck, flowing down to her snow-white peaks before finally falling into a bottomless ravine. Several strands of black hair fell down, contrasting against her milky white skin. Ah! Meng Qinggu was startled and wanted to stand up, but she used too much force and felt a splitting pain in her right leg. Probably because it affected her wound, Meng Qinggu fell back down again. Chu Tian felt as if two towering mountains were pressing down on his chest, almost forcing his soul out. Two soft and fragrant lips were right on his mouth. Little Fox immediately covered her eyes. Meng Qinggu's beautiful eyes widened, and Chu Tian's face was full of disbelief. Damn, my chastity! No way! I didn't know that this miss was such a fierce woman. Just because I saved her life, she took the initiative to give me a kiss and hug. Is she going to repay me with her body? If I don't respond to Miss's behavior, I wouldn't be a man. Chu Tian took the opportunity to hug Miss and give her a fierce bite. Meng Qinggu's mind instantly went blank. She subconsciously didn't resist, or perhaps there was an unspeakable excitement and anticipation in her heart. Miss, you're too despicable. You actually took advantage of me when I was weak and used this kind of forceful method to steal my first kiss. Chu Tian looked at Miss in horror, like an innocent girl who had been violated by a sex fiend. Meng Qinggu came back to her senses. When she saw Chu Tian's reaction, she almost fainted. It was obviously you. Missy, let's be reasonable, okay? I can't even move now. You were the one who hugged me and kissed me. Are you going to be irresponsible and accuse me instead? I didn't. Pay. Meng Qinggu felt that these words were inappropriate. Even the normally calm and steady her was flustered at this moment. Don't speak nonsense! Chu Tian confidently said, I don't care that much. Since I've done it, I have to admit it. Although your temper is a bit fierce, since it's like this, I can only accept my bad luck. I'll just accept you. I'm ignoring you. Meng Qinggu was so angry that she didn't care about her leg injury as she limped away. She didn't even take a few steps before she fell down again. Chu Tian saw that the young Miss' injury was not light, so he stopped teasing her. He picked up the netherworld, sword on the side, and gently slashed at the sky. A blue light fell onto the blade, and the weapon's spirit returned to the weapon. Those vultures had all been killed. Chu Tian sheathed the sword and immediately went to support the young miss. Let me see your injury. No, this was not up to you. Chu Tian directly supported her to sit on the ground. Although Meng Qinggu's mouth was protesting, her body did not resist at all. Chu Tian tore open his pants, revealing a snow-white thigh. There was a dark red wound in the middle, but Meng Qinggu had already used her spirit energy to seal the blood vessels, so there was no blood loss. It really is a poison arrow. Chu Tian gently pressed down on the young miss injury. The poison has entered the bone. If we use Southern Xia's treatment methods, you won't be able to keep your leg. Meng Qinggu's body trembled in fright. Was it really that serious? Chu Tian gave a laugh. But you don't need to worry, this poison is completely different from the one used on the Southern Summer King. As long as the poison is controlled, I have a way to treat it and there won't be any side effects. While they were talking, Chu Tian took out a level 2 deciphering pill that he had personally refined and poured it into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth and Chu Tian spat it onto the wound. Then he gently massaged the surrounding area, letting the medicinal liquid seep into the wound. Meng Qinggu could clearly feel that the pain was gradually decreasing. When she saw Chu Tian meticulously treating her, her expression eased up a bit. Chu Tian bandaged Meng Qinggu's wound, and without even asking for her opinion, he directly carried Meng Qinggu on his back. Meng Qinggu was a bit panicked. "What are you doing?" "You can't walk for now with this leg injury." Chu Tian carried Meng Qinggu to the south. The Warhound's tribe must still have pursuers. "If we are caught by another wave, we will be dead for sure. We need to hurry to a safe place." Meng Qinggu was a bit resistant. She had never been this intimate with a man before, other than the accident that just happened. But Meng Qinggu was not an unreasonable person. After hesitating for a few seconds, she stretched out her arms and wrapped them around Chu Tian's neck. She closed her eyes and allowed this fellow to carry her forward. Feeling the young Miss body like this was a very wonderful thing. However, Chu Tian's current condition was very bad. There was no place on his body that wasn't in pain, and he was not in the mood to enjoy his luck with women. Meng Qinggu was quietly lying on Chu Tian's body. The two of them did not say a word at this time, but Meng Qinggu could clearly feel Chu Tian's weak pulse and his increasingly rapid breathing. He must have reached his limit and was only forcefully holding on with his shocking willpower. Meng Qinggu's heart was sour, not feeling good at all. Chu Tian was in this kind of condition, but he still acted like nothing was wrong. He was even deliberately angering her, but it was most likely to divert her attention. "Chu Tian, let me ask you," Meng Qinggu asked in Chu Tian's ear, "between me and Ying, who do you think is better?" Chu Tian felt the young Miss' breath on his ear, making him feel very comfortable. However, this question made Chu Tian choke quite a bit. That unprecedented tone made Chu Tian's heart tremble. "Why are you asking this question? You sisters are not the same type. How can I compare?" "Then I'll change the method. I'm saying if, between me and Ying, you could choose one to marry as your wife, who would you choose?" Chu Tian could clearly feel that when the young miss asked this question, her heart was beating faster. What kind of question was this? Could it be a hint? He really couldn't be careless. "Can't I marry both?" "Io, why are you pinching me?" Meng Qinggu fiercely said. "You can only choose one." The young miss question was too tricky. Chu Tian had the best relationship with Ying. This was something the young miss couldn't compare to. But if he chose Ying in front of the young miss, wouldn't that hurt the young miss' heart? Women were very complicated creatures, no matter how contradictory they were. Deep in their hearts, they would want to choose her. But if he chose the young miss, wouldn't he be letting down Ying? The young miss loved her little sister so much, she would most likely express her opinion. This question was really hard for people to decide. Meng Qinggu said with a disdainful smile, "Is this question that hard to answer? You men really are eating from the bowl while looking at the pot." "I'm wronged. I haven't eaten yet. At most I'm looking at the pot and staring at the food that hasn't entered the pot yet. You?" All right, I know the young miss wants to make it hard for me." Chu Tian scratched his head. "If I have to give an answer, then I'll choose the young miss." Meng Qinggu's body slightly trembled. She was satisfied with this answer, but also dissatisfied. She kicked Chu Tian and said with a snort, "Why? Isn't Ying good enough? This wife needs to share a lot of work. Ying is so stupid. How could she help me manage the company? So the young miss is the most suitable. As for Ying, you only said she could have one wife. You didn't say she couldn't have a concubine. Anyways, the girl doesn't care about status, right? You have no conscience. I'll kick you to death." All right, then I'll choose Ying. I don't want a fierce wife." "Io, why are you kicking me again?" "Then I don't want either of them." "Wah! You're still kicking me. What do you want me to do?" Meng Qinggu felt a bit embarrassed. She seemed to have overreacted. The two of them were silent for a while. If, I'm saying if, me and Inying end up benefiting you, will you find another woman? What do you mean? Forgive my stupidity, I don't understand. Don't pretend you don't understand. Nangong kaidai yin yao. Even Big Sister Bing. They are all one in 10,000 outstanding women. Do you dare pat your chest and guarantee you won't harm them? I don't believe you can say this kind of thing. To be honest, I really don't have any thoughts. Chu Tian shrugged his shoulders. But since the young miss has no confidence in me, you won't believe me no matter what I say. Since it's like this, I might as well admit that I'm a person of universal love. It's also good to plan ahead. Fickle Big Radish, I'll kick you to death. Chu Tian finally saw it. The young miss was normally a sensible person, but when she made a scene, she was even worse than Nangong Yin. It really made people look at her in a new light. Anyways, on the way here, Chu Tian's butt was almost swollen from being kicked. But playing with the young miss, Chu Tian felt much more relaxed. Chapter 328. The two of them walked noisily until dusk. The prairie at night was filled with danger, and the two of them were injured. For safety's sake, they found a safe little forest to rest in. Chu Tian swallowed a few more pills and began to heal his injuries. As expected, he was in a terrible state. Because he had overused his strength, he had damaged many of his meridians. And because he had overdrawn his strength during the battle, his vitality had been damaged. This was the most serious injury Chu Tian had suffered since he arrived in this era. He wouldn't be able to recover even after 10-15 days. The most troublesome thing was that if it wasn't treated in time, there would be repercussions that would cause irreparable damage to his body. Meng Qinggu placed a heated can in front of Chu Tian. Eat it! This was made from level 2 demon beast meat. When an awakened soul cultivator's body was weak, they only needed to eat this can to recover most of their strength. Meng Qinggu looked around. Where's the little fox? It's cleaning up the aura we left behind. Chu Tian ate the can in 2-3 bites, and the healing pill began to show its effects, making his body feel a bit more comfortable. The warhounds are made up of wolf tribe spirit beasts, and the wolf tribe is famous for being good at tracking. If it wasn't for the little fox cleaning up the aura, we would have been attacked many times already. Meng Qinggu was very curious about the little fox's origin. This little fellow is not simple. It has a strong potential and strength. When I saw it transform today, its aura was very familiar to me. It was very similar to an ancient, great, desolate, demonic beast. Great, desolate, demonic beast? Chu Tian knew the young miss abilities. The heavenly book source spirit contained a large amount of knowledge and memories, so as long as it was stimulated, it would awaken. Even Chu Tian didn't know about the little fox's origin, so how could Meng Qinggu know? Demonic beasts and demon beasts sounded similar, but there was actually a large difference. Most demonic beasts had high intelligence and were good at using strange demonic techniques. This was very similar to the little fox's abilities, so it was very possible that the little fox was a demonic beast. Chu Tian asked, "How much do you know?" "Not too much. The inherited memories in my source, spirit, don't have much information on this." Meng Qinggu pondered for a few minutes and said, "Legend has it that in the early days of the primordial chaos, there was a kind of primordial demon race that coexisted with gods and demons. Among these demon race leaders, there was a most famous and powerful existence. It was unpredictable and unpredictable, but its original body was a 9-tailed demon fox." 9-tailed demon fox. Chu Tian remembered what happened in the Central State Trial Tower. Could the little fox be the descendant of that great ancient demon? If it was a descendant of the demon race, then it could be explained why the little fox could use so many strange demonic techniques. Meng Qinggu shook her head. "I can't be sure, but the little fox's background is definitely not that simple." Chu Tian was deep in thought. The little fox's body was a 9-tailed fox monster, and Chu Tian's source spirit was the 9-eyed demon god. What was the relationship between the two? Was it a coincidence that they met? 9 was the extreme number. It represented supremacy. Chu Tian shook his head and did not think too much about it. No matter what the little fox's background was, it was still an infant at most and did not have any strength. The great ancient demon beasts had an incomparably long lifespan, and it would take tens of thousands of years to reach adulthood. How could a human raise it with their short lifespan? Perhaps Chu Tian pursuing the path of immortality was the only way out. In the silent night, the darkness stretched as far as the eye could see. The cold of the midnight and the sense of danger was like an invisible hand that shrouded the two of them at all times. Meng Qinggu was worried about the warhounds, but she was even more afraid of the demon beasts hunting on the prairies, so she did not dare sleep. At this time, a hand patted Meng Qinggu's shoulder. "Don't worry, the little fox is nearby. If anything approaches, it will not be able to escape the little fox's vigilance, so you can rest in peace." Meng Qinggu was indeed very tired. She gently leaned against Chu Tian's shoulder and closed her eyes to fall asleep. Chu Tian continued to heal his injuries. Actually, this could be considered a blessing in disguise. Chu Tian had gone beyond his limits, and although it was a large injury to his body, it had stimulated his potential. If his injuries could be healed this time, Chu Tian's cultivation would increase by a large amount, and it would not be impossible for him to step into the true soul realm. When there was a glimmer of light in the eastern sky, Chu Tian came out of his meditative state. After taking a few saint pills with him, although they couldn't completely repair his injuries, they were able to greatly alleviate them. At the very least, his overdrawn spirit energy would recover a bit, and he would be able to fight, no longer needing to worry about the demon beasts of the prairie. Meng Qinggu was leaning against his shoulder, breathing evenly, already dead asleep. He gently pushed Meng Qinggu. Young miss, it's almost dawn, wake up!" At this moment, Meng Qinggu's entire body was leaning against Chu Tian's body, and her two hands were tightly holding onto Chu Tian's arm. Her beautiful face was covered in dirt, but it did not lose any of its charm and instead became even more charming. The young Miss Beauty could be described as 360 degrees without any blind spots. Meng Qinggu woke up with a start, feeling a little embarrassed. She originally wanted to rest for a while, but just by leaning on Chu Tian's body, his aura made her feel peaceful, and she actually unknowingly fell asleep. What was going on? Meng Qinggu couldn't help but have goosebumps. She had always been an independent and sharp person since she was young. Furthermore, Meng Qinggu's vigilance was very heavy. Other than her younger sister, she would always have a trace of basic vigilance in her heart. Even if she was sleeping at home, it was impossible for her to sleep so deeply. Could it be that deep in her heart, she already had a deep trust in the fellow in front of her? This feeling made Meng Qinggu feel a bit conflicted and confused, not knowing what to do. Let's quickly leave. Chu Tian did not pay attention to the young Miss complex psychological changes. When he got up, he saw Meng Qinggu sitting on the ground and said with a puzzled expression, "Young miss, what are you doing? Let's go." "I'm an injured person. How can I walk with my leg like this?" Meng Qinggu said confidently and even had a bit of a spoiled feeling. "It's not like you're carrying me. When you were sleeping, I used my spirit energy to disperse the poison in your bones. Now its healing is pretty good and your injury is basically under control. This leg can be considered saved and you can walk." Chu Tian said in a snappy manner, "You still want to kick my butt? Save it." Meng Qinggu found that her thigh had been bandaged and the pain from the wound was no longer like before. Her face instantly turned hot and she wished she could dig a hole in the ground. At the same time, she fiercely cursed Chu Tian in her heart. "This blockhead, letting you carry me was letting you take advantage of me, but you actually refused, angering me to death." The fox led the way as the two of them headed towards the south. After 1 or 2 life and death experiences, the young miss had opened up her heart and the two of them had become much closer. But, strangely, the closer they got, the harder it was to see the young miss. This normally dignified, beautiful, cautious, and intelligent female merchant actually had a side that no one knew about. Sometimes she was bold, sometimes she was cute, and sometimes she was emotional. This woman, it was really hard to understand. The facts proved that the adjustment last night was correct. The two of them had recovered quite well, so their speed had increased. After several hours of rushing, they were less than 500 miles away from Imperial City. This place was already within Imperial City's sphere of influence, so it was relatively safe. Those pursuers, riding vultures, should not be able to catch up. Chu Tian looked into the distance. There are Imperial City patrols nearby or Imperial City scouts. As long as we can find someone, we can get a fast horse or a beast carriage. Then it will be much easier. The young miss gave a sigh. I hope so. This kind of high-speed movement consumed spirit energy and physical strength. Physical strength was very precious right now, so it was best to save as much as possible. It was best to have a fast horse. But when the two of them were about to let out a sigh of relief, the little fox suddenly cried out in alarm, "Gee, gee!" A loud sound came from the sky, just like a thunderclap. There was nothing in the sky before, but now there was a giant blue hawk. It was around 20 feet long and 40 feet wide. Each feather seemed like it was carved from blue crystals, and there were arcs of lightning around it. This was clearly a very strong demon beast. Be careful! Chu Tian suddenly jumped onto Meng Qinggu beside him. A bolt of lightning flashed across the ground, creating a giant scorch mark. When the two of them felt this power, their hearts filled with fear. This Thunder Hawk strength was at least in the peak 9th awakened soul layer. The little fox bared its teeth, and its originally black eyes suddenly turned a demonic green. Its small body suddenly swelled, and it instantly turned into a 20-foot tall demonic fox. After the little fox transformed, the demonic green light in its eyes became even stronger. The thunder hawk in the sky gave a painful cry, and a green light appeared in the depths of the hawk's eyes. The green light quickly expanded and finally covered the entire pupil. Gee! The thunder eagle beast let out a sharp cry and suddenly calmed down from its anxious state. Its thoughts had clearly been controlled by the little fox, but the thunder eagle beast was too strong. Although the little fox could control it, it was very hard to control its movements, so the thunder eagle beast seemed to be frozen. Interesting. This thunder hawk is at least in the peak 9th awakened soul layer. To be able to control its thoughts, your spirit beast is not simple. Meng Qinggu now found that there was a spirit beast standing on the back of the thunder hawk. This person had a tall and sturdy figure with a simple black blade in his hand. His body was filled with a strong power that seemed like it came from the netherworld. Netherflame, Blade Malam, the Warhounds tribe's true spirit expert. His arrival was like a messenger from Nether Prison, making people tremble in fear. Malam was not in a rush to make a move and looked at them with a ridiculing gaze. Your aura hiding skills are not bad, making this your search for an entire night. If it wasn't for you revealing your tracks this morning, even I would not have been able to find you, wasting this much of my time. Have you thought about what price you should pay? Chapter 329. They still couldn't escape this misfortune in the end. Now that they were about to enter Imperial City's territory, they never thought that a true spirit realm expert would personally chase after them. How could Chu Tian and Meng Qinggu resist a true spirit realm expert? The little fox was tied down by the Thunderhawk, so it couldn't help them at this moment. Cripple your own cultivation and come with me. Malam was not in a rush. You can suffer less this way. Chu Tian considered the situation in front of him. I can go with you, but you have to let her go. You can't, Meng Qinggu quickly said. Chu Tian, you can't go with them. Chu Tian, of course, did not want to mix with these warhounds fellows, but the current situation was not good for the two of them. They could only think of a way to deal with it first. At least they could keep their little lives and find a way to escape later. Prisoners of war do not have the qualifications to talk about conditions. What if I still have a bargaining chip in my hand? Bargaining chip? Ha ha ha. Is it because of the power contained in your body? It can't be denied that it is very strong, but do you really have the ability to use it again? Malum gently sniffed. I can smell the aura coming from your blood. You are very weak, very weak. If you use it again, you will definitely die. If I die, your mission will fail. Malum broke out in laughter again. A prisoner of war is actually threatening the victor with suicide? Let me tell you, your life is not important at all. Even if you die today, as long as you can bring your corpse back, it will be enough. You're speaking too much nonsense. I'll kill this woman first. The black blade was ignited in flames, and a terrifying energy fluctuation created a wild wind. When it blew across the prairie, it was like a wave was being released. Fuck! I'll stake it all with you. Chu Tian floated in the air and released a powerful fluctuation. Malum never thought that Chu Tian would actually dare to resist. Then let me see how much this power can be used. Nether flames. The black blade was ignited in flames, and when it merged with Malum's source spirit, it turned into a demon covered in black flames. It shot out at Chu Tian like a meteor. Chu Tian! Meng Qingguo shouted in panic. This was the attack of a true spirit realm expert's source spirit. This kind of attack was not something an awakened soul cultivator could withstand. Chu Tian formed a seal with his hands, and his eyes suddenly opened. 7 demonic pupils appeared in his eyes, and a huge power was added to his body, instantly turning him into a gigantic, 9-eyed demon god. The evil spirit, burning with black flames, didn't even have time to approach. It was instantly intimidated by the pressure and dissipated in midair. Here it comes. It was this power. Malum revealed a crazed expression. How could such a weak person possess such great power? If this energy could be extracted and spewed into the space in front of Chu Tian, it would eventually form a layer of spatial fluctuations that were hard to see with the naked eye. Boom! The burning black evil ghost was directly shattered by the shockwave. Malum revealed a shocked expression. This person seemed to have many attributes of his source spirit, and he could freely switch between them. When he was in the fort, he had used his soul-attributed energy, instantly harvesting the souls of 5 peak 9th awakened soul layer experts. Other than that, he at least had the ability to use spatial energy. For example, he could teleport or use spatial fluctuations. These were all controlled from the source of space. Spatial energy, this was a legendary innate talent. Even in a giant empire, there were very few people with spatial energy. This person seemed to be able to use spatial energy. This completely subverted Malum's imagination. But so what if the other side was strong? Malum said with a cold smile, "Your vitality is quickly weakening. If you keep fighting, you're dead for sure. I'll give you one last chance. Surrender to me and pledge your loyalty to the warhounds, and you can live." Malum was right. Chu Tian had released the power of his main source spirit twice, which had an unimaginable effect on him. Although his body had reached the second layer of the starlight immortal body, his physique was still too weak. Adding in the fact that his cultivation was not high enough, he could not resist the pressure of his source spirit on his body. Chu Tian blocked Malum's attack, and all the blood vessels in his body ruptured again. Large amounts of blood came out of his pores, and he couldn't stop sweating, instantly soaking his entire body. One attack. He could only make one more attack. Chu Tian was already at his limit. If he didn't care about the consequences, he would only have one more chance to attack. If he could kill Malum with this attack, the young miss would be able to return safely. If he couldn't kill Malum with this attack, the two of them would die here. Of course, even if it was the former, Chu Tian might not be able to survive. Now it all depended on luck. The 9-eyed demon god closed 8 of its eyes and only opened one eye. This eye corresponded to the faint golden pupil in Chu Tian's eye. An invisible power instantly exploded with Chu Tian as the center. What kind of attack was this? Malam did not feel any elemental energy fluctuations, but he felt a strong power that covered the world around him. He couldn't help feeling a panic that was hard to suppress because this power did not seem to have any defenses. It could pass through all energy and objects, so all defenses were useless against it. Malam felt his vision darken as the entire world collapsed. There was a power affecting his mind that stripped away all of Malam's senses and pulled him into a silent and dark space. Was this a spiritual attack? Malam could already faintly feel it. This power should be spiritual energy, but it was merged with the user's consciousness. In short, this was a form of divine sense. Chu Tian's divine sense had reached the mind's lamp realm, and Chu Tian's spirit energy was very weak, so he could not handle other kinds of energy. So, using a divine sense attack was the safest method for Chu Tian, and it was also the most suitable method for Malam to use. A divine sense attack was a spiritual attack. A spiritual attack was invisible and without a trace. Unless one had a strong divine sense or had a source spirit or cultivation technique, any kind of defense would be useless against it. The Warhound's tribe was a spirit beast race. The spirit beast's deep spiritual domain research was almost negligible, and Malam's source spirit was not a spiritual type. Although he didn't know what realm his divine sense had reached, it should be at the mind's eye level. Chu Tian's cultivation base could not compare to Malam's, but his divine sense surpassed Malam's. Therefore, he used a divine sense attack, using his strength to attack the enemy's weakness. Endless purgatory. Malam felt a cold and terrifying voice explode in his mind. His surroundings began to change, and he felt like he had arrived in a world of lava. Beneath his feet was lava, and there were burning red iron pillars that rose high up from the lava. A ferocious demon with the head of a bull and body of a human was covered in hot lava. He held a burning red chain in his hand as he charged at Malam with a ferocious expression. Shwa! The chains in the ox-headed demon's hands instantly shot out and bound Malam's body. The flames attached to the chains made Malam feel an indescribable pain. It was as if the flames were not only burning his body, but also his mind and soul. Scram! Malam roared out as he broke free, causing the chain to shatter. A black blade slashed out, and the Minotaur demon gave a pitiful cry before turning into flames. You want to kill me with this kind of insignificant skill. Before Malam's voice fell, several outlines appeared around the lava lake. They were all terrifying demons with bull heads and human bodies. These monsters slowly rose up from the lava lake, each one holding a flaming iron lock in their hands. Malam felt like he was in a trance. He felt like his body had been split in two, and there were two Malams in this space. They could even look at each other, but what was strange was that these two Malams were controlled by the same will. The Minotaur demon waved the burning chains to attack. Malam raised the black blade to cut the chains, instantly cutting apart several Minotaur demons. What Malam never thought was that his other body would be hit by the chains, and that unbearable pain instantly spread through his body and spirit. How could this be? Malam had two bodies in this space, and both bodies had their senses, but his consciousness was still the same, so the two bodies were not divided. It was like Malam's left and right hand being controlled by his consciousness. In other words, if Malam protected his left hand and his right hand was injured, Malam would still feel intense pain. Damn it! What kind of evil technique was this? Malam controlled two bodies to repel the Minotaur demons at the same time. The third wave of Minotaur demons appeared. What made Malam feel fear and despair was that the number of Minotaur demons kept increasing and Malam's bodies kept increasing. When the third wave began, there were 18 Minotaur demons and Malam's bodies had become 3. A normal person's consciousness could only control one body. Now that his consciousness was connected to 3 bodies, Malam's control over his body became very stiff, and he often made mistakes in his control. The worst part was that if any body was attacked, it would cause unimaginable pain. If all 3 bodies were attacked at the same time, Malam's consciousness would suffer 3 times the pain. Pung! The third wave of Minotaur demons was defeated. The fourth wave of Minotaur demons appeared. There were 36 of them, and Malam's bodies became 4. Malam almost lost control of his body and could only watch as the Minotaur demons wildly attacked. The 5th wave, the 6th wave, the 7th wave. Malam's bodies became more and more numerous, and he completely lost control of his body. Pa! Each body was hit by a whip. Malam instantly felt several dozen waves of extreme pain attack him at the same time. Malam almost fainted, but in this spiritual space he was not allowed to faint. Malam's body was still splitting, and the number of Minotaur demons in the space was still increasing. The 100th wave, the 1,000th wave, the 10,000th wave. It was like Malam had tens of thousands of bodies, and each body was tied to a red pillar by the Minotaur demons. Each body was being tortured by tens of thousands of Minotaur demons. Even the smallest torture, when magnified by 10,000 times, was enough to cause a large amount of damage. Not to mention that Malam's tens of thousands of bodies were enduring unimaginable torture. All of this gathered into a torrent of pain that fiercely attacked his mind and soul. Malam's mind exploded like glass. Chapter 330. This kind of attack had never been heard of before. The endless duplication of pain, the endless creation of torture, when the unbearable mental torture was magnified by 10,000 times, then the instant impact on the spirit. This was like a monstrous wave, slamming heavily on the weak dam. The result was almost no suspense. Malam was perhaps a warrior with extremely strong willpower. Only, the mental torture was enough to collapse any warrior, not to mention multiplying it by 10,000 times. Even the strongest warrior in the world would die from a mental breakdown after receiving such a terrifying attack. Even if they survived, they would most likely become crazy. This was endless purgatory. Chu Tian's incomparably powerful divine sense attack. That pain and torture continued to attack the mental dam, causing his entire mental structure to collapse. When Malam's consciousness was about to collapse, the purgatory-like spiritual world popped like a bubble. The 9-eyed demon god's power disappeared. Chu Tian's face was pale, and he was covered in sweat. Damn, just a little bit more! Malam was thrown back into the real world, and with a pitiful cry he fell to the ground. His body twitched, and his mind was heavily injured, temporarily unable to recover. His mind hadn't completely collapsed. Malam's cultivation was higher than Chu Tian's, and because of his advantage in cultivation, as well as his strong willpower, Chu Tian could not directly suppress him. He could resist a bit of the divine sense attack in the beginning, but this had consumed quite a bit of Chu Tian's strength. So the entire attack had not been fully displayed and had been forcefully interrupted, so it could not completely collapse Malam's mind. This is bad. He really did not have the strength to launch a second attack. Meng Qingguo did not know what had happened because the flow of time in the spiritual world was different from the material world. Chu Tian had tortured Malam for an entire day and night in the spiritual world, but it had only been a few seconds in the real world. It was hard for bystanders to feel the entire process. All Meng Qingguo could see was that Chu Tian had glared at Malam, and Malam had been seriously injured, almost losing control of his mind. As for Chu Tian, he had collapsed to the ground. What had happened? Chu Tian fell to the ground, unable to move. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fox, take this opportunity to finish him off!" The little fox's eyes released an emerald green glow. It used all its strength to control the Thunderhawk's mind. The Thunderhawk's beak turned blue and condensed a thin bolt of lightning. The Thunder Eagle was also resisting the little fox. The little fox gave a sharp cry, and the Thunderhawk's body trembled. The little fox's divine sense completely penetrated the Thunderhawk's mind, and the Thunderhawk was finally controlled by the little fox, letting out a clear cry. Damn! Damn it! Malam's entire body was trembling, and he couldn't even pick up his blade. My body! Ah, I will kill you. I'm going to kill you. Now, Chu Tian was unconscious. Malam had suffered a serious mental injury, and it was very difficult to recover from mental injuries. The severe side effects would most likely follow him for the rest of his life. But at the very least, Malam was still alive after receiving such a fierce attack. On the other hand, Chu Tian was unable to resist because he had used too much strength. You all have to die. Malam's body trembled as he knelt down. His eyes seemed like they couldn't focus as he shook his head. His eyes were red as he gave a low roar like a wild beast as he reached out to pick up the blade on the ground. Hell nether flames! The trembling blade released a surging flame that spread indiscriminately in all directions. Malam clearly didn't have a way to accurately attack, so he could only use his true spirit realm cultivation to attack over a large area, killing everyone at once. The Thunder Eagle let out a sharp cry as it swooped down. A streak of lightning struck Malam's body and instantly sent Malam flying, heavily landing on the ground. He did not hold onto the long blade, and it flew several dozen meters away. A black fire dragon swept across the ground in an instant, creating a deep scar that was startling to the eye. Malam stood up with a roar of unwillingness. When the Thunder Hawk swooped down with its claws, he used his bare hand to block it. Half of his body was pushed into the ground, and the Thunder Hawk flapped its wings, wanting to fly away. Malam released his spirit energy with a roar, and a terrifying power locked onto the Thunder Hawk's body, slamming it into the ground. He wanted to tear the Thunder Hawk in half. The little fox was anxious. If the Thunder Hawk was killed, there really wouldn't be any other way. The little fox did not have a strong body, and its demonic techniques only had summoning and control abilities. It was only effective against demon beasts, so it had no way of dealing with Malam. At this critical moment, Meng Qingguo decisively pulled out Chu Tian's netherworld sword and quickly charged at Malam. While Malam was wildly swinging the Thunder Hawk, she stabbed her sword at Malam's back. Dang! Meng Qingguo was sent flying 4 or 5 meters with spirit energy. She felt a sharp pain in her wrist like her joints were sprained. No, the other side was too strong. Even if he was delirious, she couldn't easily injure him. The little fox found a magazine beside Chu Tian, and it immediately went to pick it up. This was a magazine filled with blood-and steel needles. The little fox bit out the needles and swallowed them before waving its claws at Meng Qingguo. Meng Qingguo nodded. The little fox spat out several blood-and steel needles, and each one was covered in a demonic technique. They shot at Malam at a speed close to the speed of sound. Malam was delirious right now. How could he distinguish this kind of attack? He didn't even maintain his protective spirit energy, and all the needles landed on Malam's divine sense. There were even 2 needles that directly stabbed into his eyes. Ah! Malam wildly roared as he randomly swept out with his claws, creating 5 deep claw marks in the grass. This was an attack from a true spirit realm expert, so if he was hit, he would die without a doubt. However, Malam was delirious, so it was hard for him to accurately hit Meng Qingguo. Meng Qingguo had to take this risk. She raised Chu Tian's netherworld sword and looked at Malam. There was only one chance, so she had to succeed. At this time, the netherworld sword began to glow. A faint blue and white flame covered the sword blade. Meng Qingguo was very surprised. This sword had lent its power to her. But Meng Qingguo was clearly not the netherworld sword's master. This was the difference between the netherworld sword and a normal soul-contracting weapon. A normal soul-contracting weapon's weapon spirit did not have a high ability to think, but the netherworld sword's weapon spirit already had its own consciousness. So when Meng Qingguo picked up the sword, the weapon spirit, netherworld, would decide whether or not to resist. Now that Chu Tian had fainted from his heavy injuries, Meng Qingguo had to kill the spirit beast to save her master's life. Therefore, the netherworld sword did not resist Meng Qingguo. Rather, it took the initiative to increase the might of this attack. Meng Qingguo took out all her spirit energy and suddenly jumped forward. The sword blade left a blue and white trail as it slashed at Malam's neck, directly cutting off Malam's head. Blood sprayed out. This warhound's tribe's peak expert had died in the hands of the weak and innate battle talent Meng Qingguo in the end. Meng Qingguo never thought that she would have the chance to kill a true spirit realm expert. The little fox let out a sigh of relief. Its little life was finally saved. Meng Qingguo searched Malam's body a few times and found a small, delicate bag. Meng Qingguo could feel a faint spatial energy in the bag, so it should be a spatial item, which was a storage bag. Although it only had 5 cubic meters of space, it was still a spatial item. Meng Qingguo didn't have time to see what was inside. She casually took Malam's black, long blade and returned to Chu Tian's side. She laid down on his chest and listened. His heartbeat was slow and weak, but he shouldn't be dead. Meng Qingguo was not clear on how serious Chu Tian's injuries were, but it should not be good. Meng Qingguo carried Chu Tian on her back as she headed in the direction of Imperial City with gritted teeth. Yesterday, Chu Tian carried her, and today it was her turn to carry Chu Tian. The two of them were truly a pair of enemies. But Meng Qingguo did not go too far. Around several dozen kilometers away, she found a southern Xia sentry post. When Chu Tian showed his identity, the sentry captain brought out a beast carriage and personally sent the two of them back to Imperial City. Imperial City was already in chaos. The great scholar Gu Qianqiu had brought the news of the front lines falling a day earlier than Chu Tian and Meng Qingguo. Gu Qianqiu was also heavily injured when he returned to Imperial City. Because many people had personally witnessed it, the news could not be blocked at all, causing many people to panic. In just a short day, several thousand soldiers had escaped from the front lines. The news these people brought back shocked the citizens of Imperial City. The Fan King had led the Warhound's army to attack the front lines, and the entire defensive line had collapsed. The Southern Summer King, who was patrolling, had been assassinated by the traitor Wang Tianlong. 2 large pieces of bad news had arrived at the same time. The entire Imperial City was not prepared for this at all. Now that the calm martial ruler was away, the Tsang State battlefield was in a stalemate. Even if the calm martial ruler received the news, he wouldn't be able to come back in time. Even if Imperial City had 400,000 soldiers and 2,000 Griffin Knights, could they stop the Warhound's army? When the Southern Summer King fell, he appointed the calm martial ruler, Dongfanggan, as the next king. Perhaps even the Southern Summer King did not think that the situation in southern Xia would deteriorate to this degree. The Warhound's army had broken through the defensive line in a single day and were now heading towards Imperial Xia City. There would be a large battle in just a few days. Whether it was the leaders of the country or the military, they were all empty. The entire country was in a state of panic, and the situation was very dangerous. At this time, Miracle Commerce's Meng Qingguo had brought Chu Tian back. Meng Qingguo was a famous person in Imperial City and was even called the #1 beauty in southern summer. This time, Chu Tian and Meng Qingguo had gone with the Southern Summer King to inspect the defensive line. So when the Warhounds broke through, the two of them were most likely dead. No one would have thought that Meng Qingguo would actually come back alive. Meng Qingguo had come back alive, but she did not look relaxed at all. Her snow-white clothes were covered in mud and blood. Her hair was messy, and her face was haggard and weak. She was limping as she walked. It was clear that her leg was injured. Chu Tian's situation was even worse. He was currently unconscious, and his life signs were very weak. Elder sister, Chu Tian, Meng Yingying Nangongyin, and the others had been worried for an entire day in Imperial City. When they learned that the two of them had safely returned, they excitedly rushed out to greet them. "You guys scared me to death." Meng Yingying's eyes were filled with tears as she tightly hugged Meng Qingguo. "You two are Yingying's most important people. If anything happened to either of you, I wouldn't be able to live." Meng Qinggu patted Meng Yingying's back and also let out a sigh of relief. There were several times when I thought I would never see you again, but it was all thanks to Chu Tian risking his life that I was able to come back. But Chu Tian's situation is not good. Meng Yingying's nerves tensed up. When she saw Chu Tian's body covered in blood, she couldn't help covering her mouth. What happened to Chu Tian? How did he get injured? How are his injuries? I don't know either. Chu Tian was not injured. Most of his injuries were caused by himself. As for how serious his injuries were, Meng Qinggu could not guess, but looking at his weak life signs, it was very serious. Then what are you still doing here? Nangongyan came over and carried Chu Tian. And quickly go to the research institute and call out those old men. Let them take a look at Chu Tian. Chapter 331. In Miracle Commerce's headquarters, Meng Yingying was sitting beside Chu Tian, rubbing her red eyes, while Nangongyan was comforting her. Chun Bingyu, Feng Kai Dai, Yin Yao, and the others all had pained expressions on their faces. There was a group of old men whispering to each other, but they couldn't hear what they were discussing. They just had their brows knit together or were constantly sighing. The entire room was filled with a pessimistic atmosphere. Are you guys done yet? Have you seen anything after looking at him for so long? Nangongyan had a fiery temper and couldn't help exploding. She anxiously scratched her head and shouted, "You only know how to sigh, sigh my ass. What's the situation right now? Can boss be saved or not? Just give us a quick answer." Meng Qinggu and her sister's hearts were in their throats. This was what they wanted to know. Don't be excited, don't be excited. Zhao Pu gave a few awkward coughs. Forgive me for being blunt. The chairman's situation is very bad. All his organs are showing signs of failing, and there are many broken meridians. His spirit energy is weakening, but this is not the main reason. The chairman cultivates the starlight immortal body, so his physique is very strong and his recovery rate is very high. Otherwise, if it was a normal person, they would have already died. The most troublesome part is that the chairman has overdrawn his vitality. Meng Yingying nervously asked, "His vitality is lost? What does that mean?" Old Zhao's meaning is that the chairman might have forcefully used a forbidden technique with large side effects. This forbidden technique might have burned his vitality as a price, so it caused a serious overdrawing of his vitality. Simply put, if the chairman could live to be 100 years old, he might not even be 50 years old right now. Moreover, his vitality is still weakening. How could it be like this? Everyone revealed a look of shock. This side effect was too terrifying. Chu Tian was still this young. If his vitality was damaged early, wouldn't that be a very bad thing? Meng Qinggu finally understood. Although Chu Tian had a heaven-defying strength, he rarely used it. The main reason was because if he used this strength too much, not only would it attract the attention of others, it would also be very dangerous for him. Meng Yingying was at a loss. Then what should we do? Right now, there's still hope to recover from the initial damage. If it takes too long and causes the lost vitality to completely solidify, then it'll be harder than ascending to heaven to replenish it. Meng Qinggu quickly asked, "Just tell us what materials we need. It doesn't matter how much it costs." "Vice President, this is not a matter of money. It's just that with the resources of Southern Xia, I'm afraid that we won't be able to find a medicine of this level. Not even in the whole of Southern Xia." The few old men looked at each other and sighed. This kind of heaven-mending medicine must be of immortal grade. The women's faces instantly turned pale. Immortal medicine? Where in Southern Xia could they find immortal herbs? Southern Xia was a small country. The spiritual energy in the land was relatively poor, and there weren't many sacred medicines growing there. Most of the sacred medicines were imported from abroad or dug out from ancient ruins. How could they find immortal herbs? They could only go to large countries or even empires to buy them, but immortal herbs were very expensive. Miracle Commerce's reserve of several billion gold coins sounded like a lot in Southern Xia, but what did it count for in that kind of place? Immortal herbs were often priceless. Even if Miracle Commerce had enough money, they still wouldn't be able to buy them. Chu Tian's condition could not be dragged on. Once it was dragged on, the side effects would be permanent. At that time, even if they obtained immortal herbs, they would not be able to save him. Mang Inying said with some difficulty, "Elder sister, what do we do?" "Don't be afraid. No matter what price we have to pay, we will definitely save Chu Tian." Meng Qingguo tightly clenched her fists. Actually, no one knew that the one feeling the most guilty right now was her. The reason why Chu Tian was injured like this was mostly because of her, so she had to save him no matter what. Southern Xia doesn't have any medicine, so we'll look elsewhere. I believe we'll definitely find it. Meng Qingguo asked the old men, "Then when will Chu Tian wake up?" "That's hard to say." Zhao Pu stroked his beard. Not only is the chairman's body injured, his mind is also exhausted. I'm afraid he'll need to sleep for 2-3 days. So I suggest the chairman rest well. This way, he can recover from the damage to his mind. They could only do this. Vice chairman, vice chairman. At this time, a Miracle Commerce employee ran in a panic. The Burning Sun ruler, the Refined ruler, and the Great Scholar are here. They want to see the chairman. The Burning Sun ruler and the Refined ruler are here? Ying, take care of Chu Tian, I'll go take a look. Meng Qingguo came out with several people. The Burning Sun ruler was wearing a thick scarlet armor, and the Refined ruler was wearing a golden silk armor. There were several important people behind them, including the great scholar Gu Qianqiu. The Refined ruler opened his mouth and asked, "Where is Chu Tian? Have him come out." "What do you mean?" Meng Qingguo was a bit afraid of the Refined ruler. The Shangguan family did not have a good relationship with Miracle Commerce, so it was hard to say what the Shangguan family would do in this special time. The matter on the front lines was an accident. As for the Southern Summer King's death, even Chu Tian can't do anything about it. Do you want to go to his door to punish him? It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Refined ruler, can you put away that stinky face of yours? The Burning Sun ruler glared at the Refined ruler and then said to Meng Qingguo, "Now that the country is in trouble, how could Southern Xia destroy its own walls? We already know what happened, and Chu Tian did his best. No matter who is to blame for the matter on the front lines, it can't be blamed on Chu Tian. Not to mention that Chu Tian has already been bestowed the title of country guarding ruler by our king. His ruler rank is above us too." "Then you are." "Vice Chairman, Southern Xia has already reached a life and death juncture." Gu Qianqiu also came out to speak at this time. After thinking about it, perhaps only Chu Tian has the means to turn the tide. "So, we want to see him and ask for a way to save the country. So it's like this." Meng Qingwu's heart sank. The Refined ruler and the Burning Sun ruler had lowered their statuses to find Chu Tian, clearly seeing him as their last hope. This meant that the situation was already very bad. When Chu Tian was coming back, he fought with a warhound's true spirit expert and is currently in a coma. "I'm afraid he won't wake up for now." "Damn," the Burning Sun ruler angrily said. "How could it be like this?" Gu Qianqiu's expression also changed. The warhound's army is already showing signs of moving. What should we do? Meng Qingguo was shocked. What? They're coming this quickly? The frontline battle is very fierce. Don't they need to adjust? The Refined ruler said with a dark expression, after the warhound's army reached the southern summer border. Not only did their strength not weaken, they even added large amounts of siege troops from the warhound's plains. They will reach Imperial City in 3 days, and Imperial City's defenses cannot stop the Fong King's personally led army. What should they do? The various marquises are quickly returning to Imperial City, but there is no time to move the troops north. The Burning Sun ruler tightly clenched his fist. There's no other way. Even if we have to risk our lives, we can only fight them once. The chances of winning this battle were very slim. Southern Xia had 400,000 soldiers, 2 true spirit experts, the burning sun ruler, and the refined ruler, and adding in the marquises from various regions, their battle strength was guaranteed. But in a normal clash of strength, Southern Xia would lose without a doubt, so they came to ask Chu Tian for help. They hoped that Chu Tian could find one or two strange moves for Southern Xia. Meng Qingguo never thought it would be this coincidental. Chu Tian would not wake up for a while. So who else had the ability to save Southern Xia other than him? If the country fell, not only would miracle commerce lose its footing, if they lost miracle commerce, what would they use to exchange for the immortal medicine? The war hound's attack would arrive in an instant, so they couldn't escape this calamity. But how should they deal with it? If it was Chu Tian, what would he do? Chu Tian could always think of a way to turn the tide. There was nothing that could stump him. The reason why they were in such a sorry state at the frontline fortress was because Chu Tian did not know anything and lacked information. Otherwise, with Chu Tian's style and ability, even the powerful warhound's kingdom would not have made him suffer such a large loss. Meng Qingguo felt a wave of powerlessness. She did not have Chu Tian. He was at most an outstanding merchant. He could not do anything big at all. Wait a minute. I got it. Imperial City did not have a chance of winning. The calm martial ruler had secretly built a weapon factory outside the city. There were at least 10,000 source energy weapons. If these source energy weapons were taken out to equip the soldiers, it would increase the defensive power of the army by a large amount. Meng Qingguo immediately told this idea to the burning sun ruler and the refined ruler. The two of them were very shocked. Imperial City actually stored this many source energy weapons? Even the two of them did not know about this matter. The Southern Summer King had truly hidden it too well. Gu Qianqiu also said, if there were enough source energy weapons, this battle might not be impossible. Only the Imperial City's source energy factory has only been built for a short period of time, so at most there are 10,000 source energy weapons. Although they can be used in battle, it will be hard to turn the tide. Just the source energy weapons aren't enough. Do we need to prepare something else? What is it? Wait a minute. Meng Qingguo returned to her room and took out a communication device, immediately contacting the Central State Yun sect. Vice Chairman, is that you? Yun Tianhe's voice came from the communication device. I heard that something big has happened in the Imperial region. Shanfeng Ho quickly left Central State 2 nights ago. What is the situation over there? Time is pressing. It's not the time to talk about this. Meng Qingguo did not want to explain in detail. Has the Yun sect produced any results on the source energy bomb? They have been researching. It's done, but it hasn't reached the chairman's requirements yet. Meng Qingguo felt a glimmer of hope. Use the image transferring mirror to send the relevant technology over. This technology is related to the fate of Imperial City. You have to be fast. All right. Yun Tianhe understood Imperial City's current situation. I'll immediately send it over. Wait a minute, I haven't finished. What else do you have to say? Immediately contact the giant shark gang's boss you and have the fleet head north to Tsang State. If something happens to Imperial City, they can help us retreat to the south. Even if the worst happens and we can't escape Imperial City, they can at least help the calm martial ruler and protect the last elite army for the southern summer country. Yun Tianhe was very shocked. Could the situation in Imperial City have worsened to this degree? Meng Qingguo was not as impulsive as Chu Tian. She was very cautious in everything she did, so she had prepared an escape route ahead of time. If Imperial City couldn't be defended, Miracle Commerce's only chance of survival would be on the water route. The war hounds lived on the prairies and were mainly ground cavalry. If they could retreat to the water route, it would not be easy for them to chase after them. That's right, there's one more thing. Meng Qingguo would not forget the most important thing. Activate all the Miracle Commerce radio stations and send out a purchase message to the entire country. What do you need? Yun Tianhe calmed himself. I ask Vice Chairman to tell me. We need a level 2 immortal herb, a level 2 immortal herb that can recover innate vitality. What? An immortal herb? How can this thing be bought in southern Xia? Even if there is a miracle commerce, what can we use to buy it? I know it is hard, but it is related to Chu Tian's life and death. Even if there is a trace of hope, we still have to try. Could it be that the chairman— Yun Tianhe's voice trembled a bit before he said in a hoarse voice, "Relax, this old man will do his best. In the face of Miracle Commerce's life and death, I'll leave everything to you." Meng Qinggu gave a long sigh after ending the call. She could only do this much right now. As for the final result, it was not something Meng Qinggu could predict.